Welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's July 1st, 2025. It's Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. The one and only reason why I'm wearing this red shirt. I find it endlessly funny that there's branding on the shirt and it almost perfectly corresponds to where the microphone is so you can never see it. Right? Like there's the guy in his red shirt. Cool red shirt, bro. Should have thought that through better. It's going to be next time just like covered in it. It'll be tessellating pattern How's everyone doing? Maybe you have it off today if you're Canadian. This is a holiday. Here in Canada, it's Canada Day. I think we're what, 150? How old is Canada today? 150? It's not that old. 158 years old. Okay, tracks. That's good. July 1st, 1867 became a country, so we're kind of still repping that. That's going strong. For the Europeans in the room, pretend that's old, okay? There's like houses down your street in Europe that are that old. But we'll be good. We'll be fine. Hey Jai, hey Mr. Metrol, hey chat. Oh wait, I'm first. Welcome first. How's it going? How's your the Megacity was this weekend, right? In Singapore, I want to say. Is that correct? Apologies if I'm wrong about that. Also, as Jai's been putting up this video series, I think the first episode dropped on Friday, in which Jai's doing some video replays, some replay reviews. I haven't caught the first episode. I believe I saw it was like a Wenjong replay, and another one is scheduled for the 4th, which I believe is next Friday. So if you haven't been checking that stuff out, it's youtube.com/gyroscopic, spelled the way that you think Jai would. Hey droids, how's it going? Hey Andre, hey Jai. Hey SRN, and hey folks, what's the egg count of these days? Warlock, I think we're canonically, this is egg 4. Because we missed egg 1, we did egg 2 and egg 3, and this is egg 4. So it's going to be, it's a linear descent, which is kind of reasonable. You can tell how fast it's going. Hey Garrett, good morning, Grid, how you doing? Andrea, hey Andre, how are you doing? Is it still warm there? Should I worry about the end of August? Maybe. So it is warm. It's not as warm as it used to be. I think tomorrow it's meant to be like 33 degrees. It feels like 33. So that's kind of like what you'd expect. Last week it went up to like, feels like 44, 45, which is very quite hot. Even in a place where we're like, you know, we have air conditioning and we're more ready for it than like say Europe. It gets really, really warm. End of August, I couldn't tell you. It's probably still going to be quite warm. The space we're in, I believe, is air conditioned, so that shouldn't be a problem. Speaking of the place we're in, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, is that we are running the America's Continentals here in Montreal, August 22nd to 24th. We've been selling tickets. You can always find a link in the YouTube description. We'd love to have you. It is open to all levels of play. Obviously, there'll be some competitive players there trying to win a Continentals, but I want to be honest, very clear with you. This is open for all levels of play. If it's your first tournament, that's great. Please ask questions, but this is meant to be a celebration of the game more than anything else. Early bird tickets have closed. If you've missed your early bird ticket, I'm so sorry. We tried our best to warn you, but early bird tickets have closed as of just yesterday on June 30th. So you can still buy tickets. They're just $10 more expensive at this point, but we want to have the early bird tickets so we know how much like prize support and how many people to expect. As of today, we sold like early bird tickets the last minute. Just like, come on, Netrunner players. We sold like a dozen tickets at the last minute on the early bird date. So glad people are buying tickets, that's for sure. I think we're above 60. We're reaching 70 players. So it's going to be like a hype, massive event. That's for sure. Again, our capacity is at 100. I think we might actually approach that. But if you want to come play some Netrunner in August, it'll be the biggest North American event this year. That is in Montreal, August 22nd to 24th. If you have any questions, we got a lot of time between now and then, but grab your tickets, book your travel. Montreal is just like kind of the coolest city, specifically in summer. So if you can stay longer than just the weekend, mind you, we have the team tournament on Friday. I promise you it's worth your time. This is a very special place for sure. Yo, Lucas, how's it going? There's one YouTuber whose entire branding was basically a blank red shirt. I mean, yeah, it works. We're almost there. How's it going, by the way? Congratulations on the weekend. Cold Lava played at the, I want to say EMEA Megacities. I haven't had time to watch any of the stream of it, but I saw a bit. I think I saw the final games, and Lucas was repping a really cool, Cold Lava was repping a really cool op deck, which is good to see. Hey, hello there, Shanros. How's it going? Welcome. Hey, Lars. SG Megacities end of July, still working on details. So what Megacity did I look at that was like in Southeast Asia? Oh, Philippines. Oh my God, I'm ignorant. Apologies for that. I totally messed that up. I thought I saw a Southeast Asian Megacity. I was like, oh, that must be Jai's Megacity. So anyways, welcome to Canada. Our only city is Vancouver. Speaking of egg counter, how's it going, Connor? Anyone else getting egg fatigue when legging into NetRunnerDB and seeing popular deck lists? Yeah, 100%. It is, we'll get to that because we're going to do a meta review from all the tournaments this weekend, which is pretty damn wild. But it does seem like about the half of every top cut in every tournament over the last couple months has been egg related. And it just seems like we're constantly on the cutting edge of egg related, very powerful decks that seem to be very consistent, and they're very good at forking the runner in multiple ways. They're mean, casually they're very hard to deal with because you have to keep up with their speed, and one mistake cost you the game. But like recently, just Augustus Caesar just won EMEA with another egg-based deck, and is a deck that is more, I would say, a bit of like Never Advance, a lot more Never Advance, has a bit of Fast Advance. It's now having some really good ice in the deck. It is it's definitely something. It is definitely one of the most powerful identities we've seen in a really long time. And I would say fatigue is probably accurate. It is way, 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 way powerful. And I think it's going to be the top half of every cut going on for a while until something happens. So Prof Wacko won Vanilla, Nuving, and Sable. I saw some of the lists. We're going to be looking at them today. Yeah, apologies if I thought that was the same place. But yeah, it looks like there was, I think, a dozen people playing in Manila, which is pretty sick. Surprised Netrunner players can actually buy early bird tickets. I mean, they do. We're trying to make it nice. Worlds was such a huge success this year for early bird tickets. I think Worlds is now going to have like 400 players or some absurd number. It keeps adding. They keep finding more space somehow, which is like a good thing to do because obviously the demand is really high. But those early bird tickets like sold out in a couple days, which Europe does travel a bit different. Worlds obviously is incredibly hype, but yeah, that is that sold pretty quickly. I do think NSG also ran into issues where they're like, we really need to sell early bird tickets because people are buying tickets too late, and it'll still happen unless it sells out. Hey Zelty, I'm certainly getting tired of playing against Alco. I still win often, but it's tiring. It is very tiring. It's a very high stress matchup. It's one of those matchups where, again, like you don't run archives on a single turn. Oops, they scored 4 points. You do run archives on the wrong turn. Oops, you died. Oh, you top decked something. They have a FUT on the table. You can't run centrals because every central you have a chance of taking 4 net damage. And then next turn you start with 1 card in hand. You can flatline. It's incredibly powerful. I think the thing that we're noticing right now in the current depictions we see of these egg decks is a lot more people are cutting Bladderwort. I'm opening this one hoping they're cutting Bladderwort. Yeah, Ruben's cutting Bladderwort. People are just playing more money. Like this is, I think, the same list that Augie played. Maybe it's slightly different. I think Augie wasn't on powers. It was on 2 humanoids cutting a spin doctor. But yeah, I think a lot more people are realizing like you could just play reasonable ice. Bow 2 is hard to deal with. Scatterfield is actually like an all-star. This seems like the cheapest, strongest code gate in the faction right now, and you don't double ice a lot of stuff, and obviously want to install things. But the fact that like Cohort is kind of a must trash, FUD is a must trash. Then you have Holloman, which is a must trash. They have a fair bit of money now. There is no liquidity issues, so it's easy to use Holloman. You're not having to like duck Bladderwort to be able to do any of that sort of stuff. It's very, very, very strong. And then the agenda suite is like kind of robust when it comes to scoring out. I think losing a Fuji early game on centrals is really, really bad. I think people are also realizing you have to ice archives and use archives as like a place that you are happy to store agendas, because if you have a FUT on the table, an enemy on archives, and there's like a Fuji and a Sting in there, it's almost impossible to run. And then based off of that, then you have your setup with your Regenesis and all that sort of stuff. And like the 2-1 hybrid release is actually very important in the meta. It's very, very, very powerful. But yeah, people are pushing away from the Bladderworts, which I think some people are happy about that. But I do think this is actually a bit more of a proactive deck, which is maybe more frightening. Cold Lava has some really sick kill lines. Yeah, there's some really wild kill lines. I was watching some of those games and was like, yo, if Cold Lava has the Regenesis, or sorry, the what's it called? Extract into double kill. I'm like, you got it here. Extract gives you 6 credits, and then you have double measured. And I don't think I saw that until I was looking at the deck list. That the deck list is on a single extract. I was like, there's so many board states. Even the commentators were talking about it. Be like, if it's extracting to double measured, the game is over. And I was like, what's the consistency of that? I think it's pretty high, because I'm assuming this deck is on triple extract because it's an op deck. And it's not. And for what it's worth, I don't know. I think a lot of acid op decks are running triple extract. Maybe I'm off base by that. Maybe I don't know. But that line showed up a heck of a lot. There's some like really, really, really narrow closes that were very cleanly kind of navigated. Very, very mean deck for sure. Hey, Joel, how's it going? Prof Wacko won Manila, New Moon Sable. I forgot to mention Toronto get early bird tickets. I forgot to remind Toronto. I also forgot. Is there like an incentive for the Toronto Megacity early bird tickets? Speaking about arts, I'll be able to share soon enough, because we showed 2 of the arts that we're working on that we have actually done for the Megacities, or sorry, for the Continentals. The last one is an Adam Doyle transfer wealth, and right during the countdown, Adam just sent me a sketch, an updated sketch, and it's looking pretty hype. So I got to get some feedback, share it with the other organizers, and then we will be able to show you that hopefully sooner than later. But we got Adam Doyle working, which is great. Cool. I feel like Oko's modern CTM, it's very compelling to play against at a high level, but exhausting to do casually, and sometimes you have free wins. I do think, and again, I need to like really talk about this a fair bit, because people who do this are the coolest. And Augie has put like a couple of the replays of the matches, and some of these, I always watch Augustus's replays, and some of these I think were the free wins, right? Like round 4 is against Bridgman, which like, that unfortunately did not feel like a real match. I think another one of the games where like Augustus just has the perfect line and just like absolutely closes it and stomps through. And it's very, sometimes it's just the thing. Like it just does what you want it to do perfectly. One of the matchups versus I think the matchups versus Zomb, I think is the name, who's playing Seb, are a bit interesting. I think there's like a tag float in the early game, and so like Augustus is like really happy to trash resources and discard cards from hand, and I get it. Having to deal with Banhar it's not great for you. It does fire your ability, but it's not great. So that's really, really cool. Greetings from Germany, Ernesto. Thanks so much for the super like 10 euros. How you doing? Thanks so much. Hopefully your I guess at this point Tuesday afternoon's going well. Thank you. That's very, very kind. Outgo's actually the most fun Netrunner. It's like, I don't know. It's at this meme. I know Jai posted the like the bird, the crow, the rules crow. It's like Outgo is really fun to play as, and you do have a lot of agency. I still at the end of the day don't know if it's the most healthy thing. It is producing some interesting games and some interesting board states, but it is, yeah, it's a bit much, that's for sure. Hey, lost my thumbs. Hey, Andre, I got walloped at Milwaukee Megacities last week and lost all 3 Az games at 6 points. I missed a knick-knack trigger my first game that made a big difference. Need to play in person more. You're playing definitely an uphill fight. I know that you were playing as online at the last Megacity that NSG ran, and you did really well with that. I want to be very clear that playing in person and playing online are actually very different things. And something I always recommend when I'm like coaching folks who are like going to play paper play is like, you need to put the reps in paper. It is almost an entirely a different game. So it's very easy, especially when you're playing one of the mechanically complex decks, like Az, for instance, is obviously very mechanically complex with all your triggers and knickknack and all that sort of stuff, that you'll be surprised how much of your thought process has to go into maintaining and running the beast without like making mistakes, as opposed to like thinking micro and macro level play. So you probably experienced that. It's like, obviously it's a bit bittersweet because you realize you were like one trigger away from success if you want to convince yourself that, which like really kind of goads you into like getting more practice and doing it again and saying next time I'll have it. So it's a bit bittersweet, but I hopefully you had a good time. Milwaukee had a lot of people. There was like 30 some odd players coming out, and so we'll see those results too, but I'm glad at least you went out and had a good time. CD, I'm doing well. We've been pretty busy. It's a very busy time around here, that's for sure. How are you doing? You could definitely go up to 2. It was the last change I was trying to find room for before the tournament. Okay, yeah, the double extract is so scary, right? Like having a 6 credit button and then being able to double measure it from 4 to 10 is like wild and really, really cool. Ernesto, thank you again. Man, I forgot to tell the rest of Toronto to get the Montreal Continental early birds. They ended yesterday. Oh, no. Yeah, they ended yesterday, Terrence. I'm really sorry. I'm assuming some folks from Toronto grabbed tickets already, but if not, I don't think there's much I can do about that at this point. Sorry. I'm doing good, working on adding all the card scans for Marvel Champions and Earthborn Rangers into my card scan folder. Yo, I was looking into that, Joel. Do the card scans for Earthborn Rangers, does anybody have card scans of the non-player cards, like the campaign cards? Because I think I'd be interested. I have Earthborn, it came in. I would be interested in streaming some Earthborn, but the problem is if I can't show the non-player cards, it feels like you're missing a lot of information. So I don't know if that stuff is available. I don't know if the Earthborn Games people share it, but I know you can get all the player cards from like their Netrunner DB equivalent. I'm excited to see how your card overlay thing works. Hey, VT, I'm not saying something should be banned already. I'm curious, when do you think we might get a ban list update? My guess is that we'll get an update between Megacities before Continentals, because those two things don't overlap. I'm not sure when the exact deadline is for when Megacities start or end and Continentals start. I think it's somewhere between July and actually maybe in August, because like Toronto Megacities is the beginning of August. So it might be like early August, might be mid-August. I'm assuming. Actually, no, I think there is a Megacity. There's a Continentals in early August. So I don't know. I honestly don't know. I would hope it's relatively soon, and I think it needs to come soon. August 1st is when cons start. Hey, Safer, how's it going? Okay, that tracks. So if it's around there, that would make sense. I do know that there's at least a Megacity in August, because I think Toronto is on August 2nd. So maybe there's some ugly overlap there, but it won't really functionally matter, because I don't think anyone's going from Toronto to Germany to play. Hey, Rohit, how you doing? Hey, Weddy. Hello, hello. I have a ban list poll going on my YouTube channel. What's it looking like so far? I had a good time. 29 people came and no one dropped. Oh, that's sick. A lot of people drop in in-person events. Like if you're playing online and you see people dropping, it's like, yeah, they're at home. It's a Saturday. They've like scrubbed out their first 5 rounds. So they're going to go and do something else. Generally in person, even if you're like really losing and you're like your decks are not doing the thing you do, people still play the event out like 9 out of 9 times usually. I can send you the stuff I have, but I have used the demo tabletop sim stuff. And then I've just pulled out my scanner to start scanning the files that I'm missing. Oh, damn. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. I have no idea how scanners work. I don't have a scanner, so I don't know whether you can get that sort of like DPI that you want and things look good, but I'm imagining it's working out. That's pretty sick. Hey Pat, happy Canada Day to everyone who bought tickets for Continentals. Happy Canada Day, bud. Nesta says, just want to say how glad I am that you're still running this channel with so much passion. Your analysis is consistently fantastic, insightful, and really adds depth to the game. Thank you for keeping the Netrunner spirit alive. Thank you, Ernesto. I'm glad you're appreciating it. That's very, very kind. Thanks for taking the time for dropping the kind words. I know on this channel, we've been like pretty soft on content. Like we've been pretty busy doing a bit of commentary. We're streaming twice a week. So we're still like consistently putting out like 7 hours of content or so a week, which maybe that's enough. Maybe that's not. I know there's a lot of video projects that should be on the back burner, but right now it's been, I don't know, it feels like a bit difficult for a couple reasons. One thing that I want to shout out that I think we'll probably do something special with, because it's kind of incredible, is that as of July 20th of this month, the channel will be 10 years old, which is ridiculous. Like that is genuinely ridiculous. But I just checked, and the first video that went up on this channel was either, I think, July 19th or July 20th, 2015, which is buck wild. Absolutely buck wild. 10 years, a decade of doing this, for better for worse. Whether it was just video content, and there's like large sections of years where we didn't put out anything because there was no video content. Then at some point we started streaming, but it's been a long time. It's been a real cool process. I'm pretty sure sometime closer to the 20th, we'll like do some sort of weird stream where we'll sit down and like just watch old videos, which is going to be really difficult. I even played like the first oldest video for like, I got through 30 seconds of it. And obviously I don't know what I'm doing. I'm 10 years younger. But like my tone, the way I present is so different than it is now. Again, maybe for better or for worse. But I think it might be fun to do a bit of like a history recap and look back at some of the old stuff, because it's there's 10 years of like progression and seeing metas change and the game changes. It's wild. It's really, really wild. It's not about the amount of content, the quality that matters, and yours is top notch. Thank you, Ernesto. That's very kind. A whole deck. Hey, Cranked, how's it going? Cranked, were you in Milwaukee? I'm pretty sure folks in the Midwest don't mind traveling. I know you're not in that area, I don't think. No, you're Wisconsin. You are Milwaukee, aren't you? I don't know another city in Wisconsin, so I'm assuming that's the big one. I'm pretty sure Milwaukee's in Wisconsin. I'm not even that confident, but I think you're like, that's a couple hours north of Chicago on the water. It's my guess. Cool. Anyways, let's do a little recap and talk about what's going on this weekend, because there was a lot of tournaments. I think there was like 3 or 4 megacities. Yes, sir. Got third at MKE Megacity. Cranked. You're just going to be a data point in our constant analysis of the meta. So I guess we'll see you in just a second. But congratulations. That's a great finish. So what has been going on this weekend? So we're going to be looking at this point forward. There's a lot of different megacities. There's a megacity of Brno, had 18 players. Brno, I believe, is in the Czech Republic. Is that kind of Costa Rican looking flag? Also looks a lot like the Philippines flag. Philippines Megacity Champions, there's a dozen players out there. Shout out to the organizers. Milwaukee had about 30 players. And then EMEA had the online, which had 36 players. I think this was the biggest online Megacity Championship. Oh, maybe not actually, because APAC was 35 players. And then earlier on was Americas. And how many people was that? That was like earlier in the month, wasn't it? Can he find it? 44. Okay, so slightly smaller. I'm actually kind of surprised that this number was smaller. Usually Europe is the biggest one. I don't know why this wasn't as big. There wasn't that many other big European things going on at the same time, besides the Czech event, but we can look at that for sure. So that was EMEA Online's 36 players. Jack, can I publish your Sable list? For sure, hit it. You should check out Sebk's version as well if that's closer, unless you play the Airblades. I did play Airblades. I've seen a lot of those Sable decks start to play Airblades, and I kind of am behind it. It does make sense, unfortunately. I would consider playing Airblades, which is like, great. Not happy about that. All right, let's start here in Czechia. Brno Stred in Brno. Whoa, those are really nice. Scatterfield. You got 2 different ice positionings? Wait, that's hella cool. I've never seen that, created by Václav. So Brno Megacity Championship, some clean art. And then you have I imagine the horizontal and the vertical on both sides of this card. That's pretty slick. I like that a lot. I like that minimalist style. That's quite nice. Good colors. Basel Megacity was also the same weekend. Is that not reported anywhere? Where is Basel, Warlock? Can I find it? No. No, I can't find it. So I don't know where that is. Wassel maybe is pronounced? I'm not sure. We're going to look at the rundown. Sable, a lot of Sable. Again, this is a small enough event. This is like a dozen players, so the data is not like incredibly rich. Switzerland. Okay, cool. And then this is really funny. Imagine going to a 12-player event and you're the only person not playing Wayland or Jinteki. This is actually really representative of what the global meta looks like. But that's hilarious. I think we see some top cuts recently where the top cut's like almost entirely Wayland and Jinteki. And so right now this being Op and Alco is like not surprising at all. Probably followed up by Nuvum is my guess. Yeah, and then this is, I don't know, RH? Oh, Atea, cool. And then like Iswag. Great, fantastic. But this wheel is actually like very representative of what a lot of top metas look like. That's hilarious. Then on the side, like Hoshiko showing up, only 2 players. That's really small. More people playing Maggie. I do think Maggie's quite good. If we go to the top cut, actually Shaper over converts really, really well there. And the top cut of only 4 players, mind you, is entirely Wayland, Nuvum, and Op. So that's just kind of funny. But again, it's 12 players, so not a big data point there. And so you can see some of the decks. Not a lot of them are published so far, but it looks like ending up being a Hoshiko deck. Yeah, that was a possibility, and a Nuvum deck, which is great. So we don't see a lot of these lists. Really, I need Zato, a Mill of Swords, and Control Sable. We can look at these really quickly. So this is Op, 49 cards. This is very similar to Augustus's list that's playing Zato and Boomy. I think it has a couple more slots here, like Tithe is running a Rhyme, less code gates. We're on a Logjam, which I like a fair bit, but it's the sort of humanoid Mitra thing, except the influence has been moved around. So we have 1 fewer humanoid, we have Managarm, and we have Mavirus. I couldn't tell you where the rest of the influence comes from, but this looks like a cool kind of version of this. It's on Slash and Burn. So you have 2 SDSs, you have a Slash and Burn, so you have a bit more fast advance to close the game out, which I don't think I mind that at all. That's pretty cool. Eric, how's it going? How you been? Milwaukee's field was wild. EMEA on Megacity, I logged up despite playing in it. I mentally logged off? Oh, man. Williams published their list? Oh, it's just not like on there? Did Williams come in first? Apologies if I'm pronouncing Czech names incorrectly. Williams came in second with Ob and Arsana. Cool, actually. Arsana is pretty neat. So this is Dry Dock Ob, win 4-2 at the Megacity in Brno. Image of a dry dock. I think this is the boat that got stuck in the canal, right? The Ever Clear or whatever it's called. And so this is very similar idea. So it has some interesting cards though. We're back onto Eminent. We're on Bioac, so we can res that big thing, hopefully for free. We do still have Tranquility. Well, Tranquility's in this. We don't have any of the Mitra stuff. We have a single humanoid. We have 2 Cyber Sands for the humanoid. So it's kind of a mixture. And it's on 3 Sphees, which is not exactly assets, but it is a very valuable card. And then we have Extract, and we actually have 2 KPIs, which is kind of cool if you want to play a lot of ice. And I'm assuming this deck is on like 18 ice, like a lot of the other ones are. So we're at 7, 14, we're at 15 ice actually. So a bit smaller than you think. I don't know what people are doing with Lamplighter. Lamplighter is going to come up today in the conversation. And I think Lamplighter makes sense in Op, because if it trashes itself, you don't actually pay the downside as long as you have an Op this turn. And paying 3 for an ice that has a face check is like not awful. But it's like this card has done nothing in the meta currently besides specifically Op. Hey, Wacko, how's it going? How's the weekend? Congratulations on the Philippines Megacity. Cool. Neat. Okay. Next part up. Hey, speaking of that, this is the Philippines Megacity. I think I got the numbers backwards, actually. Hold on. Because I think I said there was fewer players at one than the other. So Brno had 18 players. Okay, Philippines had 12 players. So there's 18 players at the other one. And then having that, you know, looking like that, where it's all Wayland and Jinteki is even funnier. So this is a small enough event. It's 12 players. This is streamed too. I didn't know this. I don't know what's the lore behind this playmat, but this playmat is really cool. Hold on, did I just open it twice? I don't know what this playmat is. This definitely looks like an artist we're aware of. Okay, you don't have to buy Domino's Pizza, but this art showed up on the playmat. I'm not sure what this place is or who drew this, but it's really quite nice. This looks like an artist I think we're familiar with. I just probably don't know the name. Is that Ollie? It's Ollie. Yeah, it's Ollie Bolador. Okay, so it is Ollie's art, which is great. I don't know exactly what this is meant to be. They have name tags. There's a sort of like bee mascot. I think it's great. This is Jolly Bee. Is that a thing in the Philippines? Oh my God. Jolly Beans delivering carry out. Jolly Bee Foods Corporated. Wild. Wild. Apparently, they have this in Canada. That has to be a Jolly Bee reference. Yeah, what's the card? Is it Nano Management? It's fast food? What is the card this art is meant to be on? Like, maybe it's clones? Or sorry, the wage workers? So this is fast food. I'm assuming this fast food is Philippines, right? It's a Filipino chain of fast food restaurants owned by Jolly Bee Foods Corporation. I don't know if we have these here. I went Googling around for the link to the Vancouver Megacity stream and couldn't find it. Anyone know where I can catch it? It's twitch.tv, Eric, /Sindarin RP. Side hustle? It's Nano? Okay, City is saying it's Nano. So it might just be Nano Management, but that's really, really nice. That turned out really quite nice. We look at the meta. Very Anarch pilled, that's for sure. So we have Hosh, Essa, we have some Lu as well. Criminal not showing up that much. One Sable player, one Mercury player. Again, it's a small event. And then again, all the top players, or at least the representation is on, of course, Jinteki and Wayland. Nuvem showing up more than Op. I'm assuming this is Op. Sorry for all the flickering. Not sure that's happening. And then we actually have a diversity of NBN and Wayland, or sorry, HB as well. But yeah, this is what a lot of events are looking like right now. If you go to the top cut, not surprised at all. It looks like half the Nuveng players, every single Nuveng player made the top cut. And then we have Isowak and Aoko in there. Again, you're going to probably see this color spread a fair bit. I'm excited to see if Milwaukee's that much different. And then we actually have like a Ryu deck, which Ryu hasn't really been converting modernly in the meta. I don't think I've seen a Ryu deck that is doing anything that's that special, unfortunately, as much as I'm a big Ryu fan. We have Sable and we have Hoshiko, so that's great. I began it again. Fun fact, Ollie did a system update Biotic Labor 2 and thought it would be fun to get him to do a nano management. Oh, super cool. Very, very cool. The colors on this are fantastic. Really quite nice. Blowing my mind that Nuveng is now top tier. I mean, measured response. You actually have a cogent win condition, right? Your barriers also got good. Like all the mid-range barriers suddenly got good. You're no longer feast and famining off of subliminal. You just kind of have your petty cash, which is also really good. But at this point, it's just kind of very consistent. It has multiple game plans. You have a bit of fast advance. Basalt Spire is really good. I do think the fact that mid-range barriers got very good overnight helps a heck of a lot for sure. Prof Wacko won this event, YOLO Man. So this is, I think, very close to a Jai's list. I think the changes are it's 2 Stavkas instead of a Winchester and a hammer. I've appreciated the hammers. The Winchesters are a bit ugly, but the Stavkas are really good. Ice Destruction is really great. I don't think people are expecting a 7 strength ice when they're face checking with their criminal deck. So that's cool. But otherwise, this is the deck that you probably know and love. You've seen a fair bit of this, and it has Holloman to score out, which is great. Otherwise, I think the Sable lists, I don't think we're seeing anything really cool in Sable lists modernly, with all due respect. They're very fun decks and very elegant, but these decks look like the exact same decks we played back in 2022, if not 2023. People are teching in Airblades. I think it makes sense. It's pretty good against Aoko. It's really quite good against Nebula as well. Like just dodging Funhouse is really important, and just not taking damage is also pretty hype because you're a bit you're a bit weak to damage generally in criminal, especially the versions that are not running double breakers, but this one is running double breakers, so you can't just lose some cards here and not care. Nuka is the GOAT right now. Double info bounty seems to be on trend because it's a very important card. Whether you're playing the side hustle or not, very, very good. We have 1 no free lunch for tech. The don't die tech, we have a flip switch, which I'm not sure if it matters. I don't think Prof Wacko fired this, but it's kind of cool into op if you're worried about that 7 strength stuff. And otherwise, relatively straightforward. Buy bans is most of our asset tech besides just having money, which works out pretty well. Is it Topon time? Are we putting Bling where it belongs and Seb with 3x Hannah? We're definitely today playing Seb, which I'm pretty excited for, as much as I know it's going to be a disaster. When all the fractors in the format are bad, it makes sense that Nuveng and BTL are playable. It's weird how much of a difference we've seen between BTL converting and Nuveng converting. And I think, like, if someone wants to play mid-range Wayland, I think I would more quickly recommend Nuveng than BTL. And I don't know exactly why. Like a 40 card deck versus a 54 card deck is obviously night and day. But the BTL decks feel like they're way more honest for some reason. And I think they just get the money way slower. I don't know. I don't know. Grim can play around Stavka, half run with Boomerang and 2 killers installed. Yeah, they have definitely a bunch of other ways. Like installing 2 killers works, pre-installing a Boomerang works. It's tricky though. And like this also, I don't think this beats Zato. This doesn't beat Zato, but this beats Zato if I'm not mistaken. So there's value to it for sure. I don't know if I would be the first to put on my deck, and I'm glad it didn't actually do anything. But it's nice sometimes to have that safety, and it's the 46 card, it seems. Cool. Neat. Yeah, I like seeing, events in Southeast Asia happening. There is the upcoming Singapore Megacity, I think in like a couple weeks, if I'm not mistaken. Airblades beats Zato on encounter. Okay, that tracks. Bling Seb is so much fun, but I feel Audrey's not having a good time right now. Testing it with normal breakers mixed in up at the meetup tonight. I played very little Audrey. I'm not a huge Audrey player. I think we definitely end up playing Audrey, but I think I'm going to crib either Tehran's list or Sokka's list or see where the kind of overlap is. Cool. Next up, we have the same tab I opened twice. After that, though, we have the Milwaukee Megacity Championships. We got some bespoke graphics for that. Additional prizes. We got some Neon Static chips. We got a nice old Stein. We got a pin. There's an Urban Art Vernissage and an MIC. These are really nice. I think this MIC showed up originally in, I want to say, somewhere in Texas, if I'm not wrong. This Urban Art Vernissage, I'm assuming, is something to do with the area, which is cool. There's even a trophy of some sort of soldier holding either a torch or playing lacrosse. It's hard to tell at this resolution. Either of those are pretty good looks. And then Milwaukee has some sort of bird bridge, I'm assuming. This is it. This is from Julia Gessner from Mini Plural. When your turn begins, you may add one installed card. We know the text on Urban Art Massage. Really fun too. Oh, that's really sick. You have a little, you have some characters here that we know. So there's Cabinessa in the back, if I'm not mistaken. We have Kit, right? We have, oh, this is really cute. There's a Chaos Theory there with Dino on the back. Eye Patch Dino, so late Dino. Of course, we have Arsana, the Professor. Who else am I missing? Smoke is there. Wait, this is charming. Who else is on here? I think there's behind the art here. That might just be Nasir Maidan. We have our friend Exile here. Can you see my mouse? No, you can't. We have Exile here. We have Nasir here. These two characters might be Kate and someone. It's hard to tell. Who is this person in the striped suit? This has to be someone we know. Is that, oh, that's what's her name? That's the puppet teller. Why do I not know her name? In the back with Cabo's the Mumbat Shaper. Oh yeah, you're right. That's Cabo and the sister. The art on the UAV is based on the Milwaukee Art Museum. I can believe that. That makes a lot of sense. And it's like really this is really charming. Yeah, Jasminder Serene. So we have Jez, we have Smoke, we have Kit. Here is Sunny? I think there's Sunny. Not a shaper, but I think that's Sunny there. We have like purple hair in the sort of like corpo suit. I think there's Sunny behind the installed claws. I don't know who this is. Man, this is cute. This is really, really cute. Very, very cool. I wonder if you see the full art without the text on the back. I like that people do that. And then this is the one from, also from Mini Plural. I think this showed up at an event somewhere more south, if I'm not mistaken. But it's a fun MIC as well. Really cool characters. Great stuff. Let's look at the data. Yeah, Dewi is there. Dewi is the one in the jumpsuit. The fuck? I think the Sunny is a Kiko. Oh, you're right. It makes more sense because they're all shapers. But yeah, that is a Kiko with the purple hair. Because I think Sunny also has a purple accent in her hair. Yeah, Sunny has the purple kind of fringe there, but Kiko has the full purple side. I think you're totally right. Yeah, that is a Kiko. And you have that same sort of, yeah, like kind of white cuffed thing. Yeah, good catch. Very cool catch. Really cool art. Man, that's sick. I really like that sort of very loving references. Hey, Grid, how you doing? Sorry, I'm Grid. Hey, Fast, how's it doing? Forgetting Isla Bios Rahim? Is she here? She might be one of the other characters because I think we're missing something. What is Isla wearing? Got my early bird ticket. Yo, let's go. Last minute. It is finally closed. Oh, that is Isla. So Isla is not the Dewey. Isla is the one with the sort of like striped outfit. That's Isla. So I don't know if Dewi's on here unless Dewi is the person leaning against the art. Dewi's wearing purple. I don't think this is Dewi. It's one of those cards I love to see full art, no text on the back. Yeah. Dewi's on the artwork. Isla is in the pants. Dewi and Meg might not be on it. Dewi and Meg. Yeah, I think you're right. This might be slightly older than that. Man, so charming though. Really, really cool. All right, let's look a bit at the meta. Weird. Very weird. We got some Maggie players. That seems to be the shaper to play. In fact, the only shaper to play. 30 players. I think leaning on the art is Beatrice. I think Beatrice is almost always shown in a hat though. I'd be surprised. Oh, Beatrice, not Pretty. I mean, could be. They seem to be holding like a microphone or something. I don't know. MK had weird ID choices. Spider Bro, yeah, very strange. We have some unknown. That could be anything, honestly. We have a lot of Sable. We have Moosely Hot Mercury's. This is weird. This is not what I'm expecting. Nebula showing up. Like, this also happened at OTG, where like this seems like the Midwest of America just really likes Nebula. It's not showing up anywhere as consistently as that. And then after that, you have the expected Nuvang. BTL showing up a lot. Very little op. In fact, no op. We have Iswak. Almost no Oko. Wait, what the hell is going on here? Wait, what is going on? Like the two decks that are doing the best did not show up, and a quarter of the field is on Nebula, which for, if you ask me, is like really not converting consistently enough. I think into a field of 7 Sable, maybe you're good into Maggie, but into Moosely Hot too. I don't know how great that is. We'll see if people are like really iterating on the Nebula lists. I think right now the kill fast advance lists are kind of a thing, but yeah, this has been like kind of a thing you see mostly in the Midwest, from my experience at least. Oh, top cut conversion, sorry. Let's look at that. Not a big change, just kind of crushes out the smaller numbers at the bottom. So Sable on the top, followed by Maggie. Cool. And then Nebula's half the top cut. So wild. That is not something you see anywhere else. And then this sort of like Jinteki and Wayland split at the bottom, or the back half, not the bottom necessarily, where you have Nuvem, you have BTL, RH, and Iswak. Because the folks at MK aren't checking Maker's Eye. Why is everyone playing Crim? It's really good right now. Like Sable is, I think, one of the easiest and smoothest playing decks in the meta. It doesn't feel like it has any bad matchups. I don't know if I'd recommend Muesli Hot or Zaya or Mercury anywhere near as much, but like Sable just feels really, really good and it's really straightforward to play. Oh, relatively straightforward. I do think it requires like strong fundamentals. Midwestern Loves NBN Butchership can confirm. Yeah, I'm not surprised. They're an OG urban art also. I think the leaning on the art is Beatrice. Yeah, maybe it is because Beatrice is supporting Ars on his art. That could make sense. I think the hair matches. Exile the ticket counter assisting, they let him in? No, Exile's in the art. Exile's right here behind the spend hosted credits, kind of leaning over, reading his, looking in his wallet or his pad or something. But Exile's definitely there. I can't tell who these people are. It might be actually Az and, whoa, is this Az and Kate? Because there seems to be a character in a blue jumpsuit with like shorter hair, but I might be wrong about that. Happy moving day, Sindarin, you know. I forgot to mention it here in Montreal. July 1st is not really celebrated as Canada Day because Quebec is definitely like different about that whole topic. But instead it's moving day where like on average, that's where a lot of leases are up and people spend a lot of time moving. And the worst day, it's like the worst idea to have one day where everyone wants to move. And it should be obvious why that is, right? Like try to get a moving truck, try to get help, try to find a place to put your moving truck. Like it's literally the worst thing you can say. Everybody in the province should move on the same day. It is just nonsense. It makes no sense. Do we know if the staples are more reg over deep dive? All we can tell is if people have published lists. It looks like there's not a lot of published lists here. Shout out to Wonky Wombat making an 8th there. I think hasn't been playing for that long. That's really, really sick. We're meant to be doing some sessions. I messed up the timing on the session on Friday, which I think Wombat wanted to get a session in before this event, but they did great. So shout out to that. Cranked on some Nebula, Timothy, Velo, sorry, 0 Hour and Chaotic Sila all playing Nebula. At the end of the day, it was taken by the deck list of the week and Tip the Scale. So this is just Jai's new Vang list, unchanged from my understanding. So people should know what this list is. And then on top of that, we have this. Oh, this list is cool. Is this the Mantle one? Yeah, this one's really weird. So I've been playing a lot of Maggie lately. This is from Maparali, trying some interesting ideas, trademark. And doing so, I'm reminded of someone, another green megalomaniac with delusions of grandeur, hoping to reshape an island to their image. The King. I have no idea. And then this is meant to be an image of King K. Rool from Donkey Kong. So this list is very different than any Maggie deck I've seen to date. It is playing VRcation, which is cool. That's a card that doesn't show up in every Maggie deck, despite being like the obvious interaction. It's a single steel skin, which is also kind of wild. We also have Stone Chip, so like Don't Die is like very alive and well. But the big thing about this deck is on its 220. And not a card you see at all really in Shaper, but this deck is using Mantle to be able to double charge it, because you can use this for hardware and programs. And so unlike Chesva or unlike the Companions, you can use this easily on the Corporation's turn. So you just charge your twinning super, super, super quickly. And that's what this deck is doing. It has Hyperbaric, which has some Mantle synergy. I think that's the only code gate breaker. So breaking 4 strength code gates early, it's going to be hard. I don't know how you beat that. Like obviously we have overclocks, but I don't know how you deal with a very quick copy of what's it called? Scatterfield, which is showing up now in Auco decks. We have Echelon, we have Revolver, so our Simul Chips has some work to do. This deck's also on Pantograph, and the write-up, Maparali, am I saying that right? Maparali is talking about how Pantograph was just like the thing that felt the smoothest, and it's okay. The idea that when they try and score out and kill you with like scoring out in a card with like touch-ups, you can install a Stone Chip chart room and pop it, and that's kind of cool. You have Compilation for a bit of pressure. This is our HQ pressure on top of the twinning. But otherwise, it's like Reg Shaper with a weird breaker suite. We're on Propeller Rising Tide, so enjoy your 2-strength Rising Tide, I guess. Don't know how excited I am to spend influence on that, but that's not a bad. And then we have a lot of DZs, way more DZs than I think we'd need, as much as Pentagraph only gives you 1 MU. Very weird. I think also Maparali talked about they specifically don't want to play deep dive. And I think I have the sentiment, I really echo this sentiment. The first thing you might notice is a distinct lack of deep dive. This is because I'm allergic to the meta. Deep dive may finish games, but I like to play Netrunner. And like, so not tone neutral, not value neutral there. But that is, I think, my biggest frustration with deep dive is I don't feel like I'm playing Netrunner. I like to run centrals and touch cards. I like to make a call and run remote servers. Would it make the deck better? Almost certainly. And that's probably the sad truth here. But shout out to Maparali, at least for sticking to their guns. But that's exactly what I feel about deep dive. It doesn't feel like you're playing the game. It's an easy way, I think, to get a lot more pressure in the deck and close out games where you're on 2 points, no problem, as much as you probably want to have it in Click Gainer in there. No Muse and no guy that sells cards. No, I don't think a lot of Maggie decks are playing Muse. I think self-modifying code sees a lot more play consistently. I think you'll see a bit more Muse in the decks that are running Madani. And I also think Knick-Knack is not like a quintessential card in most of the Shaper decks that are currently seeing play in the meta. I think Knick-Knack is really underperforming in Shaper. I think there's some maybe interesting decks that I haven't seen too much, the ones that actually rely on things like Principia. But if you're just running Coalescence, I don't think you want to play Knick-Knack. I don't think it's that great. I'd rather just play like the third spec work if we think it's necessary. If I'm not mistaken, like D's list that a lot of people have been playing over the last couple months, that's not running Knick-Knack. A lot of the Shaper lists are not running Knick-Knack. But it's not a bad card. It's definitely not a bad card. It's just like, doesn't seem super necessary. Oof. Maggie and Sable are 5-click runners, so they do well. Yeah, but Maggie also does well because you can just like be pretty safe and you can play install runner. And for better for worse right now, Shaper is really good at playing install runner. As long as your opponent can go slow enough. This is the thing that I don't understand is how did this list do so well into the Nebula decks? Because my guess is that this list is not very capable of running on turn 1. And if you cannot run on turn 1 or turn 2 very consistently against Nebula and beat 1 or 2 ice, I don't know how you beat it. Right? Like if they play a Funhouse, which is a 4-strength code gate, if they play an MIC, which is a 4-strength code gate, like how quickly is Hyperbaric getting to strength? That's the one thing I don't understand because Maggie, I haven't played enough Maggie into Nebula, but it feels like maybe they get to 5 points and maybe you can close the game out there. But if they're on nano management, if they're on false lead, if they're on kill combo, like I still don't think you consistently beat it with stone ships. Maybe you do, but I don't know. Maggie's the best deck, but it's really hard. Seb is the best deck, but it's really hard. Sable's the second best deck and really easy. I kind of agree from parts of that, but I think Maggie is not that hard. I think Maggie is hard because a lot of people want to like quote unquote play Netrunner. They want to run and touch cards and stuff. And in Maggie, you're not incentivized to do that. You're meant to just like sit back and set up. I don't think it's as hard as Seb. I believe there's 0 deep dive crims in the top 8 of MKAE. Just a weird meta, like definitely doing their own thing there. And I'm glad that it looks like maybe people are kind of converting to be able to deal with that. But yeah, this doesn't look like anything else that you'd see. This does sort of, this does not, and this definitely does not. So very, very strange. I think Red Crim is a way better outcome matchup. Yes, I agree. Moving day is the most convenient because that's the day most renter agreements end to begin. Nobody I know likes it. Yes, a lot of places end. My rent went up today. That's just kind of how it goes. So we renewed our rent here for at least a bit longer. It's just how it is. Kind of weird. Outgo's the reason Dave Dev Sable isn't busted. Mantle Q Loop is what's in my Maggie deck. I think it's going to do great. My lists are getting published tonight or tomorrow, I think. I'm putting the finishing touches on the 3,400 words I've written across my write-ups. Craig, just make sure you contact your editor. Give them like a bit of leeway because I don't think they can edit that long in just like one evening. Sable's 1-6, 2 ties into Nebula. Sorry, Spider? Should have been a picture of Brandon the King. Look, it's been a month since I published a new thing. It's professionally very disappointing that no one has found a way to improve on it. I think people have. Like, I think Wacko changed some cards. I think at the end of the day, too, it's just like people trust you, Jai, and it's smooth. And like I played it and maybe I'd make like 1 or 2 changes, but I don't think anyone would make a substantial change. I'm like interested about the matchup too. I feel like I've played that matchup into like set up shapers like Maggie. And if I can't go out really quickly, I do just kind of lose the game because once they get all the breakers down, I'm kind of cooked and they're pretty good at not dying. But I don't know. I don't have enough reps of it like in the last couple weeks. I played a lot of it though. Oh yeah, we should look at win rates. You're right, Spider Bro. That's going to be really interesting. Let's see how this compares. So what we want to do is we want to go to Aesop's tables. We want to go find the Milwaukee, which is not on Aesop's tables. It's on Cobra. So 29 players. We can put this into Maker's Eye and we can see what the win rates look like. Holy shit. Yo, Milwaukee, what's going on? Corp win rate 64, runner win rate 44. So there's like a 60% win rate just about on the Corp side. That is very different than every other tournament. So really quickly, I'm going to grab in, what's it called? I'll grab in because we haven't looked at it yet, but just to grab the numbers from EMEA, I'm assuming that's a huge outlier to what we're expecting. Because classically, the win rates have been pretty close in big tournaments. Whether that means the runner decks are not there or the Corp decks are on a different level, I can't tell you, but that is definitely an outlier to the data we see. So this is a slightly bigger event. This is some 40 odd players. This is in Europe, global meta as much as Europe time zone made sense. And this has 6172. So still higher than it's been on a while on the Corp side. I think we've generally got a bit closer to that, but yeah, that is I think a fair bit higher than anything we've seen to date. That's total win, not percentage. No, sure, but if you add these numbers, they're close to 100, so that kind of makes sense, right? But you're right, that's total wins. It's just like together, this is 64 out of 110, which is like 60% win rate, just about. Weird, really, really weird. Let's just look at win rate. No runners above a 50% win rate. Yoy, that I don't think is normal. That is not what we're seeing in other places. So say that we go here and do the same thing. Like there's no shot that we see a sub 50 on everybody, right? Like there's usually 1 or 2 runners that are above 50. Every runner had sub 50 win rate in Milwaukee. What is going on? Really weird. I'm sorry, Corpse at MEA, I take responsibility for the corp win rate being ass. I couldn't find it on my own decks. Yeah, Bane, how's it going? Dive is always stolen agenda. Time to spend the rest of the game preparing to run 3 centrals once. I kind of agree. Hey, Heliopolix, how's it going? Yo, yo, yo. Deep Dive is getting soft banned because of gameplay aesthetics. Maybe just got lucky on Nebula and not drawing combos FA pieces. The deck is really consistent, right? Like you can brick up. Some people are playing Sprint or the other red card that shuffles back cards, but I don't know. I think over that many Nebula decks over that long, like they shouldn't brick it that consistently. Mags isn't hard, it's boring. I 100% agree with that. I don't think Mags is hard to play. Mags is just very boring. And the difficulty of Mags is not playing the game of Netrunner the way that you want to play it, which is like touch cards. You don't want to do that. You have no incentive to do that. You should just run the remote server when it makes sense. Then you should just deep dive. Kind of it. Hey, John, you should consider looking around next year. Most rents in big cities are going down because of the Fed government getting their shit together in terms of immigration. Yeah, it looks like the next year conversation is more about potentially buying a place, which I think Maddie and I are at that point where we're going to be considering that, which is both stressful and exciting, for sure. We've never owned a place. I've been renting ever since I've came to Montreal, since college, but that's probably the next step. A lot of folks in Montreal do just rent, but there's a lot of like mixed density housing, so a lot of condos and stuff like that, so it's not unreasonable to buy a place here. It's definitely more expensive than living outside of the city, so you can do way more for less money, but it's not the worst market right now. It's definitely not pre-COVID stuff, but we've been looking a bit. I saw the list and it all immediately made sense, which I think says a lot. I haven't been playing, but I bet it's hard to actually improve by much. Sorry, Corpse that you make. Sorry. Hey, man, I only dropped 1 game on Reg Table all weekend. I did what I could. Nice, correct. We better compare week by week stats on Maker's Eye. Nearly. Like, I don't think we can learn too much about it because different metas are different, but like this is really strange compared to Milwaukee. I don't know what to say about that. I don't think we've seen runners perform this poorly in a tournament for a bit. It'd be interesting to track trends. Yeah, it would be. I don't think it's something we can easily do live, but you could track like just tracking the megacities as well, like the online NSG megacities. There's definitely a narrative in there. Good luck finding a spot. Thank you. New room setup. The cat image better stay though. I mean, it seems increasingly unlikely. Currently, you can kind of fiddle the overall stats page to do a data range. I personally check pre-June versus post. Oh yeah, because on the main page you can like run a meta analysis. You can probably date range it. That's cool. Hope you find a nice place. Thank you. Can't wait to buy personally in a few years off, but it'll be so nice. I don't know. Like parts of it are nice. Our rent here is like incredibly cheap. So we've been getting away with a lot. I think if our rent wasn't as cheap as it was, we probably would have been looking for something else for a while now because we've definitely got to the extent of the space. Like we're just filling this up with more furniture and it's getting less easy to like do walking. But yeah. We'll see how it is. Crazy how poorly runners do considered. I'm still convinced they're much better. Yeah, I kind of am too. Anyways, weird. Milwaukee, stay weird. I don't know what's going on there. Let's go look quickly at Europe at the EMEA, which is this one, online megacities. I'm assuming we're seeing the data we're expecting. This is kind of what you expected. So a lot of Sable followed by Hoshiko, Seb falling up there. I think all the Seb players did really well. I think out of the 3 Seb players, 2 of them made top cut. Then you probably have Ari into Maggie. Cool. And then probably Essa. And then you go from there. This was about 40 players. Then, of course, Ob now taking superiority, followed by Oko, followed by Nebula is my guess. And then this is probably Nuvang. Yes. And then Bangoon, 2 players, sick. So this is kind of what you expected on the global meta scale. I don't know what this unknown slot is. Something's going wrong. And if we go to the top cut, I'm assuming Shaper's going to present more than we'd expect. Okay, that's still more than you'd expect. I don't know what unknown is, so we can be able to check that out. Seb, again, 2 out of the 3 players converted. We have a bit of Sable, we have a bit of Hoshiko, so a bit of an upset there. And then this is exactly what we've been looking at every single meta, is the top is all entirely Wayland and Aoko, or Wayland and Jateki. I think there's 1 Arch player, and the unknown is literally unknown. I don't know what this is meant to be. Unknown is the new ID, is that it's a bug on Cobra? But which one? Because Aoko's going through, so which ID is this? I guess we can check. Who came in 8th? Who was 7th in Swiss, more accurately? 7th in Swiss. That was Mortivore playing Op? No, it should be Op and Ryu. So it's a Ryu problem, I guess. I don't know what's going on. So it's another Op. So yeah, the top gun is kind of what you expected it to be, which is like buckle up. It's a mixture of like assets that do damage to you and like aggressive fast advance. This is all streamed. It should be linked here sooner than later, I'm hoping. But you can find it on Null Signal Games Twitch and YouTube channel. I watched a couple of the last games, but I didn't watch any of the day one. I should catch up on day two. Things that are worth shouting out. Seb did really well here. Seb hasn't done great at a tournament for a while now. We have players who might have been just grinding Seb. Tehran is playing Bling Seb, and you can find the deck list. I want to play that today, which we will. Siphon Seb, I think this is just like reg Seb stuff, playing Amanuensis. I got to watch a couple of replays because Zomsdraft played against Augustus a couple times. But this is not too surprising. This is what the list looked like earlier before Pravdivos showed up, which that deck hasn't shown up anywhere. Pravdivos, did people just stop playing Pravdivos because people started teching into it? And then we have bad deck, do not play from Ruben. I mean, endorsing it. Couldn't be losses due to piloting error. It's a good staple deck. Yeah, very good. And shout out to Augie winning on this Alco deck, which is posted. It's not claimed, but you can find it. Cold Lava has this really cool deck. Sadly, it's lat. One of the only lats to get like a top performance in a bit. People are just not playing lat anymore. This is the deck that Cold Lava played that is just killing unmeasured response super aggressively. It's running Basalt Spire, which is just very, very good because it just means the double measured text is so hard to dodge. Like nobody is surviving double measured usually. They either don't have 8 credits or they have just 8 credits and not enough cards in hand. And then you have all the tricks, full assets. And then this is a lat deck, which is probably deep dive, not deep dive. Oh, cool. So it's just Madani lat, which is going to set up. It has a bit of tech. We have Hush, which is not super common, but a good card into a couple matchups. We have the Fizzarum, we have Fermenters, Coupulations. We have Chesva, nice. Good way to spend some influence, I reckon. Our Breaker Suites, Propeller Tide, and Principia. So this could be the Knickknack deck. And this is the sort of deck I'm talking about, where you play 3 Knickknack and it doesn't entirely make sense with only Coalescence. So you probably have to be playing Principia. So I want to see how this plays out because I have no experience into it. And then we have Echelon, and that's our only killer. We have a Unity as well. Turn 2, there was 6 Alco in the top 8. Yeah, that sounds about right. How's it going, Dajin? Sounds really good. Maybe Baz or Phoenix is a double quotes from Cobra. Yeah, I think it is the Phoenix. The double quotes might be breaking it. Yeah. Day 1 wasn't able to be streamed. Oh, bummer. Okay, so it's only day 2. So that makes sense why I didn't see any of it because it literally doesn't exist. Yeah, it's hard to stream all this stuff. This is something I like. I hope it's obvious. It's a lot of time and effort to stream these tournaments. Null Signal Games right now, they put out a post to like get people involved. They have one of their like, what do they call it? Recruitment drives, and they're looking for people to do the streaming stuff like online play coordinator, play policy, organized play policy writer. That's a wild position. That's really, really cool. Prize coordinator. This is a part that NSG really, I think, needs somebody focusing on this. There's a lot of people here who are still don't have prize support for a long time coming. It's obviously a very difficult thing to do, like getting a lot of stuff to a lot of people, ensuring people know what they're getting. Like I'm at the point where I think I'm missing stuff and I don't even know what I'm missing. And that's also not because of playing, but also like doing commentary and stuff. Like I think NSG, this has been a bit messy, so I'm glad that they're sorting it out because they definitely could use some help on that more specialized position. Retail account liaison, I'm not gonna pretend I know what that is, but it'll tell you. And then video and stream editor, which is really cool that they want to like make the NSG YouTube channel a bit better. Breaking down and editing things to like watchable sizes is really good. I'm imagining a lot of people won't tune in to go watch like an 8-hour stream super easily, but if it's like a 30-minute excerpt of a good game, people will watch that. So I agree with that. But at the end of the day, like having someone whose like expectation and their job is to stream every like Continentals across every weekend, like it is so much time and it is so much work. And so if that stuff doesn't fire, like I kind of get it, but it's really hard to just have volunteers to be able to stream constantly all the time. So shout out to all the people who are like giving their time into it, but like that is nearly a job, I would say, to be able to constantly stream. Like you have a whole weekend where it's like 8 hours on one day, 6 hours on the next day. That is a lot of work. Like it cannot be undersung. I know for sure because I've done a lot of that stuff, but it's a lot of work. Commentary volunteers and stream runners are always needed. I did a lot of it, but I ended up TOing a lot nowadays. Yeah, no, actually too. Like I used to do this all the time. I've been doing it a bit less because my time has been a bit harder, but it's like very hard to be like, I'm going to spend 8 hours on this weekend to like stream the whole event. It's just a lot of work. Kolava did a very cool line in the top card where he paused for a long time before pulling the kill. Didn't ask for action, which he could have given it away. I like those. Like, I don't know what to do. If you pause for a really long time, obviously, like, you can't argue that they didn't give you a window. I like to ask usually. I feel a bit better about it, but like, no disrespect to that. If you waited long enough, that's usually pretty good. I gotta watch a bit of it. Some of the lines were very, very cool. Again, I said this earlier today, but a lot of the lines were like, oh my god, if he does extract for 6 credits into double measured, the game is just cooked. And those lines were showing up consistently, but I did not realize the deck was on a single extract. Even the commentators were saying it, like extract into double measured, that's the game. Like we're on 4 credits, start a turn. That's it. It's like go to 10 and then just blow all your money. Who cares? You win. And I do think that the extract showed up way more than you might have expected. It was very, very cool. If Synapse ever works, it's got to be Glacier. The install ignoring all costs does not make sense otherwise. No, I would say it doesn't make a lot of sense, especially because you have to reveal it. And revealing your ice is like still not great as much as you save all the credits. It's just like that deck doesn't seem to make any sense right now, and it's very, very clumsy. I know, but it can make it work, and it's depressing here in Synapse Land. I'm okay that Synapse is not doing anything as much as I want NBN to do, maybe a bit more. Hey, Damian, hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for dropping by. Long time no see. I'm definitely medically much better. Unfortunately, the tests came back. They couldn't find any of that bacteria, but like I'm totally normal now. So I'm just hoping there was a stomach bug or something. And we're going to like some of the tests that I did were covered by insurance, which is really good. We found out today. So that's kind of nice. Real talk, they should unban R+. I would say no. I would say no. I would say no, and it's also like a balancing thing, right? Like R+ existing Gyno is just gonna be a problem when it comes to like designing and balancing ice, right? Like you can't design cards that are gonna be too cost cheaper. Rare Jai L take. Never clicked on anything as fast as when I saw the stream pop up. Shlo, welcome to the stream. How's it going? We're gonna be playing some Bling today. I think that's what we're jumping into right now. Actually, yeah, we looked at the EMEA tournament. It was not too much different than what we'd expect. But yeah, going into this meta, like Auko, Op, things you have to beat. How do you beat those? I honestly don't know. I don't know. And that is what we're finding is like the Auko deck that you have to beat, especially in closed deck lists, is so wildly different depending on who you're playing, depending on what week you're playing. Like we saw a trend with Jai's list and now Augustus Caesar's list that this is moving more to like a very HB heavy kind of efficiency list that threatens fast advance, that threatens multiple servers, that threatens the ice face checks, that threatens running archives, that threatens the damage. Like it just does everything. And then there's versions that are doing well in tournaments that are running like Oppa research into measured response and to end of the line, right? Like there's the kill versions, the straight kill versions. There's versions that are doing way more fast advance. It like does everything and you have to respect all of them. And it doesn't tell you that much information on what it's doing until it's kind of a bit too late or very deep into the game. That's one of the weird things. Like if you find a scatter field or find a humanoid, yeah, then you know it's up. That's for sure. I do like that people are moving away from Bladderwort and just playing money and using money to play the game, play better Netrunner. I think that's overall probably better for the game. But Auko and to the same extent Op, like good luck in closed deck lists. It's so hard to tell what they're doing. And there's like such a variety in the list. Like the identity is doing so much work. Like this list is different than the Augie list to some extent, which was the deck list of the week like a week ago, if I'm not mistaken, which is different than the acid list that are trying to kill you. I think some of them are measured response, some are not. It's like very, very tricky. And I do think that's helping Corpse a lot right now, is that you can't tell what they're up to because their shells are so strong. I don't know. Does Borealis happen in Canada? I do not check much of the lore of that cycle. A lot of Borealis happens in just the Arctic Circle. So there's a couple cards that are depicted specifically in Canada. So what is the name? Nanocivic Grid is a Canadian card as much as it's banned. So this happens up on, I think, like Baffin Island or in the north of Canada. This is I think like a word from the folks who live up in the territories, the First Nations people. Sundog is a Canadian character who's died on End of Line, but a lot of the other parts of Borealis happen in the Arctic Circle, kind of around Siberia and northern Russia, which is why you end up with so many like Slavic names. Like Vladisibirsk is in the northern part of the Arctic in Russia. So a character in the fiction of Borealis is Canadian. He appears on End of the Line. Yeah. Nanocivic is also like canonically Canadian. I'd like to say that our friend here, the bear, is also Canadian. I don't remember the bear's name. The bear constantly betrays me, but the bear might be Canadian too. That might be the other one. I know about Sundog because I read the card's flavor. Yeah, Sundog is canonically the only Canadian character in the game who's super dead. Do you think FUT should cost 2? Uber Legend, I don't know. I don't think it's the biggest deal. The cost of FUT, like you can easily res FUT. That's a big thing. I can't search FUT. That sucks. Bautisita? I find that this card just does make non-games. Like if this gets res behind ice, you just can't really safely run centrals anymore. If this gets 2 counters, running central, you hit a Fuji, you take 5 damage. You hit a Sting, you take 4 damage. Like that's just very hard to play the game around that context. And then on top of the context that the deck you're playing against is a super efficient, quick deck that is now pushing things on table in the remote server. You have to consider running archives to flip up Regenesis. There's just not a great way of dealing with this besides pinholing it or running it down immediately. And the games that you can't do that, they do feel like they're non-games. I think all the games where FUD runs away on turn 1 or turn 2 are not interesting games on the runner side. So I don't know what to say about that. Card is very, very powerful for sure. What is your top 1 province for the next Canadian runner? Nanook, definitely Canadian. Okay, grab. I'm glad we got Nanook. Very good art here. This is a Doyle, right? Yeah, Nanook is sick. A runner in the upcoming set is in my mind a Montrealer, but we haven't discussed that yet. They just got Montreal vibes. I heard there's a Canadian character in the art of KPI. Oh my god, you're totally right. There is a Canadian character in KPI. Yeah, this is the second now canonical Canadian character. Shit, Sokka, you're going to get shot at some point. Please, run. Cooked like a hard-boiled egg. Does too much, trash cost too high? I think the trash cost is high. I think the trash cost is definitely high for the modern game we're in, but it's not so much the trash cost of the card, it's just like, can you touch the card or not? If you can touch the card, paying 3 for it is like a steal, considering you don't lose the game. But yeah, at least like, it's a bit higher than you'd expect. Pat confirmed that there's a new set in the works. I mean, there has to be, right? Doesn't say that out loud. Narrative might end the line them. They have a target on their back. Yeah, Sokka, be safe, bud. 3 pinhole, 3 stone ship meta, let's go. I don't think we're at 3 pinhole so far. A lot of decks are on 2 pinhole, but hey, speaking of Sokka, let's play a deck. So let's just do cards use Bling. And I think we're going to be able to like search up Tehran's list, who is also playing this. So this is Bling Seb. You can watch, there's a replay in the stream where Sokka plays this. It was a really fun matchup too. I think Sokka got away with a lot of the cool tricks on the lines of this deck. I'm also going to do a little trick here where we're going to open up XDG's deck comparison. This might not work, so we have to add deck, confirm add, and then I'm going to go to Cobra. I'm going to go to Aesop's. I'm going to grab Tehran's list, who came second, going 2-1-1 with this list. And then I'm going to have to grab this list, and then I'm going to have to import it just to see the differences. So then we'll go My Decks. We'll import this because I want to see what the difference is between these two lists. Import deck, copy paste this, Tehran's Bling Seb. We'll import it. I don't know how to add Seb. Okay, edit. Sebastio Souza Besua. Save. View. I think view works. Add deck. Confirm add. Okay. So now we can compare these two decks and see the differences. So deck differences, actually a fair few differences. Kind of cool. So on the right is Tehran's list, and you'll see all the differences that are highlighted. So Tehran is playing no raindrops, no sure gambles, but playing 3 price. We're on 3 transfer wealth, so our influence is less into things like no free lunch, which no free lunch makes a lot of sense with Bling, so that's interesting. Right here, this is Sokka. Sokka really believes in Bling, so we're on 3 Blings as opposed to 2. However, we have Gachapon and a Solidarity badge, and I like both of those. Programs, only slightly different. We're on a bit of Fermenter backup money, and I do think Sokka's deck did not have enough money, so the Fermenters make a bit sense. Instead of Botulists, we have 3 Botulists instead of 2. This deck is running no Valentino, which is wild, no Stone Chip, and no free lunch, which I think is one of the big reasons why you'd play Bling, is my guess. However, if we're playing 3 transfer wealths, that slot has to come from somewhere. We're running fewer Lagus, we're playing fewer Hannas, and then we have a single Iru in this list. So they're actually like significantly different. I think the game plan is probably the same, but I'm not sure which one of these I like better. I think there's a chance we're going to start with Sokka's version just because it's like 3 Bling, and Bling is what we're trying to do. And it feels like this deck is going to maximize Bling triggers. So for those who are not familiar, I didn't exactly know this about Bling. So Bling gives you 1 MU for 2 credits, which is fine. That's really good. And whenever you install a card without spending credits, you may host the top card of your stack face up on this hardware. You can play that card for the rest of the turn until your next discard phase in which you trash all the cards. Now, because you can play these cards, they're considered in your hand. So when Seb takes a tag and installs a connection for free, hopefully, not only does that fire Bling, you actually are able to install the card on Bling. So you can do some really wild things where you install a card, get something on the Bling somehow, then you run a central or run a remote server. You fire Aquaceris Crew to get the tag, which means you can install a card off the Bling, which will fire the Bling because you're installing that card for free, and then you get another card on the Bling, and so on and so forth. That's really, really cool. The fact that like Seb's text works perfectly with Bling. This is 49 cards. I think we're down to 45 on this. So maybe this one's a bit more consistent, even if it's on fewer copies of the bling. Maybe just being on 45 is a bit better. But this seems gonna be tricky. This is a much better comparison tool than one on NetRunnerDB. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, I'll throw the list. XDG made this and just shared it like last week. If you're not aware of this, it's just deckdelta.xdg.jnode.x.g.me. I didn't know you can compare decks on JNet, I'll be honest, but this is really quite good. No free lunch makes sense, but it's a bad hit with the price. Yeah, it's definitely not good with the price. But the idea with no free lunch is like it's the cheapest way to remove a tag, which is nice in Seb, and it fires bling, which is nice. Notably, the cards are not considered in your hand. You can only play them as if they were in the hand, so Steelskin, Strike Front, or Sad. Yeah, unfortunately, Steelskin and Strike Front, they also don't fire off of the blink when they're trashed to the end of the turn because you trash the hosted cards. But Strike Front and Steelskin only fire when they're trashed from your grip or the top of the stack, so that doesn't work. But at the end of the day, if you have like a bling on your Strike Front, or sorry, you have a Strike Front on your bling, you can just click for 3 credits functionally and play it. But it's not perfect, but it's not the worst. But yeah, they're not in your hand, so that doesn't work. That means you can't Audrey them or do anything cool with them. I think both these lists are on Audrey. Yeah, you have to be on Gourmand. I think Audrey Gourmand also makes a lot of sense on the basis that you are playing Praxis. And so having Gourmand as your cheap thing to recur is really nice with this, especially when you're on threat 3 or only when you're on threat 3. And otherwise, that's pretty cool. I think this deck is going to be really tricky to pilot. I think we're going to have good and bad matchups. How are we into assets? I imagine we're not the best into assets. This version at least has 3 Hannah, which is good, and 3 Lago, which is really good. But we have no way of generating resources, if I'm not mistaken, to help trash assets. All we have for our money is cards like Friend of a Friend. From my understanding, Friend of a Friend is a lot better right now. It's a card that you actually want to keep in your opening hand because it's one of the few ways that you can take a tag. And that's a big thing with Seb right now. It feels like there are fewer ways to get tags consistently. I'm not sure what changed in the rotation, but outside of Transfer of Wealth and like Aquaceras Crew, we don't have that many ways to go give ourselves a tag on our own volition. We'll give this a shot. You can't Audrey the stuff in Bling. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's not in your hand. You can play them as if they're in your hand, but you can't trash a card from your grip. It's specifically not in your grip. But these cards can at least be played or installed. You have 6 Gourmand, you'll be fine. Bah, how's it going? Yeah, I think we have 6 Gourmand at least. And then with Ashen, we could have more. I wonder if actually Tron's on Ashen. Yeah, Tron is on Ashen. That's surprising. I don't know how often you go through 45 cards, but maybe that's a big part with the price here, is that you just rip through your deck super quickly. And I think actually with the context of Bling, you end up going through your deck way faster than you think you do. Because every time that you play a 0-cost card or a card that you reduce to 0 cost, you end up functionally drawing a card. So you end up with a lot of these like weird cantrips and you find yourself decking out somewhat consistently. All right, I've had no coffee today and not enough food, so this might be a train wreck. If it is, buckle up. Safety first. But I think this one's going to be a bit complicated. I was a big Seb fan. I think I've been a big Seb fan. Seb was like the deck I played the most when TAI came out. It was like the coolest identity. Since then, like we started seeing the like 70 card Seb decks, which are a bit upsetting. But Seb is doing really quite well right now, and I do think it's a mean deck as well. I've been playing a lot of Blink R8. You get through your deck by turn 8. Yikes! Wow. Okay. That's why we're playing 49, right? We're also not amanuensis, which is worth saying. I think for a while people were scared to play amanuensis into a world where people were playing touch-ups into whatever else. All right, this matchup is probably not going to be great for us. Hey, it's Duckland. She mulliganed. Hey, best of luck, have fun. So again, our early best stuff we can have against Alco is Lagu is really good. Audrey's not bad. Having a Steelskin is fine too. So this hand's okay. The Lago is like the thing we want to get down for sure. We have no great way of taking a tag, which means Seb's text is going to be blank for a bit. We probably don't want to play the Steelskin, so we can just kind of face check. If we get Audrey down and start trashing cards, that's good. But if we play Audrey into Lago, we have no money. So I can't tell if this is good. Is Cacophony gaming today? No, Lamb. We'll play the deck list of the week. Usually we do on Thursday. So that'll be Thursday night. Bling works with Seb. Does that mean it also works with Illumination? Yes, it does. Heliopolix. And I think that's actually the basis of why a lot of people are playing Bling and Ari. Because you can play Illumination, you can play with DZMZ. So you have a lot of ways to ensure your cards are super cheap. DZ works really, really well with that. I mean, the best card in the hand is Lagu. I'm going to mulligan. Okay, this hand is better. We have no Fractor, so Samasamun, which is not seeing as much play as it was a month ago, is not as common. Okay, 2 on the table. We have no read of what this Alco deck is. We definitely want to get the Langu down. I don't really want to get the Gourmand down. On 3 credits, we can trash most things on the table. This does give us a panic draw, which is nice. So, like, what are we trying to find that we trash with Gourmand that we're happy about? It draws through our deck. That's fine. Hostile. Okay. So we'll trash that. Nice. Now we want to trash this. This might be a Bladderwort. Otherwise, it's a cohort. It's a Reaper. Okay. So this might be complete image. This is like full grinder kill. So buckle up. She spent 5 to do 2 meat damage. We lost a Gourmand, which is bad. Alco did trigger, and we have an ice on HQ. And then a power draw last click. So we need to get the Banhar down. This is where our money is not very good. We have to keep in mind, like, we just don't have great money. We could play Praxis here just to get a tag, so we can install Banhar, install a thing from the bin. But I think we just want to keep our cards up and keep our credits up. So we probably just do draw here, click for credits. Like, we don't have access to... oh, we'll play Banhar. It's just like if we Banhar HQ and it's a Size on time, we lose the game. Petty Cash, trash the top. Yep. Okay, that's good. We lost that card and we got the better card for it. I think this is like the thing against Alco. Okay, power draw last turn. Is that it really disincentivizes you from trying to win? Because if we like rip a Fuji, that's really good for us maybe. But at the end of the day, like, I don't know if we want to take that damage. We probably do on this board state. It's just like you can end up in bad spots. Sting, okay. That's fine. The second stings are now going to be more problematic. It's a Bladderwort. Oh, we can't trash that. We should have had 3 credits. That was a mistake on our part. If she reses that, she can't duck, so we're not too concerned that she reses that. If she reses and ices it, we're pretty upset. So we could just trash this and go down to 0 credits, but we definitely should have clicked for a credit there. On 2 credits, the only thing you can trash is Cohort and Reaper, but Bladderwort makes a lot of sense. But if she reses that, she's down to 4, and then that doesn't work, right? Because you gain the credit first. I think we'll just deal with it. We're on 0 credits, though. I really hate this. We really messed up. We lost a click there. Duck. Pun intended. Alco got the trigger there, so now we have to consider running archives because there's a face down. Luckily, the early lag goes sick. Fantastic. And we're just going to be ground out into this turn and turn again. This is really not great. So we need at least 3 credits. Transfer's not really great because she can just duck it. So what do we need to run here? Like, she could res something expensive, like a moon pool, and then duck this. We need to consider checking archives. With the steel skin, we're relatively safe, but notice how we're not like using most of our cards. I don't know what to do about that. Importantly, Praxis doesn't flip the cards in archives because you don't actually do the access. It's a replacement. Some people can like panic and like res the Spin Doctor or whatever. But now this in theory could be like a 4-point combo with Regenesis into Fuji. So checking archives makes a bit of sense here. On 5 credits, if she reses a Fuji, we don't die, but we like, sorry, Sai Santan, we lose a lot of our hand. I don't want to pre-botulist because if it's a Samasamona, it's not very good. If it's a Tattoo Bowl, it's really, really bad for us. I think we just run archives here. We'll draw once for raindrops, maybe? Friend? Okay, we have to play that sooner than later. Man, this Bling is just hanging out in our hand. It's a hybrid, okay. So that was chosen to be thrown out. So she might be like proper flooded. If we Praxis now, we're not on threat 3 yet. But with Praxis, we can install a card from our hand, install a card from our heap. Not really loving any of the cards from our heap. So we can let these go through. What's the worst case scenario? Like Cohort and Server 6. So I think we just install Friend of a Friend, but the problem is we don't have anything to do with the tag on Friend of a Friend. Yeah, that's really bad. This is really quite bad. I would love a Fermenter here. Fermenter would like really keep us afloat. I think we just have to do this. I don't like passing my turn on 0 credits. At least we can get 9, but we need a draw first. It's a Cohort. Okay, double Cohort. Weird. But that's really scary because now she's going to be drawing like 5 cards a turn. Mandatory, Cohort draws 1, Cohort draws 1, Alco draws 2. Like, it's just kind of messed up. I don't think Bling is going to come into play. Free card draw. Nice. Hannah's really good. That's fantastic. So we can Friend of a Friend to Hannah. We can check one of these and we can clear the tag with Hannah. Now with double Cohort, we have to run everything on the table because anything could be like never advanced anything. Hey, John. Server 6, I guess. So would we rather check the table first? Yeah. Good time for a transfer. I mean, it's not great because we already have the tag. If it's a Size Santan, it's really quite bad for us. She ducks it, and then if she reses an ice, like on average, she reses this for like 2 to 3 credits, and then she can duck the table. I don't think it's amazing. Flatterwort. Might do something. We'll take the tag. So we either have to run all of these or we have to run the cohort. For Genesis, okay, so there's probably points in the bin. We're now on threat 3, which is kind of nice. That's the Spin Doctor. It's a virus. Okay, we'll trash that. So if we trash one cohort, she won't outgo this turn. It seems like there's points in archives. I don't think we're really incentivized to run them, so we'll just trash this. This might be a complete image kill deck. I wouldn't be super surprised. So now we are weak to... Could it be measured? It could be measured. She could double measured us. No, it's threat 4. We're fine. And then next turn we can like Praxis back, run archives. We'll get back Hannah. We just need something in our hand. I just don't want to play the steel skin for obvious reasons. Like if we were playing Praxis, we definitely want to install something from our hand. Bling be damned. She's on 11, so measured eventually will be online. I'm assuming with her Genesis, there's some points in the bin. Okay, raindrops is not bad. There's the FUT. So here we consider dealing with the FUT. If this is, no matter what this is, we're okay kind of charging it. Okay, decks are playing measured. Yeah, some are. Yeah, some are playing at least 2 measured. That's maybe a possibility. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Maybe not, maybe 1 measured, but some are for sure. Some are also playing Oppo into end line. So dealing with FUT is maybe worth something. We can still check archives here. With the FUT, we can just raindrops it. If this is a Sai Santana, it doesn't really matter where we put Banhar. We can't flatline to it, especially if she calls the event. Bling before Praxis? Yeah, I don't think we're going to be playing that yet. I think we're just going to raindrops FUT. I just don't want this to get out of control, especially if she puts a second ice on it, if she can afford it. Tattoo Bull, okay. So 1 damage. So lost the transfer, bad. Okay, never mind, got a transfer. So we could do Blink into Praxis, but we want a thing in hand. We could consider face checking this. We haven't seen any enemies. We haven't seen any Sai Santans. So I'm not super incentivized. I think we draw once to see deeper. We could raindrops archives. We're assuming we'll be on threat. And so if we run this and it's a what's it called? A Fuji will be down to 4 cards. We could win the game from there probably. It's like relatively safe. If it's Fuji into a 1-pointer, we win. But there has to be something in archives. She's going to have the Oko counters anyways. But like we died a double measured so easily. So we kind of want to just get to 4 credits. So I think we raindrops R&D. That puts us to 6. And then we just click for 1. That doesn't do it. I just like this Bling is not doing anything. It really is not doing anything here. This sucks. Yeah, I don't want to do the Praxis because we don't have a thing from our hand. Like this Praxis, basically all it does is allows us to install, a Gourmand and installs a friend of a friend. And then we clear the tag with a friend of a friend. So we functionally spend 2 clicks for 4 credits and a Gourmand. Which is not the worst, but imagine we have like a Hannah in our hand. Botches into TOW is a risk. I don't love the transfer. It doesn't beat Samak. It doesn't really do that much against that much else. It doesn't do Sai Santan well. It doesn't do Tattoo Bolo well. So like I'd rather just send it and not play this card because this card probably does more as just like Banhar fuel. Like I think we just click 2 and throw out the Bling. Chat, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This is what happens. It's like all our other cards. It might have been right to keep the Bling and play the Botulus. Face check the cohort. I don't want to. If it's a Sai Santan, we probably lose. Changeling, how's it going? And the single cohort, I'm not too worried about. Also, Architecture and MR seems like a lot of influence. Yeah, my read is that she could be on 1 MR, 2 Hostiles, and Spins. That's my read, Kevin. It's a possibility. I just don't know what else. Like maybe Hollowman. Stone Ship's really good. That's actually really, really good. It's another FUT. Okay. So I guess we check it. She has infinite credits. So I think we just do Stone Ship raindrops. You get 2 drops from Bling to get something the deck wants to gamble. I know, I just don't think I can pay 2, and like it compresses, or not compresses, it constricts what we do on our turn. Very heavily. We lost another transfer, it's a hostile, okay, we'll trash that. I mean, sometimes that's our hand. But tag first. Sorry? So we could check this. It could be a Regenesis would be bad. Our hand is double steel skin, stone chip, so I'm pretty safe checking this. We can't trash much, but this just beats Regenesis. It's a spin doctor, okay. So we'll see what she shuffles back. We know there's at least a 3-pointer in here, we're pretty sure. So it was 2 unseens, that tracks. So it's a pretty good hand and not dying. In theory, she could rip like complete image on turn 1, I think. But like the threat for Regenesis is just so strong. Lost to Praxis, okay. Second ice, that's really bad for us. We can't beat that. So now we have to run Crowler. Can she measured here? No, we're not on threat 4. We have to be on threat 4 for that. She actually might also be on what's it called? See how they run. See how they run's huge. How's it going, Radish? Because like it could be see how they run to end the line, which like we can beat that with Stone Chip, but it's not easy. So we have 2 hostiles out, 3-6. Assuming Spin Doctor 7-8-9, that leaves 6 influence. So it could be a measured and something else. It could be Oppos. We would have been Oppoed by now, I'm pretty sure. I don't want to play these steel skins. We probably should. So I think if we just run archives. I think we run archives with this many cards in hand and see what happens. Because it turns off for Genesis, which is the one way we lose. Maybe we're soft to measured. We can pop Stone Chip, but not after until we access. So there's a Fuji. There's 3 Mitras. Oh my god. So we'll take the Fuji. Draw. Okay, that's fine. A virus. So we're on game point now. So all we have to do is not die to measured. So I think we're relatively okay here. I think we draw up. This could be a, what's it called? The Reaper function. That might be an issue. She could be on Reaper into complete image, which is like hella cheesy. That will kill us. We can always Stone Chip into it. Check R&D. Yeah, I think we're just going to draw first though. Because we want to be on at least 4. So I think we run R&D and then go. Pretty good. Nervous since wife is being induced for baby number 2 in a few hours. So just whittling away the time. Good luck to both of y'all. That's super excited. Radish. Wishing you all the best. We can go R&D for a single here. The text of the card doesn't matter. If it's a bite, it's pretty bad. I think we lose to a bite. And then we'd probably just click for credit because we have to be able to deal with the table. Spin Doctor, yeah, bummer. So does another card in hand matter? So what can happen here? Cohort has nothing to flip, which is good. So if this is a 4-2, you have to work on it a bit better. So it's either a card or a credit. A card makes the steel skin harder to hit. We're on 3 events, which is bad. That means we can be on 4 cards. I think we'll just draw. Yeah, that's fine. Bladderwort, okay, it's just a credit. So that's fine. 15 cards left, and we can check archives every turn now because we win if we find an agenda. We also probably should run HQ sooner than later. Lagu. We lost our buffer drive, so Ashen is now just kind of there. Icing R&D, we're just going to check archives. This looks like it might be an agenda. Okay, now it's harder. Okay, interesting. So I think the agendas are in HQ here. I think with this hand, we're pretty healthy. We can just check it. Notice how we fired Seb every single turn. Really quite bad. So we have to check this and we have to check archives. So I think we can do both. We probably should just ban our archives, I'll be honest. Because that keeps her honest and we need to keep her honest. Because the way that she wins is by scoring Fuji Regenesis. So we'll face check into this. If it's terrible, we'll still be fine. But we want to check archives. This also could be points. She could try and scoot out points on the table. So if this damages that, so be it. If it's a Botu, that's really expensive. This list is definitely on Saisentan if it's on 3 Mitras, which is like hella cursed. An enemy, great. That's just damage. Wage workers, okay, that's more influence. Okay. She has so many Oko counters. This is her last steel skin? Yeah. If it's a Saisentan she calls event, we're fine. No further? Spin Doctor, okay, so she's saving stuff here. So there'll be no face downs, some virus and a Vampire Nasa, so there's some really big ice here. This can't duck the Bladderwort, so we don't have to deal with it, so we'll just keep our hand size up. Ashen, okay. We probably don't end up playing that, because we can't afford it. Definitely excited. Baby shares a name completely incidentally. Didn't realize until people pointed it out with a Netrunner card. Well, you're naming your kid Account Siphon? That's messed up. They'll get banned or something. Not actually. Got to see some Tuesday stream. What do we got cooking? JM, we're meant to be playing Bling Seb. But unfortunately, we're just trying to hold on to the table. We're on 6 points, so we're just going to be touching cards. Okay, we're allowed to trash now because we have the Ashen. If we lose the Ashen, we'll have like fixed hit points. Alco can't really fire that much. We have 2 Spin Doctors out, seeing no Moon Pools. This could be a Moon Pool, and Moon Pool into Regenesis is like a legitimate line. You just have to figure out how to get the card in Archives, though. I think this list on 3 Hennas. The little Scorched Earth is so cute. Experiential data? What the heck? Okay, so we should check the table a bit. I think we'll still ping down Archives. We're on 3 credits, which is enough. If we're looking for Moon Pools, we need a trash on site. We could do Friend of a Friend. Use Friend of a Friend, but we don't want to install cards, so I think we just check the table. One of these is a Wage Workers, right? It's a FUT. We don't really care about FUT that much. This is a Wage Workers. Wage Workers matters. Oh, last Spin Doctor is huge, but Wage Workers really does matter because that means you can never advance this out. Moonpool Genesis will require 3 fast on agendas and Archives to start a turn, though. No, just 1. Because you do install advance Moonpool. If I'm not mistaken. I'm not great at the Moonpool math, but you're right. You can't discard 1, so you need 1, I think. No face on cards and Archives, which is huge for us. Bladder Ward can't fire, which is huge for us. We can just run to an enemy and take a damage. That shouldn't matter, unless it's a Steel Skin, which is unluck. Like, we don't want that to happen. But she just drew. Hit the Strike Fund. No! Do we draw the cards? I think we do. Yeah, good game. I think she might have been flooded there. I don't know what the table play was meant to be. Thanks for the game. What's in the remote? I think we were just doing our best to keep the thing checked, but like, we have good tech. We have Steel Skin. We have Stone Ship. There is an agenda in the remote server. I'm assuming. Oh, it was a Regenesis. We just had to constantly check Archives. The Vampire also would have been really bad for us. We would have taken 4 net damage. That's actually worse than like not Banharing it. Neat. But yeah, we unfortunately played very few of our cards and just smashed our face into things. It's an Anarch breaker with narrows it down a lot. It's Paperclip, of course. 1 point's at 9 points in hand, 8 in Archives. Oh, that tracks. Yeah. Yeah, you do want to get your cards in Archives. I do think you ice up Archives sooner. But unfortunately, against Seb, you have to ice up HQ, but we lost every single transfer we drew. Baby Faust. Black Cat? That's sick. This is my son, Berserker. How's it going, Ian? Hey, thanks, you too. All right, we'll probably play Blink in the next one. Yeah, unfortunately, our ability, like, we'd rather be Hoshiko in that matchup, but we barely played our shtick. Man, what is a good breaker? An Anarch breaker you can name somebody. You named your kid Worm? Force in nature. BTL 44, okay. I need to check how many Devil Charms we have. We only have 1, so our Ice Destruction is relatively limited. The early buffer drive is okay. The praxis is not good. Stone Ship, no free lunch. We're gonna mulligan this. Hey. Best of luck, have fun. I'm assuming this is just gonna be like tempo BTL with measured response. I do think there's sub decks that can eat this a bit better. Oh, Persephone. Yeah, that's probably it. Daniel, I think that's the most legitimate name. Persephone. Audrey? Oh, Audrey also is a very good one. Yeah, actually, there's some ones that I think people would not be like, what do you mean you named your kid Corroder? They mulligan, we mulligan. Yeah, I would say Eater. Persephone and Audrey are both pretty reasonable choices. Does Barry say count as a breaker? It's not typed. Hey, Duckling the game. I would have gone away with it too if I got my measure response earlier. You were on 1 measured, huh? That kind of tracks. My boy Cleaver. Banned and standard. Hantu? Alright. City, he went for the mull. I don't love this hand. We have the blink early, but like not a lot of ways to get tags. My son Botchel is a little hyperactive. We love him no matter what. Alright, so this could be anything for sure. We're assuming maybe SDSs, so we want to get a cheap thing on the table. Devil Charm Crew is going to be annoying enough for the matchup, but I obviously don't love this. Hand is not great in this matchup. You can just use this as a tempo way to get a tag. So we could do like Crew Charm Credit, draw. We don't really need the buffer drive yet. We definitely want to play it, but we have no real support for it. This is not good. This is the sort of matchup where you really want like Fermenter. You want all the sort of stuff the deck doesn't have. I don't know if Abyssal, maybe. Maybe Abisu. That's probably a real name. Or conventional name, excuse me. Maybe it's just a spirit. I forget what the Abisu is. Alleged to be the spirits of the long deceased. I mean, depicted as causing sexual manifestations of madness. You can name your kid what you want, but Darwin? That's a good one too. All right. They're icing up HQ. They got that Seb respect. We're not going to do anything quickly. We need to find a friend of a friend. This is okay. So hear me out, chat. If I install the Bling and then install the No Free Lunch, it's going to get a card on top of Bling, which we won't afford to be able to play. We'll just run R&D here and click for credits. 2 Kana. Okay. Accessing with 1 credit would have been a bit better there. As long as we have 2 credits, we can contest the remote server. We can get a Hannah down for free. I will fire Bling. Yusuf. Oh yeah, Yusuf's also a pretty not uncommon name. They got some green mail. We have to worry about a big old Buick. Little Bobby Tables vibe. I don't know what that means. All right, we'll try this. Bling. Yes. It's a gourmand. We're popping off. Gourmand. Yes. Praxis. I mean, we have nothing in our heap, but we're so incentivized to play this. Was that good? Are we winning? I want to find the Audrey before we use this. Do we have any way to get something in our heap? No. Oh, David? Yeah, okay. Wait, that's actually really reasonable. Pop no free lunch? I don't want to. Because we can't recur it, right? You can't privilege no free lunch. Well, you can, but we don't have a card. I'm not privileging a no free lunch. I might privilege the no free lunch. I think we have to. It's madness, but we have to. No, this is terrible. There's no shot. Because then we have to clear the tag with the no free lunch. Yeah, F it. Hilarious. Seb for the Hannah. Host the top card of Bling. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're popping off. We are popping off. We're not on threat 3. What's the order here? Because we want to, I think we want to do no free lunch. Oh, we can't play both of these. No, we can. We have to Hannah first. But if we Hannah first, we remove the tags. Oh my god, we're using so many resources just to do nothing. So we have to clear the tag first so that we get 2 clicks. We could do it with the no free lunch, but as soon as we play these, so we have to do this, so we have no tag. But if we want to play Sure Gamble, we have to no free lunch. Then we play the Sure Gamble, and then we can play the Valentina. Was that good? I don't know. It seemed okay. It seemed like we spent a lot of actions to do not much, but I guess we functionally drew like 5 cards that turn, right? Little Bobby Tables that destroys a school SQL database when it enters his hands and starts your inputs. You gained 8 credits? Yeah, I know, but we used our like once per turn cards. Maybe that's why we play Ashen, because we don't care. Hey Harp, alternative is to lose the Priv. Definitely do it. Yeah, we do lose it. And especially because of draw. It's KPI to draw. It was like a triple kickflip. It literally was like double kickflip indie. Was it good? Maybe. Did it feel good? Whenever you have to tell your opponent, hold on, I'm cooking, and then you have to figure out your line, like, you know it's good. It doesn't matter how bad it was good. Can afford the buffer drive? Yeah, hell, we can rip an Ashen. We don't care. Was it better to install Hannah before NFL? I don't think we could, because we had to install Hannah from hand, right, Harp? Yeah, because Hannah was from hand, NFL was from the bin. Don't want people to think your favorite card name is Pokemon, so you name your kid 2x3ZBCY. Time to privilege another NFL. I'm not above it. I'm just hoping that we get to threat 3. We'll keep the Gourmand for SDSs. We know City has Tucana, so if they push, like, we can destroy their Icewa Aquaceras crew. The problem is we need more cards in hand so that Seb has text. I don't think this deck is on Iru, so like we have to actually play like Netrunner. Okay. I don't know if we're scared of a single card. It's probably what's it called? Anthill Excavator. Hold on, we're connecting your channels. Have we lost stream? It looks like Restream has gone down. I think you can hear me still. I don't think we have an incentive to run that. Oh, you're twisting my hand here. We run RD and steal a 3-pointer. This line is so easy. The thing is, like, Bling only happens when you install a card. So you can't privilege, it won't fire the Bling, but if we install the Hannah, it fires the Bling. Let's run RD and steal a 3-pointer. I still see you, okay. It seems like it's back. Fine. We could run this and install the crew at a minimum. That will fire Bling. That's really weird. We could force a res. If it's a really bad res if it's a BOAC. I think we can run this. We want to deal with the one. Twitch is good. Perfect. Hey, Twitch Joel. So with this, we can install the other crew even if we bounce. Privileged Gourmanded to Hannah. We can't get the Gourmand back. We're not on threat 3. Yeah, Daniel, for the program, we need to be on threat 3, so we want to wait a bit. Otherwise, I'd consider it. Oh, okay. Is it the Tucana? It is. Okay. So we can't use crew for no reason because NSIG said that we wouldn't be able to do that. So I think we just install this useless buffer drive. I think we just click for a credit. I don't want to install the buffer drive. Yeah, once we're on threat 3, we're popping off. That's for sure. We don't know what they're top decking. I think trashing the Gov sub was not particularly good. That's not a card I care if our opponent draws. It's more so that we can just see deeper. Okay, this could easily be an agenda because we don't know anything about it. So if that's the case, what can we do to like pop off? We can Praxis. We can install the crew from our hand. We can install the Hannah from the bin. And then that will fire. Yeah, we're just doing this. I don't care. You got Ice Archives, man. Praxis is so good in the Bling build. Breach server. So we'll do Seb first. Oh no, actually you want to do the Praxis first because we install the Praxis for free and that actually triggers Bling. So you can Seb the card on Bling. It's a really cool thing. So if we install Hannah here, it gets Bling and now we could in theory Seb this card if we wanted to, if we could, but we can't. Holy crap, is this cool. Wait, this is so cool. I'm in. Okay, hold on. We're sitting on our own legs now, so we know we're good. We can now raindrops a remote server. We're definitely going to install Banhar. We could Hannah the remote server, but raindrops seems so much better. This is hype. This is really cool. I wish a buffer drive worked with the Bling trash at the end of the turn. Yeah. Or like imagine Steel Skin or Strike Fund worked off of Bling. How good it would be. So they're not allowed to res a big snake. And we can get through anything even 4 strength without popping our charm. So we beat Mesney. It's a Winchester. Trace 4 and trash a program, we don't care. Trace 3, trash a hardware. I think we just trace 3 on this. Like if we lose our Bling or a charm, so be it. We have 3 of them. Not a great ice for their mode server, but it's good against Banhar. So we'll pay. No, this is the program one. Excuse me. It's a perfect moment to throw my favorite British slang. We're sucking Diesel. That's horrible. That is not good. Give me the big old snake. We also fired a bunch of subroutines, so raindrops is going to pop off. We always can Hannah clear the tag if we want to on tempo, which is nice. City's thinking, show me a big old snake for 4 credits. Or for free, right? With the green mail, like plus 4 credits. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, it's destroyed. We're gonna destroy that instant speed, so sorry. Clearing a tag before you run would mean you could install the Banhar with a Seb trigger off crew. Oh yeah, that's true. I just might. Yeah, that might have been better. Because the crew doesn't fire off Seb. But that's okay. Because we can't really use Hannah here, so we'll see what we get. SDS we can't steal. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Off the book, sick. Okay. So we'll Hannah to remove the tag because we don't have to be precious about this. That's like to make QTM people sad, especially K. I'm really sorry. I didn't intend to do that. Remove a tag. So we probably just install Banhar, install Lagu, install Buffer Drive. We're on 1 credit, but we don't care. We got the 3rd Praxis. Oh my god, 3 Praxises. We really want to wait for threat 3 though. So it looks like they're not only on 5/3, so they can be a bit more jammy. And this is not a great remote ice. It's good into Banhar, but now if they put ice in front of it, it's obviously not good into Banhar. Our deck does not have leeches, I don't think. Leeches would be really sick, because leeches means, well, running archives is good, but also we don't have to rely on our devil charms, which we only have 1. Poor Biowaki did nothing wrong. I mean, he had 6 strength. I mean, that's like kind of not a good number. If it was 7, even 5, right? Like maybe we would leave it on 5, but 6, like I'm not leaving value on the table. I think the sin was Greenmail. Like if Greenmail was more exciting, I wouldn't feel bad about it. Okay, back to us. We can Banhar through this. It only has 2 damage subroutines. That seems acceptable. BOEG knows what it does, what it did. If we install NFL here, we end up getting a card draw and 3 credits, which we like both of those. We actually could consider just playing the last copy of Fraxis. Like, no, yeah, we actually could consider it. I don't think we're too worried about this. If it's above the law, it's kind of bad. We'll start here. We got a Hannah. Kind of cool. Kind of really cool. So what do we do here? What do we do? I need more card draw. So like we probably crack the NFL and then just install the Hannah. I don't know what this is. I think it's an Antil, but they're trying to jam this. Above the law is like kind of not the best for us. But if we crack this, we can then install Hannah. If we could take a tag, we install Hannah for free. So in theory, we could just run the crew. The issue is like what the damage order for this matters, because if it does not hit the Ashen, we can't fire it. If it hits the Praxis, we're also a bit upset. But in theory, we could just run into this, take the tag to install the Hannah for free, and then clear the tag with NFL or with the Valentina, and then we actually save a click. So it might be better just to run into this and take the tag. I think we will. If we lose any of these cards, like it sucks, but we'll bottom them back. Remove a tag with NFL might be better since you get a Valentina credit. Yeah, that's a bit better. But I think we want to take the tag with the crew and just let this fire. So we're hoping the first damage hits the Ashen. If not, we'll buffer drive it back, I guess. We could also install the Hannah and get that clicklessly. Oh, it might have been better to install Hannah and get it clicklessly. So we could have, yeah. Oh, perfect. Oh, sorry. Oh, I was meant to do that on encounter. Ah. I forgot to take the Aquaceris crew tag. Do you mind? Yeah, we were meant to do that. You can practice to install the Hannah? Oh, that too. Yeah, that actually would have been maybe better. That might have been a better line. So we need to do this on encounter. So how do you do that? Can you just fire it off take tag? Take tag? Tag give? Tag 1? So then I'll install the Hannah. Wait, this stinks. Ah. Isn't Seb only from grip? Yeah, but Bling is installable from your grip. That's why it's really, really cool. I just have to... Sorry. The net damage might be different. So I'm going to just put this on here. I'll grab that back. Yeah, awkward. Yeah, there might have been a better line where we get Hannah and then just use Hannah. I think they're somewhat equivalent because we're saving a click getting Hannah down. But yeah, we need to use this on encounter. So take a tag. So we install Hannah. So that fires Bling. Steel Skin, ugly. Then we let this fire. So we might just play the Steel Skin. Oh, we hit the other card. Oh, that sucks too. Oh, that really does suck. Because now we can't fix it. Yeah, buffer drive order may change. I ran into that problem. So I just won't bottom the Praxis. Oh, it's a big difference. I'm just going to eat my issue. No action. Whatever. We lost a Praxis. Should be on the bottom of the deck. That's a good place to put it. But we'll just lose that. This is back in our hand, so we don't Dynamo Virus. Tucana, okay. Redo until it hits. I mean, it's way too many clicks. I don't feel good about it. I think with Steel Skin. Okay. We can Hannah run down the Spin Doctor. You should be able to send bottom. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, that's easy. Send to bottom. What is it? Bottom? Move bottom. You got to move your bottom. Nice. Okay, so I think we're gonna Hannah the Spin Doctor just for fun. If City cracks when we're on 1 credit, in theory we could threaten no free lunch, but we'll just get some value from this. So this might scare him. In theory, we can respond with no free lunch, so we are technically threatening to trash this. We're not. That's okay. We can crack the Hannah to remove the tag and gain a credit. Not much else we're doing on this turn. I guess we're running R&D. Oh, we have 2 clicks. Sick. I guess we draw run R&D. We need to get the Audrey down. We could do no free lunch, install Audrey. Crew, we can get down by taking a tag. We want the Audrey. I'll go for a single. I'll bite. Not the most important single here. Mastany, okay, good to know. I think we just take some more credits. Could have NFL to remove tag plus gain credit to trash. Yeah, I just don't think it was worth it. We're running the Spin Doctor for fun. Like, I don't actually think I want to trash the Spin Doctor for 2. I was just hoping that City would have respected it. But he didn't, which might have been right. Because like I think we need our money up to install Audrey. But yeah, if we use the NFL, we could either gain 3 or gain 1 and clear the tag. But we want to use Hannah anyways, so I don't think we use the NFL there. The lines are really interesting in this deck. Like, you can argue that last turn there was a lot of different lines. I think the Praxis line might have been the better line overall. Yeah, I don't know what it's going to take for us to land a transfer. Luckily, we're only on 2, so if they double ice HQ, it's not the worst. But this Winchester's not a great remote server. We have to watch out once measured responses in play. Like, we're going to need a stone chip. Unfortunately, steel skins have been kind of... We've seen only 1. Once the court passes, you can't pop NFL. Runner had to act first. Yeah, in theory, they have to ask for access. And if they ask for access, then we pop it. But you're right. It technically is a bit of an angle shoot. Like, he, in theory, should say, like, is there anything you want to do? And once we say no, then he doesn't have to pop the spin. Okay, that's probably the mess in Chesvo. We don't really want to touch centrals until we get Manuel, I don't think. So I think we can just set up with Audrey. We don't have Cookbook. We can put this on R&D if we want to. There definitely has to be points in hand. Like, we've gone through 20 cards. We've shuffled back nothing. And we've seen 2 agendas. So there has to be points in hand. This is maybe a Winchester. This could be any advanceable card. So I think we want to get Audrey down and start trashing things. Okay. This on its own doesn't do anything. Man, the practices are so good. That doesn't do anything. I think we're going to fall apart here until we get a Botulus. Even this could be a white space, I guess. But like, I don't know how to get through the second ice. Installing the Audrey means Winchester has another subroutine, but we still just run through this with Banhar, so I don't think we care about that. I think we just install Crew. We have no good way of taking a tag. Unless we want to face check. I think we just install Crew, click for credit. Because now we can destroy 4 strength ice, so we actually could get rid of the mess in Chesvo. The problem is we need to like pop to no free lunch. That's actually a really good part of a no free lunch, is that after the on encounter with mess in Chesvo, we can crack no free lunch to have hopefully enough credits to trash it, which will be 2 credits. Because otherwise Messney will take all our money. Yep. Yep. Nice. All right, it's back. Okay, 3 agendas. There definitely has to be something in HQ, but I don't think we can threaten HQ here. So the best we can do is run R&D. If he reses the Mess Chesso, which we think it is, he's down on 9 credits. We destroy it for 2 credits and a tag. The tag installs nothing, which is a bummer. In terms of things we can install with the tag, we still have some menus, so we could like just draw. That's better. I think we want to just get this down in Audrey and start threatening. Oh my god. Right, that's fine. We don't want to draw that. Okay, so now we're threatening because we can get 1 Audrey counter. 1 Audrey counter is not perfect against 4 strength ice. Oh no, it's fine. I forget how Audrey works. It's totally fine against 4 strength ice. You just need to trash 2 cards from hand. We always can also like throw out Steel Skin just to filter draw if we want. But now we're pressuring R&D a bit more. I just think there has to be agendas in hand, so R&D is not the worst. If they push, we also get an Audrey card, which is nice. Botulus. Okay, we got a raindrops. That's pretty good. Advance. So probably an agenda. Can we deal with this server? We need to trash a card first. Tron, how's it going? Congratulations on your weekend. We're trying some Bling Seb. We're playing Sokka's list first. So we could run this. The issue is the Winchester has 2 subroutines that really matter. So if we trash a card, we'll be okay. The problem is like, how do we end up trashing a card? We could always like destroy the Winchester, which is a bit expensive. Huh, what do we do here? So we're technically on 3 credits, right? We could raindrops R&D. We definitely want to push this. This looks like an off the books with a counter. It could also just be a Charlotte. Does hardware matter? Yeah, the buffer drive and the bling are both worth keeping, I think. But like at the end of the day, if we get an Audrey counter, we break both of them. But these are both really good. If we lose our Ashen in this matchup, like we have no way of getting it back. We're no Katurgas, I don't think. So if we face check this we have to get through Banhar, then we have to deal with the Winchester. The best case scenario would be take 4, spend 2 tags to trash it, and 2. That might be fine. Yo, Lucille, how's it going? I've heard good things about Bling Seb. So do we just do like credits, raindrops? It'd be so much easier if we could get an Audrey counter. Yo, Jackmate, how's it going? We could do credits, raindrops. That puts us on no money. With no free lunch, we're on 2 money. So we could do credit, raindrops, and then pop NFL will be a 4. We'll end up taking 2 tags. That's not good. Use Audrey to trash Ashen to bottom it. Oh yeah, we could. That's neat. That's actually not bad. If we really wanted to. That's not a terrible line, actually. It's kind of interesting. Huh. Tron, we are literally in a game. We can't both be second monitor gaming in the chat between all of us. We're 3 different Netrunner games. Yeah, we could have done it on their turn with buffer drive. So I don't know what we're meant to do here. If they score it off the books with a counter, it's not the worst, I don't think. I think we might just be able to ban hard R&D and get an Audrey counter and just give up on it. Actually, do you mind? I'll ban R. I wish I could move ban R. Cool. Buffer drive can also top the Ashen if you lose it. Yes, for sure. And that's like the worst case scenario, but that's our panic button is this buffer drive, which is why we need to protect it. That I'm very familiar with. So if they res this for 5, they go down to 9. We lose 3. We can just go through it. I think going through it is kind of fine. I think we just go through it. Because we just need to trash something with Gourmand. So I think we can just do credits, raindrops, R&D. We don't have the money to threaten this ice. We're just assuming that this will be a resed Mesny, which we take 2 damage, which will be fine. I don't know if they're on log jams. Those are going to be annoying. But we have the strength manipulation. We do have ice upgrades operations. You often don't want to res into a single, but the thing is the Gourmand is really threatening it. Yeah, it's a Mesny. You don't want to use the counter. We have no money. So let's see what we hit here. We would like to get the Ashen out of hand. Transfer will bottom. Lost that. That's fine. Tree line, we'll just trash it to get a counter. So now Audrey, we can get through here slightly, but not great. We can start just like popping off with Stone Chip and no NFL because this will fire Bling. So I think we're okay with that and just setting up a bit. We could run into this. We actually have enough money to deal with the server now because we can probably Audrey this and then we could just like double crew that if we need to. There's a chance that this will be 6 strength, which is okay. So I actually think we do run down server 2 here and just pay 4. The problem is we don't have a thing to install. Trashing the Ashen to bottom is a very fun line on Uncom Anarch, especially on the corpse turn. Yeah, I think we should have got rid of this on the corpse turn. So I think we do run this down. Oh, we end up with too many tags, but maybe that's fine. Maybe we float a tag. This is a bit ambitious. I wonder if we're not playing well into measured with this hand and this line. We might be a bit too aggressive in measured. I haven't been considering measured like at all. I'm assuming this is a BOAC. Which if that's the case, we'll just Audrey it and walk away. Sneaking in my lunch break. Funky Man has the lunch break. How's the new job? Mask. Okay. So we have full information here. If we bounce, he gets 2 credits. We can destroy this one, which this costs us 2 tags. We pay 2 and then 2 tags. We have nothing to install the tags. That drops us down. So we take a tag, we take a tag. And then what do we do with Winchester? We Audrey it? I think we do blow through this. I think we're playing poorly into measured, but on 6 credits, we're not too worried about it. I think I'd rather crew this than crew the Winchester. Winchester's better to destroy? I don't know. Because Winchester on the innermost, like we can always just send it through it if it's the winning point. This is always annoying. You're right that this is better into Audrey. I don't know. Going very hectic with national politics craziness, so usual. Hopefully you're holding on. Nothing to install here. Winchester strength 4, yeah, but like it's okay. I think it's okay. Mac is 1 card and 1 counter when Winchester's annoying. I mean, innermost Winchester, if it was outermost, I'd feel different. Trash 2 cards from your grip. Yeah, it is annoying, huh? So we'll trash Strike Fund and Steel Skin. We're in. And then we can clear a no free lunch and then clear another tag. Basalt, okay, so now that's very scary because now City should have access to double measured. Grab back a hedge fund, so hedge fund double measured does just flatline us. So we need to have, I don't think we beat that. I think we just lost the game to measured. Why did we do that? He was trying to score this out, so maybe we actually contest the Spin Doctor because his deck could be on slash. So maybe we either have to win this click or we die to double measured. Against double measured, we have Stone Chip, so we're functionally on 7 cards, but not 8 credits. So what about if we crack no free lunch to go to 6, install no free lunch, go to 9? That's better. I think we just cracked 2 no free lunches. I think that's the most we can get. When did we have this Hannah? Oh, we could have installed the Hannah off of the tag. So that was actually another reason to do it in the other order. Is if we Audrey'd the innermost, we could have drawn the Hannah. We could install the Hannah off of the, oh my God, with the crew. That would have been so good. Is that we could have installed the Hannah if we went through this with crew and trashed it. And then Hannah, we could have actually popped off here. Can't you throw the transfer, drop them below hedge measured? I mean, they res 1 ice, we can't get in. So like if it's a 3-cost ice, like if it's a Maskarovka, we're bounced. If it's an Aket, we're bounced. Yeah, if we did them the other order, we could have got the Hannah down, which would have been kind of cool. So I don't think we can get up to hand size. So I think we just pop 2 NFLs. We do NFL, and we float 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 credits. We actually could clear a tag if we wanted to if they're on end of line, and then we could be on 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 credits. That's not enough. I think we just pop 2 NFLs because this just brings us to 7 cards, which is not enough because we don't have 8 credits. Yeah, we float tags here. No. Sure, if they can't get in, but they can't double measure if they res. If they res, oh, you're maybe right. If they res the Maskarovka, they're on 5. Maybe that is true. If it's a Maskarovka, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, maybe we do just send the transfer. What do we expect this to be? A Winchester? If they res anything that costs more than 1 credit. Because they can't double us. Yeah, I'm okay with it. We float another tag, which is kind of unfortunate. They're going to res this as the mess and chest while we go down to 3. They go down to 1, though. Yeah, okay. Okay, I buy it. I did the math wrong. I thought if they resed Maskarovka, they'd go down to 5, which means they can't hedge fund double measured. Do you want to do NFL pop? Maybe, but it's too late. Now that I'm running. It is a Maskarovka, okay. So that's worst case scenario, but now they still can't double us. They would need Hansei review. If they have Hansei review into double measure, we're cooked. Yeah, actually, I think I like my line better because I think it's very likely we don't get in here. And it's not uncommon that they only spend 3 credits resing, if not 1 credit. Like that could have been a white space, a Maskarovka, it could have been an Afshar. None of those are that fantastic. Let's see if they trash stuff. I think also the Spin Doctor not being contested is bad because they can trash our cards. It does cost them cards in hand, but they don't mind. That is the second Banhar. One's on the bottom of the deck, I think. Yeah, I feel like I don't like what we did. We were going to float tags anyways. Okay, so now I have to clear tags so Seb has any text. I think we start with the NFL just to draw a card. Bummer. It's a click for 3, though. We're doing okay. We need to find deeper into our deck. So I think we do Strike Fund, run. Do we install the Hannah? I think we install the Hannah. Okay, that's used. They did the 2 face down, so we let them fix their hand, which is not great. We don't have good lines at the Messney, so we need to draw up. I think we'll clear the tag. Play the strike fund. Wow. We did make a successful run, so we don't have to play run measured. So I think we just clear the tag normally. Do we have to NFL here? Is there a benefit of NFLing? It's either claim a tag and clear. Yeah, we could NFL here. So we might as well stone ship to C next. Sure gamble. Okay, so we'll do sure gamble. We'll just clear the tag. Okay. We did make a successful run, so we don't have to pop the stone ship before first click. I think you need to make a successful run for measure, right? I just don't know what server we can run easily. We only have one more praxis, so we're definitely gonna have to Ashen. We've kept this Ashen for a long time, so it's a pretty perfect Ashen. We just need to get our money up. We have one praxis on the bottom. We have one Gourmand. They have hedge fund. Let's see if they jam behind the Winchester. It doesn't seem perfect. So we one praxis, one Gourmand, one raindrops. Okay, second ice. So they're gonna be jamming in the near future, but we are on game point. I don't think we pop the stone chip. I think we're doing okay that we can keep this for a turn that we can die to measured, because that's how we lose. Lagu, friend of a friend's good. Keep drawing. Friend of a friend's fine. So we can friend of a friend to friend of a friend. The problem is like that's money, and that's not what we need. That's better. Actually, maybe Lagu is worse than Bling, because you can always install Lagu, trashing this Lagu to fire Bling, but this Bling won't do anything. The thing is they're on Basalt, and they install advanced as Basalt, so either they're on Slash or they're on Seamless. So we'll see what he's on, because we've seen very little to no influence, just Messneys. Again, I think if this deck is Nuvem, we're way more scared. Because like BTL's fired, what, 4 times maybe? KPI was draw shuffle. Okay, so we need to find our last Banhar, and then we want to shuffle our deck. So we can friend of a friend take a tag. Is Iro in this deck? No, Tehran was on. We're not. Iro would be hype. So friend of a friend, take a tag, install friend of a friend. In fact, installing Lagu is, yeah, pretty cool because we can fire Blink if we want to, but I think we just need the friend of a friend. We'll draw once, I guess. Ugh. Like, this just gets us money. Like, I feel like we're spinning our tires and not doing anything. Because we friend of a friend for the tag, then we remove the tag. At least here we can install the Manuel, which fire Blink. That's probably better. And we can just clear the tag. Oh, now we have to choose? You can always just Ashen. I want to wait until we find the last Banhar. Because we know that we have a Praxis on Banhar. So my goal is to draw the next 7 cards, and then like Praxis, and then Ashen. So now we decide of installing the Gourmand, which is not super useful, or clearing the tag, which is a bit more useful. Losing the Gourmand. That's fine. Bye, Gourmand. Maybe we have a floated tag, they won't trash the Manuel, because maybe they don't trash any of these. Watch this, okay? We're getting closer to the bottom. We can steal skin on his turn, which we probably will. We're going to have to deal with that Spin Doctor. But we now have 18 credits, because they haven't forced us to do anything. So he's just been like trying to set up a triple ice server. And he might not have the money to cash this in. We know this is advanceable. So maybe Tree Line? Maybe Messney? That's all pretty expensive. Tree Line's 3 credits still. I think Nexus Praxis, my recollection is correct. I don't know how many cards we bottomed. I haven't been counting. It's probably a good skill to do. Advance. Yeah, okay. So we have to deal with the Spin Doctor. Okay, so on his turn, we could have just fired the Steel Skin. That probably was correct. But I don't think we're going to use Buffer Drive this turn. So we'll just Steel Skin Audrey. We should have done that on his turn. Okay, so it's not next, unfortunately. One thing to know is that Audrey Strength doesn't properly reset if you trash outside of an ice encounter. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. That's good to know. So we need to deal with the Spin Doctor because he's probably on Slash and Burn. I think if he scores out of Basalt, we're not too concerned. He's on 4 points. We could just contest the server, honestly. There's no way we get the Spin Doctor trashed. We could have raindrops it, actually. We probably should have, but we're going to discard some of these cards, no problem. I think we'll raindrops remote server. Okay. So double measured could happen. We could raindrops this. What's the worst case? We know this is advanceable, so it's not a BUAC, but we have Audrey. He gave us an Audrey counter. That is wild. So maybe this is a white space? I did not think we would get an Audrey counter there. That's so valuable for our pressure on the server. Because if this is a 5-3, we win, right? And single advance on a 5-3 has happened before. Yeah, I'm surprised. That Audrey counter is really, really, really valuable for us. It's a Messney, okay. So we'll see if we lose 3. Okay, so he's on 4 credits. So we can get through this with Audrey. And then we can trace through the Winchester or just let it fire. And so we force this ice res. This ice could be a BOAC. If BOAC is resed, what do we lose? We lose a bit of everything, right? A program, that's not good. A resource, not the worst. End the run. The BOAC gets resed for free. Yeah, I'm assuming it's a misplay. They might not have seen the Audrey. I think we can risk this being a BOAC. If it's a BOAC, it's honestly not that bad. If you lose a program, you don't lose a resource. No, that's not true, Jack, right? Felix, I don't think that's true. Trash will install program and end the run, so if they trash that, and then they trash a resource, and then we end the run. No, we hit all 3 of them if he wants to. Yeah. It's the opposite, yeah. So you're choosing between okay, so it is a BOAC, that's fine. We put him off of point, and so it is the worst case. So now if he wants to either, the end the run's always going to happen, so you can just let that fire. So we're going to lose a bit of our board, but that's okay. And we're going to draw a bunch of cards with raindrops, though. So this is not too bad. We're just going to do the Ashen and like do it again. So we have the Praxis. Hold on. What does that do for us? What does the Praxis do for us? Praxis allows us to run archives. We can install a Gourmand or an Audrey back. This deck would like a cookbook, I think. They trashed Stone Ship, which is a tell. I didn't even realize they trashed Stone Ship. It's such a tell, but he's on 4, we're on 15. Maybe there's like a clearinghouse to like weaken us a bit. But here we could Praxis. Praxis installs Friend of a Friend from a hand, Crew from the bin, and then we can install a Gourmand or just get an Audrey back. Yeah, definitely they should ice archives. Wow. Yeah, we're okay taking that. It cost them a point. At least it didn't cost them credits. If it cost them 4 credits, that would be really bad for them. So I think we just botch this R&D. We have the menu. So we can Praxis. We can install a botchless from the bin. Do we even have a botchless in the bin? No, we don't. So I guess the Audrey comes back. So we do Praxis. We install Audrey from the bin. Friend of a Friend from a hand. Take a tag. From the bin, I think we get a Crew. We're left on 4 cards. We clear a tag. I think that's good enough. And then the bottom of the deck, I don't think we need. I think we Ashen from that point. There's no botchless in the heap. We bottomed every single botchless, which might have been a mistake. So in theory, before we hit this BOAC, I guess we didn't have the botchless because it came off of what's it called. We could have thrown the botchless in the bin with Audrey. Bling gives you Banhar. Oh, Bling gives us Banhar. You're right. Oh my God, we should know the order perfectly here. Bling gives us Banhar. So that means we should install the 0-cost program first, which would be a Gourmand. We can install the resource first, which could be Banhar. Oh, whoa, we have choices here. Okay, mad think, big think. Because supposedly, JM knows the next card is Banhar, which like, man, pitch tracking would be huge here. Because if we get Banhar off the top, we need to install that, which means we need to clear the tag. So if we grab Hannah, we can clear the tag with Hannah and then install Banhar. Then we have to do Hannah first. Whoa, I'm going to try this. I'm hoping the top of the deck is the Banhar. It might be correct. So we'll go for the Hannah. So it blings the top of the deck, and it is a transfer. No, we tracked wrong. Okay, so it's not, chat is tracking incorrectly. Not that I'm doing better, but that was not the card that we wanted it to be. So Praxis will go for a program here. I think we'll go for the Gourmand actually sees us deeper. Feels bad, sorry. No, it was the coolest shot. No stress. Gourmand sees us one more card, which finds us a Banhar. I think the Audrey is more important overall, but it's only good if we have the Gourmand. So we'll go for the Gourmand. This will get the Banhar, right? It doesn't get the Banhar. The Banhar is literally the last card. Okay, so we really messed this up. Then we can play from our hand. So now we will Hannah. We'll remove, gain a credit. We could have Friend of a Friend there, but I think we actually like the clicks. So if that's the case, I think we'll botchless on the innermost. We could botchless the outermost and transfer. There are 3 Banhars? Actually, that's a good question. I don't even know. Oh my God, there's 2 Banhars. Okay, so the play was 100% wrong. It's a 2-ban hard deck. Yes, totally. So we still have 2 clicks. We could botchless the Masquerade and transfer. The problem is that he'll get a credit. So I think we just botchless the Mesna Chesvo. Maybe we install Audrey Ashen. Maybe Audrey Ashen is fine. We'll be on 10 credits, which means we're pretty safe to shtick. You have Audrey in hand, so Gourmand is probably right. Yeah. Maybe we don't Ashen this turn. Maybe we just do Audrey botchless on R&D. But then we need to beat every single Ashen. Sorry, every single measured. So I think we have to end up drawing here. And then we install Audrey and we let this botchless go. No, I think we just do draw, install botchless. That's fine. Both me and Sokka run 2 because we're greedy with slots. There's just too many good cards to run. No, I get it. If we had, we would have got the thing there if we needed the thing there. If we really wanted it. It's an off the books. Not getting the counter, surprising. Their remote server is really secure. So I don't know what they're doing here with the click and 2 credits left. The counter on this is really good because they can go get an econ card. They're advancing this. So here we have to either run HQ or run R&D. 3 credits, this could be a, I don't know advanceable what this could be an Afshar. Can't get through the ice. We can run R&D. We can C2. We just have to get a tag somehow. So we can friend a friend to get a tag, run R&D. And then we C2 with Manuel. That might just win the game. I think that's the line here. Sokka doesn't even have down to 45 despite that SMH by head. Yeah, I think we just do Audrey, friend of a friend, run R&D. It might be wrong to install this friend of a friend. Because we have a lot of money. Are we worried about bite? If we hit a bite, we lose the game. Oh no, we can just buffer drive in a panic. So if we install this, we go down to 3 cards in hand, we run R&D, and we just Ashen floating the tag. Okay, we have 18 credits. I'm not worried about measured. They can't pay for bite. Oh yeah, that seems important. That's a good one to keep in mind. So we see 2 here. Nice. Nice. Okay. A good game. Yo, this deck slaps. I definitely want to see like where the brews go. The transfers have been really, really not great for us. Thanks for the game. We haven't landed a single transfer. Our opponent like really respected the transfer, the double ice on HQ early, leaving our archives open. That was probably not great. We landed 3 transfers and we're going to land 3 more. But here we either can clear the tag if we want to be like safe, or we can just go ahead and Ashen this. We fired Bling Seb. Which Bling Seb is this? This is Sokka's. I think we're going to try Trons now in a second. Hey, cheers. Yeah, I actually didn't think we'd see that many points off of R&D because I do think he has to have points in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's 9 points out of 18. So we've seen half the deck, but we've drawn more than half the deck. So I assume that there was more points in HQ than anywhere else. Weird. Man, the decision is really good. Decision space is really, really high on this one. I think deck stacking and deck tracking, like you're playing Flesh and Blood, would be incredibly potent in this list. Stalling Winch on the remote had to feel really bad. Which one? Floating? Oh, Winchester on the remote. Yeah, that seemed like it was just because the 2 good ice went off of HQ. I think in the early game, you can do 1 ice on HQ and then you can put the Masquerade on the remote server and then the Winchester goes on HQ. But it does look like the 2 ice went first on HQ and then whatever the 3rd ice went on the remote, which is like ugly. The Winchester did keep us like a bit occupied. It wasn't the worst, but it also like wasn't great. We did have to think of how to beat it though. Okay, this is Trons, which we've cribbed. It's on 3 transfer, so that's not great. This is what I don't understand. It's like the transfer hasn't been that potent. The price is nice. The price is also the thing that fires Bling, which is totally worth keeping in mind because it does reduce the cost, so that's cool. Same with Gachapon. Gachapon firing Bling is a really nice interaction. But the fact that we're on 3 transfers means we're not on the stone chips and we're not on the NFLs, which are really fun pieces because they give you the click compression to remove tags, they give you the click compression to draw cards, and they both work really well with Bling. We're only on 2 Blings, so this maybe is a bit more of a reasonable list. It's on Fermenter, which I think I would appreciate. Money wasn't good until it was really good. And then we have Iru as well. That's another way to get a tag, which is nice. So I don't know. I think that's a slots issue, Tron, is like playing 3 transfers. If you don't play 3 transfers, what do you do for 4 influence? And you end up playing more and more and more cards. We'll try this one as well. JNet. I've been told, and I don't play with the sound effects on, is that Bling now has its own sound effect. That any turn that you install a card on Bling, it plays this note that gets higher and higher the more often you do it in a game. I don't know if it's when you install on it or off of it. New runner deck. Trons. Bling Seb. Sebastio. Okay, so let's see how different this list is. Simply use Gourmand to trash the kill pieces. It's not even the kill pieces. It's just like the ability to fire Bling consistently. All right, this is going to be core damage PD. Zelti's been on. Big deal, maybe? Thanks, you too. Good game, City. Best part of the tourney was getting to trigger like 6 times in a turn. Oh, damn. Zelti kept. Our hand has double crew, double charm. How many charms are we on in this list? Just 1. So we have early ice pressure. The Gourmand is okay. We don't have any of our engine pieces. How much that was bad? A weird way of phrasing that, I guess. I think you need to ice up archives. I think the Winchester on the remote server is like pretty unfortunate. I think you would double iced HQ a bit sooner than is incredibly necessary because I don't have a Banhar. Maybe Botchless doesn't beat the inner ice, but like I think the over respect on transfer cost the remote server, which is maybe a problem. But it just seemed like you weren't pushing out, so I don't know if you were comfortable. I like this deck more already because it has Iru. I think I'm gonna mulligan the Iru Harp. Well, I can't mulligan the Iru, it turns out. I think the early hand is so important for Seb because if your trigger doesn't trigger, that's not great for you. I think could dump this for money. Yeah, I want to really find a friend. All right, we have some respect. We have Archives respect. That is the opening I'm really scared of. I think when I was watching Sokka play this, like no ice on Archives means you can just get away with anything. So do we just rip Gachapon Tron or we wait until we draw into potentially a Bling? Because I don't know what we're getting with this. We have like no virtuals in the deck. Why are we playing this? Literally 0 virtuals, so it's like our programs? We have 10 hits? Most costing 1? Huh. Do you just rip the Gachapon? We could hope for a trashable. There's probably not that many. I don't want to commit to this, but I guess we're touching a card. I think this is core damage, so we'll hit like a Nightmare Archives or something. Shit. It's core damage. We draw first, then we'll rip it later. I did it in the wrong order. Instructions were unclear. We're up 3 points. Yeah, Zelti plays core damage salvo. Big deal. Intense speed. Oh yeah, Fermenter is really good off the Gachapon. That was definitely worth something. I think this badge was bad. We shouldn't have done the badge. We should have done the Gachapon. Predicted for 3. This deck's on YDL. Draw. YDL last click, discarding nothing. Maybe that was a cope draw for YDL. Lose salvo, start tilting, start tilting, start tilting. We're better. I think the deck is on 9 agendas. It's like 3 salvos. Oh, Hansei, that's super cool. So Big Deal is actually coming really soon. It's on 3 salvos, 3 ontologicals, and then like 3 off-world offices. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 12 plus 9. Yeah, that's enough points. I don't think a single crew can do it, right? Run R&D again, run another salvo. I mean, I'm kind of down. I wonder if we should get a Gourmand first. Okay, that's bad. So that means they'll be able to Big Deal next turn. We'll Gachapon either for a Botulus or a Fermenter before I forget. And if that's the case, we should be able to transfer. It's not going to be a super important transfer. It's actually going to be a pretty bad transfer because LT will have the 18 credits probably on this turn to be able to Big Deal. Predictive's really cool into Hansei because you have extra cards, and so you don't mind discarding. At this point, Zelti probably has 2 agendas in hand, so even the transfer axis is pretty potent. In terms of the ice, we're expecting crew to beat with very little. Hansei into 1 click left. So we have to just do something because Big Deal into Salvo, as much as there's only 2 more, makes the game really messed up. Sketchbomb forget. Can you face check it to make him spend money? You can. You're a bit worried if it's like a Jaguar. If it's also like a drafter and you're not really spending money. Shuffle 3 more cards back. I want the Botulus. I want the Fermenter. I want the Bling out of Principle. But they're all very good cards. Draw once for a connection. Yikes. Yeah, this ice positioning is so good. Big Steel's next turn anyway, so transfer is very important, 100%. But even dropping to 17, it sort of matters. It'll be a bit less here. If this is hopefully an ice we can beat. If it's a Brawn, we can click it. Jaguar is threat 4, I think, if we're on Jaguar. I don't know. I respect Jaguar so much because 1 core damage really messes up the math. Oh, this is going to be a Boomy. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that makes sense. They can big deal salvo from 17. They need 18. Yeah, no, for sure. We're one shoot short. So we'll not do the core, of course. Jupe, I don't think we trash this. It's expensive. I don't know if he's on greasing. I think we just float the tag for a minute. If he trashes the Eero, he trashes the Eero. Yeah, if he's on Boomy, I don't think he's on Jaguar. This is obviously very good into Botulus, but I don't mind this so much. We can face check this one way easier than Drafter or Jaguar. Jaguar gives us a tag. That's not the worst thing for our deck. But now he has to be worried that he's going to eat another transfer. Trash the Eero. It's a card and 2 credits. We don't mind. This card's not doing that much for us. The fact that we have to clear the tag sucks a bit more. But now he's on 12. I do think the cards in archives are nightmare archives, so I don't want to check them. Power draw. I'd honestly consider buffer drive for transfer. It feels good, but keeping them out of a big deal is so good. Yeah, it's really slow for us though. Like we install the buffer, then we have to use it, then we have to draw a card, then we have to transfer. Holding buffer drive this long would stress me out. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't do much. I don't think we care what this is. This is actually probably the Jupe stat. Maybe he's on Onto, or sorry, on the 2-1, but that's the Jupe stat. I don't think we run that. There's no way you put a salvo out like that, or sorry, a regolith out like that. I guess. Maybe it's a spin. I'm assuming it's a Jupe. It's a regolith. Oh my god. Huh. We have to find draw or something to Seb first. Yeah. We have the badge. That's really good. I think giving us the badge there wasn't great. I think we just botulus this. Maybe he trashes it. Maybe that's good enough. Like Praxis is not amazing here. Oh, we're actually on threat. Praxis is pretty good. If we Praxis, we get back Eru. That's not great. Huh, what do you do here? This Ashen we probably are not going to need, so I don't think we have to be precious about it. We could just like run and Gourmand something. Our deck has 2 Audreys, so we want to find that before we use the Gourmand. I think we just draw and throw out the Ashen. I don't think we're going to play that in this matchup. If not, we'll panic buffer drive it, but I'm not too concerned. We have 30 more cards. Yeah, I don't mind Botulus Archives. The issue is like the Praxis is not that good, so I'd rather keep the Botulus if he makes a push. Once we have a better Praxis, I'll consider it. The deck's probably on 3 Boomies, and if it is, it's fine. We can deal with Boomy. Playing Thule, this meta is bringing Glutton for punishment. I don't know what they're doing so much in the Thule decks. Okay, crew. We can check these. We're okay trashing stuff. We'll end up with the Nightmare Archives. We'll take the negative points. That's a regolith. We'll pay 3 for that. Server 2. Is this transfer Seb, or dare I guess Bling Seb? It's both. It's 3 transfer 2 Bling. It's a Nightmare. We'll take the score. Okay, so we didn't use the Gourmand. That's fine. The Gourmand means we have to double click the Boomy, which kind of stinks. But his hand has to have a lot of agendas in it. We can remove the tag with a badge. I'd rather draw though, so maybe we do this, click for credit, throw out heaven forbid a Praxis. Heaven forbid. The crews are not bad, but we're just smashing singles. How do we get a tag? I think we draw off the badge and get a tag. Buffer drive drops us down to 2, which is pretty clumsy. Botulus drops us down to 3, which is fine. A Fermento would have been fine. Botulus already? I don't know if I want to Botulus this. He's going to make a remote push, and I want to be prepared for that. Like, I think we throw out a crew, because the ice doesn't crew well. Like, Boomy doesn't crew well. Drafter doesn't crew well. Brawn doesn't crew well. Ablative doesn't crew. It crews fine. I think we throw out a crew. I just don't see what this is going to line up with. Like, there's no 2-strength ice we're expecting. Like, MSE and Scatter are all 4. I don't know. I want to keep the Botulus for the remote. Sometimes throwing out this is good too, because it sets up a Praxis. Because that's our best Praxis target here. You can always prove access for Botulus, they go for the remote. Yeah. Okay. Stop. Please stop. I think we run HQ and double click. I think the axis is pretty good here. I think we'll just go for a single axis. I'm getting impatient with her hand. He's not doing much. We won't take the core. We won't lose the Gourmand. We should use the Gourmand sooner than later. Yeah, that makes sense. He's on Jupstad. That really makes sense. And then we'll just install. We're on 3 points, so we're back to Praxis. That's important that we took off threat 3 for a bit there. I don't know. Threat practice feels so good. It does. It really does. But we need to use the Gourmand first. Okay, I'll try it. I'll try it. Not my favorite, but we'll try it. Kind of at the point, yo, 100%. Like, I'm a big Praxis believer. I just want a Hannah in the bin or something like that. Your deck doesn't have a lot of Hannahs, does it? It has 1 Hannah. I feel like that's a card I'm using the most in Bling. Just because installing this and removing the tag is super useful. This deck doesn't have a lot of ways to clear the tag on tempo compared to Sokka's version. So we Praxis, we can install a crew, we can install a Botulus on HQ. I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. I think we're fine with that. I'm going back for a single. That's enough on our turn with Badge Gourmand. It's back. Does Cruise Tag ability require you to be encountering an ice with N6? Yes. Alright, can you free paid ability window tag? So if it says specifically an ice you are encountering, you need to be encountering with an ice. They explained that in the N6 changes, because otherwise you could crew at any paid ability window. But anything specifically that requires you to be encountering or interacting with ice requires you being interacting with ice. I don't know how they like legitimize that in the rules set. It might have just been in there, just like you can't break subroutines unless you're interacting with an ice, as much as you can boost strength. But yeah, that is not freed by N6. It's the cost of getting down to 45 with 3x transfer. Yeah. Another transfer would be okay. Okay, badge, draw. Friend of a friend is finally here. There's a hidden small N6 still. Yeah. So if we run this, if it's a Boomy, we're fine. If it's a Brawn, we're fine. If it's a Drafter, it's okay. I think we consider running this. We have a Gourmand. We don't have our Audrey. We have a friend of a friend if we want to take a tag. We can install the crew and check it. And then we can install the friend of a friend with the crew. I think we just check this and see what happens. We might end up taking 1 core damage, which isn't the end of the world. It's an MIC. That's really bad for us. But at least he's on 8 credits, so maybe he scores out. Jupstat into an Elvigao, we take 1. So I'll just get the friend down, I think. We can get through this with 2 crew after we do the friend. So we'll see what this is. I think we lost 2 Regoliths so far, so the money shouldn't be that great from this point forward. We played 2 Hansei's Hedge Fund Predictive, 2 Regolith. So his money is going to struggle, as much as we haven't seen a single YDL. But there's actually a chance that the Hansei's are the YDL slot. I feel like YDL got a bit worse without a lot of the card draw. Oh. Okay. Oh, wow. That's a salvo. Can we get in there? Yeah, we can, right? Friend of a friend crew. We run. We use crew to install a crew, and we destroy this. Oh, we have to clear the tag first. Almost messed it up. Sick line. Very cool line. 4 strength ice, more like gone strength ice. Clear tag almost messed it up, Harp, I'll be honest. Almost got there. Almost didn't get there, more accurately. Maybe we died a cheesy measured. I don't know. We'll have 8 credits. I don't think it's deck's on measured. Bye. Oops. We have 2 tags, so we'll just draw to beat single measured, I guess. He can trash the crew if he wants to, but 2 salvos are out. Sorry, yeah, I think there's something to this deck, but the ice is not bad. Stealing the early salvo is not helping, but like Zelty just got shy of the big deal. If the big deal comes through, it's okay. It's actually quite good if the big deal comes through. But like so much of this ice has been committed to centrals. Like I think you can leave R&D open, but you do need to make the remote ice happen. 2 ice on the remote server we can't beat. 1 ice we can beat. At this point, I think we just keep running HQ. There has to be points in there. Trashing the crew, that's a card. Not bad. But we'll just run HQ. Hopefully badge and badge 2 tags away. Yeah. Oh, Ice HQ. Sick. I think we'll badge for, I don't know. Should they be playing core HB? Should have Hypoxia? No, because this is like the big deal, like Tehran style core HBs. They're fully on fast advance. There's no Hypoxia. There's nothing that like restricts the runner outside of like you crushing them down and then scoring out. Because once you have a salvo testing off big deal, obviously all your agendas get really goofy. So 6 credits could be a boomy. I think we could remove the tag here and just not do much. Okay, that's good. This feels so much less explosive, Tron. I think it's because we're not on 3 blink and not on the small cards. Maybe it's more consistent. We don't have anything that's stall from hand. We haven't found a Lagu yet. We must be on 3 Lagus, right? We're on 1 Lagu. That's why. Oh my god, my favorite card. I don't think we do anything here. So we took a core damage, we'd be on 7 points, but the Ontos would be 3-2s, which is not unreasonable. Celti really doesn't have the money to res that much more. So if we face check HQ, we might be able to just Praxis Archives. The problem is we have no cards in hand to install with Praxis, so the value's a bit muted. Yeah, I think we can just chill here. Like, he has a lot of work to do. Spin Doctor, okay, we should contest that. But now he's going to fix his hand. We'll see if he Hanseis or hedge funds. But yeah, we're pretty cool to relax here. We'll like find a Banhar. We're on 2 Banhar and then just like start pinging centrals. We're down to 12 cards and he has a lot of work to do. With 2 salvo testings out, if we don't take core damage, it's really hard for him to win the game. I think the only thing he can do is like jupe stat into 2-1 and then start there. It's a little explosive and turns to feels worse, but has a lot more optionality and pressure from my experience. Okay, cool. Again, I have very little experience, so I don't actually know, but we'll just do this first before we trash server 6. If it's a nightmare, we'll take the agenda points. Doesn't change too much. We went off a single Onto. So we'll target the spin. You don't want to let us trash a card because of badge. Then we'll just run server 6. We'll see what he shuffles back in here. A lot of face downs. It might be worse, TBH. 2 face downs. So we'll run server 6. I also missed the range ops. I really like the range ops. It's a jupe stat, so I think we will just Gourmand that. So that is the one of the few ways we lose, I think. So now we have badge set up, so we'll install Gourmand and just click for 2. So I think the only way that we will lose is to jupe stat into Elevagao. That opens up the first core damage, and then he goes from there. But with 2 out, we're not too concerned. So much kill the NFL and Stone Chip are kind of wild, yeah. All right, he's back to 10. We're going to draw with badge. I think if we face check, I don't know what ice we're scared of. I guess we could res a tier now, but we're going to do the exact same play. Solidity badge for a draw. Fermenter's good. We like that. Start here. That's gone. We'll see what went back in actually. Oh, 2 face downs. So we'll see what this is. It might just have to be money. MIC, that makes sense. I'm okay if you spend 6 for the MIC. With 2 salvos out, not too much worried, and a hedge fund, okay. This might just be a Nightmare Archives. I don't know what else you're putting on the table. It's another jupe stat. Yeah, okay. It might be too late for the Bling. Wait, how many connections do we have? It feels like we don't even have that many connections. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's a lot. This is on 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So a fair bit more, even if the deck is bigger. Like, I don't want to play the Blink here. I'm going to because it's what the deck wants me to do, but like, I don't think it's actually going to be that good for us. So I think he's still going for the big deal for the last salvo. So we should probably just run HQ and face tank something. We have 2 Banhars and 21 we can get to. That'd be good. But this Bling probably was not worth the clicking to. All right, he's on 14. Again, 18 is the big break point. I don't think he's on red level clearance, which technically means 17 can be the break point. I haven't been respecting measured for what it's worth, but I don't think the deck is on double measured. We could have just died to double measured. Actually, with 2 steel skins, it's unlikely. But we've seen Hansei's predictive spins, so that's like maybe up to 9 influence. I don't know what you do with the rest of your influence. I think YDL, but we would have seen one by now. Fermenter, Botulus, Badge. Okay. I mean, I got a pattern. I wonder if he's figured my pattern out. Yeah, he has a pattern too. All right, maybe we do like a big old YDL here. I feel like if we don't play the steel skin, we're not going to find our Banhar soon enough. 2 hedge funds. Just going for the money has the big deal in hand. We could run into this, double click that, but then we can't deal with that. We'll just find our Banhar. Charm isn't super useful. None of these cards are super useful. I don't like what we're doing. This kind of sucks. He should be able to crack up to 18 here. Again, if he spends all 18, I don't think we're actually that concerned. If he scores a salvo, we take 1 core damage. It's the second core damage that matters the most, because then the Ontos are 2/2s that do core damage. With 10 cards left in R&D, we should just send it HQ. It's just we can't find our Banhar. We have prices. We removed 1. We could draw that. Icing R&D. Okay, that's not a remote server. So I think we're really committing to fast advance. Some Nebula gameplay. Discarding a lot of cards. Okay. I mean, he's here. We'll start running next turn. We'll run HQ for sure. We don't have our Manuel. Manuel was not drawn yet. We have a Manuel in the list, right? We do. We have no crews left, so all our praxises get us our crews back. So we could, in theory, run Archives. Third ice in HQ, click to 15. Okay. Like, the game is in HQ, but I think we actually do just rip a Praxis on Archives. So maybe we run into a Boomy. I wish we had something installed from hand, but we don't. So Praxis will install like a Botulus and something from the bin. We probably should just find something. Okay, that's better. You can priv access now. Yeah, I just wanted to install something from hand. So we'll install the friend of a friend. We have to pay for the program, right? Yes. So the program will be a Gourmand. Yeah, we'll run Archives. Boomy might like purge this Botulus, but it's fine. If we end up taking a tag off of a Jaguar, that's fine. Fly Swatter? Shit, that's fine. Banhar? No. Fire? Another reason why I don't like pre-installing the Botulus. Lost a transfer, that's fine. We'll see what this is. It's a drafter. That fires. We have no way of breaking that. That's okay. We'll still get into Archives. We don't flip Archives. So there's no Spin Doctors out. So we're actually not accessing. We'll see what he puts back on the table. If it's a Jupe Stab, we can just run it. We have a lot of options here. I think our best option is probably Crew. But in theory, we could get... Oh, we don't have access to Hannah. So I think we get the friend from hand. Now, next turn, we'll run this relatively fine. So Hansei's in hand. That's okay. Because we spend 5 to get 5 back. And we'll see what we install. You pay for the install cost on this? Oh, no, you don't. Wow. So you can get big ice there. But I think we'll just like spam out a Regolith or a Jupe Stat or something. We do like trashing. This Percher from Enter 2, which is not great for us. If this was a Jaguar, we could have taken a core damage. That might have been a risk. So we don't know what that is. I think that is... Hey, actually, I think that is a Nightmare Archives. They put anything useful down, you can Gourmand it. Yeah, I think that's a Nightmare Archives, though. So if we install from the bin, we'll fire Bling first. So I think we install from the bin. So it's either the Crew, it's going to be the Crew. That gets us Banghar, that's fine. Access will get us a program, we'll get the Gourmand. Yeah, that's a Hannah. So we can now install the Hannah. I think we'd rather install the friend of a friend, though. It'd be next level if it wasn't. It'd be super next level if it wasn't, but I'm pretty sure it is. I think we install the friend here because we need to clear the tag. That has to be the Nightmare Archives. I'm not running it. Do we die to double measured? Yeah, we die to double measured. Sick. Why not clear with Hannah? Because we make money. Hannah clears the tag. Yeah, but that gives us 4 credits, right? We need 4 credits. Oh, but then we could take the tag. Yeah, you're right. Right. Let me consider it. So we can install Hannah. No, we can't even install the Hannah. We have to install the Hannah for free. But I think we need the credits. You still install it? I don't know. Probably. Like maybe we install it here. I think we just need to get our money back. So if we installed Hannah, we're back to 0, and then we can't install this. Like that's the thing is if we install this Hannah for free, We're on 1 credit. We clear the tag, we're on 1 credit, and then we can never play this anything. Right? Like, I think we just are okay losing this Hannah. Are Ashen's in the bin? Oh yeah, right. We threw it out saying we wouldn't need it. That's on us, I guess. Like, we just died a double measured. You gonna let the card with the dog trash? I mean, yeah. Sorry. What's in archives? We don't know. We don't flip it with ooh, wow. Speaking of flip it, I don't know I could do that. That's exciting. That's brand new technology. If you hold control, you can spin your cam. How do I write this? It's really hard. I just take a credit, I guess. Why not install here? I thought we figured there was no measured. There might not be. There probably isn't. I think we lose to it anyways. I just don't think the hand is that good for us. Like, what are we doing with the hand? We're spending 2 and then we're checking this. Like, he's not really building remote servers anymore. He's just trying to get to 18. I think we have to install the buffer drive because we probably will Ashen. Okay, so he's on 20. So often Bling cards just get trashed. Yeah, it's not the worst. Like, I didn't want to draw any of those cards specifically. Yeah, it's definitely not on double measure. I agree. So, say that we run this. We can crew 1 ice. We can let an ice fire. We can click the boomy. I think that's the line. The issue is if we lose the buffer drive, we lose all our recursion package. We know that they're on fly swatter boomy, so there's more boomies. So this is the turn that he spends all his money to square out a salvo and we take a core damage. So the safe line is just install buffer drive, don't care. That might be fine. Like, I think if he spends 18 to square out a salvo testing, we're still fine, because then we run HQ. I think that's okay. You should definitely not progressively make your cam more and more tilted over the side of the next stream. See how long people notice. Like, slightly crooked is really unsettling. That's 90s angle. A little Dutch angle there. So I think we just draw, place down buffer drive, and do nothing. Like, I don't think we have to do anything here. If he scores it out, it's fine. This is really good. It draws a card. Draw. Power draw. Buffer chill for a while sounds good. Yeah, if he spends 18 for his combo, I'm happy with it. I just don't want to lose this because we can always Ashen back off of a big fermenter. If this is a Jupestad, he can't do it, but salvo into Jupestad is pretty gross. We're in the scary door. Yeah, we're allowing the scary door to happen. We know what the 3 Jupestads are, though. This has to be a nightmare. Just click for 3? We're both doing it? You're going to deck out, my friend. My friend, you're going to deck out. I don't think we do anything. Now we hit Priv Access? Yeah, you're right. I think we do hit Priv Access now. What are we getting back? Friend of a friend. Yeah, we should Priv Access before we... Sorry. Undo turn. We should just Priv Access archives. How's he planning to score 7? I don't know. Give us enough core damage. For the culture, I agree. Banhar archives. Could be a virus, I guess. You have 0 MU? Yeah, that's not untrue. That's not untrue. I just don't think we do anything. Fermenter then pry back? Yeah, that's probably the hit that we fermenter and then pull it back. It's like spending a lot of clicks to do very little, but it's cool. It's not the most worthwhile, but we will buffer sooner than later. Stop asking. And once we get enough crews, we can like run down centrals. Okay, so order here. What are we getting from our bin? From our bin, I think we get a crew. We do the friend from our hand. We need to make sure we have cards in hand so we don't just die to salvo. Fast advance. Why not bottom the botulus? You can't, right? Because this is only from your grip. Unless I missed something. Oh, I said no on the buffer drive. I just clicked wantonly. We should have bottomed it. I wish I had measured response. Yeah, yeah, I was worried about that for a minute. Yeah, you're right. We should have bottomed it. I just messed the menu up. There's no reason not to. Okay, so we will install first for free. So that means we'll do the resource. So it's crew, which I like. Iru is okay, actually. Iru's not bad. Friend of Iru is actually pretty good. He was really good. Yeah, I'm fine with Iru. What's the top on Bling? It's Audrey. Okay. We'll do program. I think we'll go for another fermenter. We'll install the Froaf. Remove tag draw. I spent the first part of today proxying a few core on the decks to keep at the office. I got Dewi, Lou, Vegan, Plutus Wiki, and Amitra Elio. Oh, super cool. I have not played core yet. It sounds like a lot of fun. I think we're just going to spin our wheels and do nothing. Yeah, I don't like what we're about. It might have been better to do the Manuel. I think it'd be worthwhile with more core workers getting into it. More like core workers. Do your combo. You have 4 cards. You must combo. I refuse to sit here and watch a mill out, but I don't know what 27 credits does besides not finding the last salvo. There's a chance he doesn't have the last salvo and it's on the bottom. Looking for core workers is so good. I think the salvo has to be on the bottom of the deck. Otherwise, Zelty would have done it by now. Hey, Laura Mitra Elio, let's go. What's in our stack? Can we price our stack? If we price our stack is transfer, 2 strike funds. I'm going to price our stack. It's 3 cards of our Iru and trash too. Yeah, we could actually this turn. We could just send the Iru and let half of a drafter fire. David, hope things are going well. My local play group has a couple of players just playing core before experimenting with standard. I get it. I mean, core seems like it has a lot of options. It's a really big jump from like the system gateway to core. Like there's a lot of extra flavor on every single faction. I mean, I don't think we have to do anything. If we price, it's like mostly steel skins, or sorry, strike funds. That's really funny. Okay, price, strike fund, strike fund. And the last card is strike fund. I don't know. I think we just click for credit. We don't have to do anything. Sorry if this is not exciting. I really want to install another program so we can get a perfect little cube there. I guess it's a square, a rectangle. People want action. I mean, just send it HQ. No shot. That's a strike fund. Oh, it's a gachapon. Whoa, wait, where are our strike funds? Oh, we RFG'd one. So it is a big deal. We get the salvo. We're on 6 credits. We somehow have to win the game. We take 1 core damage. 4 ice HQ, I know. It's because he's flooded. Now the Ontos are only 3/2, so as long as we don't take core damage, this doesn't matter. He gets to grab a card back with PD, which is kind of cool. But I just don't think he can score out fast enough. Like, we're on 1 core damage. The Ontos are 3/2s. Any action you'd have done? No, I'm good. We lost the practice, bummer. Asking for actions is frowned upon and the pace of play is reasonable. There's nothing actually we could do. I don't think we have any instant speed pops. So in theory, you could buffer drive, but it doesn't change the board state. Or a hand, more accurately. So I think we just send Iru here. Yeah, Iru trash cards. That's it. And then he has to win in like 1 turn. Ideally, we trash 2 cards. But on 6 credits, he can't nano management out. He's grabbing a big deal back. That is ambitious. That's sick. We'll do archives and we'll just Iru. We can get the Manuel down when we take the tag. No. Buffer a Gourmand, then price it. I don't think we need to. Yeah, it's a cool line, but I think we want to buffer our just in case our Ashen, which maybe is like so cope, like we don't need to. Like very much overprotecting. Can only fire 1 bite. We could trash some of this ice too. I just don't think we need to. And we see 3 cards, which is the whole deck. So we'll know his whole hand is exactly points and a big deal. If you buff the Gourmand, you trash 2 of the 3 cards left. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna really matter. It's cool though. But like he loses with 3 cards in R&D the same way he loses to 1 card in R&D. It depends. If you don't want me to see all of R&D, that's a bit rude. But after this turn, I totally get it. Like, I want to see all of R&D. You don't often get to see all of R&D in a single run. Oh, sick. Gourmand, Solidarity Rage, Audrey, Hedge Fund, Onto. Okay, GG. Yeah, in a bad spot there. Stealing the first salvo means that we don't really have to respect it. This last salvo came pretty late. It was really rough. Yeah, I got lucky with the first salvo. But the third one was really on the bottom, huh? I think when I steal one, you really need to build the remote game because the chance of getting the big deal combo going is super low. Yeah, I think like obviously there's a lot of ice on centrals. We're actually not that good at running ice on their remote server. I think there's some respect here for transfer, and rightfully so. But at the end of the day, right? Like if your game plan is to score the last salvo with big deal and then score out more agendas, you're probably going to need a remote server at some point. I had an ice drought, could not build a thing for multiple turn back to back. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of ice on centrals. Yeah. The MIC was unfortunate. Thule not being able to defend economy due to crew and Banhar's death for ID. Thule's not doing that bad competitively. Sorry, yeah, I think a lot of the ones that I've seen recently, I don't think they have a great Sable matchup for what it's worth, but I think a lot of times you play on low credits and you just duck stuff. But Thule's not doing terribly often. Put the MIC there with Salvo. Yeah, I had that MIC's number. Yeah, that last salvo. That was the second salvo, I think. Server 10's a nightmare, right? So, yeah. Totally it had to be that. Like there were so many better cards, so this card has to be the nightmare. And that's a really big point is we run Arcades, we don't flip. I don't think if we take it changes anything, because we then just went on, you know, one fewer point. And like we're trying to find the Ontos to win the game. Oh yeah, that's true. The hand is no surprise. There is a Jaguar. Onto, predictive, Elevigal. So yeah, we need to find the Ontos there. But this makes sense, right? We have full tracking of all the points. We know the last card's hedge fund. There's no way out there. I think as soon as we're down to like 6 cards in R&D, you're kind of cornered. Yeah, I don't have... If you're on Nightmare, try and avoid it. Until the Ontos are out. How are we doing on time? We've been streaming for 3 hours. We can do another game. Hey, cheers. It's a game. All right. Not the most exciting, but we didn't have that much to do. Unfortunately, our opponent, the game plan didn't line up too well. So we can just kind of sit back. From our limited experience, and we'll play it again, it does feel like this deck blings a bit less consistently than the other one, and it just has less bling fodder. The other deck had a lot of bling fodder. Oh, swap sides. Yeah. Good night, I'm off. Harp, thanks for dropping by. Enjoy your, I guess it's a Wednesday coming up, huh? Yeah, that sounds about right. I forgot what time of the day it was. Yeah. Yep. Cool. Everything's fine. Hey, from vacation this time. Jaira, how's the vacation? I don't recognize this. Sadegi Power 123. This has to be a Smurf. Oh, it's Ampere. Okay. So maybe not. I don't know. I don't like playing against Ampere. The shorter the longest, they can have a bunch of different cards, one of each card from anywhere. So it's really hard to have like a focused game plan to be like, oh, we're running into this ice. We think it's X or Y, because it can just literally be anything. Hey, best of luck. Have fun. A lot of times that forces us into like sort of passive play patterns, because of course it could be a Saisantan, it could be a tier, we don't know. Having just strong fundamentals, usually the Ampere doesn't have a lot of money, so like transfers are really powerful. A lot of the times I think the Ampere decks as of late are playing a lot of kill lines, so we have to watch out for like measured, end of the line, Oppo, public trail, stuff like that. Should play Super Deep Borehole Nubang. I'm all on that environmental damage. Environmental damage. I haven't listened to today's podcast, Axu. Or I guess now they're coming out on Monday. I think you moved them to Tuesdays, and now they start before the stream, so I can't get there. Is this the undefeated Ampere from the weekend? Is that what this is? Friend of a friend in the hand is fine. Praxis is fine. Botchos is fine. Banhar is good. We'll keep this. Yo, hey, good games LT. The amount of ice in that PD deck is a bit low. Only 12, but still still took quite a bit of time to finding a third one. I just started dropping dupes down Regolith on the table to try and keep you busy. The problem is with my Solidarity badge, it didn't really keep me busy. It like actually kind of pushed me forward. But yeah. Just getting ready for bed and I see a Metrowell stream, so I had to tune in. Well, welcome. I don't know. I have no read. We don't have a lot of credits. We could ignore a bit of this, but I have no idea what this possibly could be. Urticas, Checkists, Bladderworts. Okay. We probably should click for a credit here, so we're on 3. We can trash the 1 of Regolith. Powers? Yeah, okay. So I guess we'll credit check this. Wall to wall, okay. I mean, I released the first episode accidentally on Monday. No, I heard. It was a vacation week and I was sure it was a Tuesday thing. Yeah, I know Brandon kind of made fun of you for that one, which was good. I think I'm missing the last like 10 minutes of the CTZ episode. So if one of these is an agenda, powers that be fires off. That's not good. Huh. I'll check a couple of them. Brandon made fun of me. Oracle, Think Tank. Okay. So they're playing small agendas? I'm assuming the other card's an agenda too. Yeah, it is. Bummer. How much worse? False lead? Okay, that's fine. Something's coming back. The shellest of games? Yeah, it looks like they're on a lot of agendas. So running centrals is good. That's a wall to wall, so they can res that. So we don't want them to res that. So we'll deal with that. Hopefully they don't score another agenda for the whole game. This is a deck that's definitely on Behold. It's definitely trying to tag and hurt us. So, oh, order punished. Bad. We'll just play slow. Again, it's just going to be very methodical. Draw for Gourmand? Yeah, maybe we could. I think the badge here is important. We'll just do badge and check everything. Order lull? I know. Small prototype? Okay. Pause for action. Do we have a praxis setup? We can get a friend of a friend and a Banhar down. It's not the best, not the worst. We have to be a bit careful because they clearly care about tags if they're on false lead, so we want to make sure we're practicing on like click 3. Barely working prototype. I mean, it was 2 clicks for 2 credits, and it forced us to get a Solidarity badge. I'm totally going to forget that there's a false lead and lose. Front company? I mean, don't threaten me with a good time. I will run your centrals, and I will steal a vulnerability audit. I will die to a measured response. Hybrid release? Okay. I don't think I care about this. It gives us a Solidarity badge, but I don't see why we would care about this. Let's go find money. Banhar? Crew? Ooh, Hannah's good, though. 4 credits means 4 cards is more important. Yeah, this is what I don't get. If you don't protect your centrals, what does this do for you? It forces us to run HQ where you're holding a vulnerability. But I think you just kind of windmill your hand on the table. This could be anything. I don't care. It could be a Checkist. It can be an Urtica. I mean, that's good fun. You could have exchanged 2 credits for a card and trash here. Yeah, I just don't think I care about it. Good game. I think resing the front company cost them the game. We wouldn't have ran on HQ there if they didn't res this. I think that's the weird thing about this game card. It's like this card shows up as a suggestion in a lot of acid decks. And unless your deck is spiky and has spiky ice, like sometimes forcing them to run centrals is the worst thing for you. So we'll take that from there for sure. But yeah, that felt like Ampere usually. They have a mix of 1s and 3s though. So I wonder how many agendas they have in their deck. We did not get to do any very cool Seb stuff. But against assets, a lot of times you just like have reasonable cards. We drew the 1 of Hannah, which is pretty good. We would have Hannah check the table. I feel like I should play Ampere. It's been a while. And I feel like it does have some new cards. I wonder what Ampere lost at rotation or Nova. I feel like Ampere is more fun than Nova. And I think it's just because your cards are face down. Hey, it's Jackmade. Let's see some op. Yeah, I think Jackmade doesn't play assets op. I think Jackmade plays scoring op. Our hand is pretty good, actually. Bling into Price into Gourmand. We can install Bling and do a lot of things. We don't have money in this hand. Hopefully Price finds something. Yeah, let's do it. That's a good hand. They both lost a lot just because of card pool. I just feel like, yeah, you're right. You're probably playing all of the 1-0s of the busted FMG cards. Jack made kept. We're going to keep 2. It's a good hand. I don't know how to play it though, because Bling is going to be like kind of restrictive. So like we can install Bling into Gourmand. We can do Price into Bling. So I think we just do Bling, Price, and hope. I'm assuming that's the Cyber Sand. So we probably should Gourmand it. We have a click left, so if you pop the Cyber Sand, we can trash the other thing. But this has to be a Sphere or a Cyber Sand. So Gourmand lines up really well. Yeah. So you just waste a click. So we lose the Strike Fund. But now this is going to get a 1-coster. Maybe you just get a Tithe. Yeah, you do get a Tithe. Okay, so we can play the Strike Fund. Archives Tithe, sick. Really, really cool. But that stops you from getting an Assembly or a Cyber Sand. Or sorry, a Splatter Word. I don't know what sort of deck this is yet. Extract, we're going for a spin. We're up on 10 credits. Yeah, that was a good turn. And Price from here, Banhar from here is really good. We didn't set up the Banhar, so like Jackmate can push behind a single. That's not great for us. You have to respect, I guess, Botulus, sort of. I'm going to respect the Spin Doctor, I think, so Slash and Burn doesn't get us. We also could just like face check this on worst, like it's res for 3 credits. So we'll price for a Botulus. Oh, that's good. Gourmand, Gachapon, Devil Charm. We drew the Strike Fund, right? So we also could do like Audrey run this down, which is also pretty reasonable. So I think we do Audrey, run R&D, run server 3. So we get the Gachapon, which is whatever. The Devil Charm is a 1 of in the deck. I like that better. So maybe we just do Crew, run server 3. We get a Crew here. So we can double Crew this ice. Holy crap. Audrey is a card you were accessing, so that doesn't matter. Let's try this. This is a good Blink setup. This is a really good Blink setup. Show me a Kesslerite. No! The only thing we can't Crew. Now we can install this Crew with the Crew. So our Gourmand line would be better. Not Charm, what are we deploying Crew? Sorry? So this is going to go through. I'm assuming it's an anthill. So we could take a tag here to install this Crew. We could also just install this Crew. Yeah, think about it. If we take the tag, we install this Crew for free, which means Bling draws a card. I think we just let this Crew go and install this Banhar. I think the Banhar is more important than this second Crew. We'll see. Don't show me above the law. This also just like sets up our practices, so it's not the worst. Okay, transfer respect. This wasn't rezzed, so I don't know what it is. Might be a score out in the near future. Here we can do credit Audrey, run server 3. We have 1 card in hand though, so we died in envelopment. We died a lot of things. Okay, so we probably should run that, but there's a lot of things we die to. Shit, there's a lot of things we die to. I guess Gourmand draws a card, so we can do credit Audrey, we run with 2 cards in hand, we died in envelopment. I mean, I'll take the line. Risky. Died in envelopment. Died a logjam. It's a mask. We survived that. Oh, but we have no cards for Audrey. Hold the phone. Oh, shit. I can't Crew it. I forgot we needed a card for Kessleroid. I guess we can Crew it to reduce the strength, and then we can still get through it. I guess we have to. That's awkward. So you can reduce the strength, right? You just can't trash it. That's really funny. -1 strength Kessleroid. We have 2 credits. It's a Mavirus. Oh, well. Well. There were so many ways I died on that run. And it was actually Mavirus that we died to. We got a Regolith. Okay, so we died to Mavirus. That's really funny. There was like 7 things we died to on that, but we died to the Mavirus at the end. I think we had to be a bit aggressive there. That was maybe a bit too aggressive. I did not think that was a regolith. I thought that was a Tucana setup to an agenda. Mavirus doesn't show up in too many of the lists, but I think, yeah, Jackmate's playing it. I thought about purging. Oh, yeah, this seemed better. We're in a pretty bad spot. Like, his money, he doesn't have any at this point, but like, we can trash this sort of stuff. The spin doctor's on the table. That's really funny. Hey, good game. Pretty goofy. We had a good start. I think we were just like pushing it a bit too hard there. We probably could have just stabilized a bit with the Audrey counter. I think relying on Audrey is going to be hard, but yeah, Kesselroyd's really hard for us to deal with. We don't have any Fractor, so we have to like put a Botules on there and hope. Thanks, you too. But yeah, we died to Envelopment, we died to Logjam in theory. This is perfectly 6 credits too, so all that works. We might have just wanted to bounce off the Kesselroyd. Very funny. All right, that was a fast one. I think it's really hard to play around op right now because it's hard to tell what they're up to. It's LT's back. No, it's fine. We'll see if we're as lucky on top of R&D. BTL, okay. I'm assuming it's just like regular BTL. I don't think we're super favored into it. We do have a crew, we do have our Gachapon Bling combo, and we have a Fermenter, so this is actually a pretty good hand. Salty win for them all. So the second time we play against BTL, can't tell what their agenda suite is. But some of the bigger ice we struggle into. I think I never won like this before. I think I've only got 1 or 2 Mavirus flatlines. It's something that's like always should be in your mind. But yeah, I think I probably should have sunk cost fallacy. Once I realized I had to take a tag to do with the Kesselroyd, I didn't have cards in hand. But like the outermost ice could have been a 3-sub Logjam, or probably Envelopment is the most expected, and then we're just cooked. I don't know. I read that to be a Tucana agenda, not Regolith. Trashing the Regolith would have been really good. We pushing? We not pushing. All right, so we do Bling into Gachapon. We can set that up. This will drop us down to few credits. Let's see what we get from this. It's an Iru. I don't really want to install the Iru. Celti should be icing archives anyways. I don't want to install this. It like really goofs our money up. I think we just trash Iru and happy that we didn't draw her. So I think we just do like Fermenter credit, crack Gachapon next turn. This deck probably is unmeasured. But we can crack Gachapon at the end of his turn, and ideally we're installing something for free. If it is an Audrey, we do pay 1, so we don't get the Bling trigger. But if it's another Fermenter, that'd be okay. If it's a Botules, it's okay. We'll see how fast he goes. We have to watch out once we're on threat 4, of course. The other version we played into BTL had like Stone Ship, so that's a bit easier. So if we advance this, yeah, so we should be able to contest this. Devil Charm Gourmand, so it's a Gourmand, so fires Bling. It's a friend. Shuffle 3 cards back. We want the Devil Charm, we want the Manuel. Transfer's not bad. Strike Fun's really good. Steel Skin's really good too. I think we have to go for the... I'm going to go for the Steel Skin. Because we already have 2 more transfers. I think we can just Botules run this. It's very likely. This either is an agenda or more likely it is a Charlotte. I think we want to deal with either of those. We install this Friend of a Friend for 3. We can crack it, taking a tag, installing the crew. I think we just do Botules run. Oh, we need money for Charlotte. Do we think it's an Urtica? Do we just lose to Urtica? Yeah, I'm okay losing to Urtica. So I think we crack Friend of a Friend, install the crew, install the Botules, run it. Then he trashes the crew. That's not great. Funny thing that there was an inverse no free lunch that popped to give a tag for free set might genuinely run it. Yes, for real. I think you'd be very happy with a card that you could get a tag on your own basis. So we either take the Friend of a Friend or we take the Fermenter for 4. I don't love the Fermenter for 4 because it's 2 clicks for 3 credits. It's like kind of sus. I don't read this as an agenda. I think it's an Audrey. Sorry, Charlotte. Charlotte's what? 2 to trash? 2 to trash. So we might not have to trash that. We just need the money up front. So we Friend of a Friend. We install the crew. We install the Botules. We run. So that's 1, 2, 3. We float a tag. We lose a crew. Die to end the line, I guess. Yeah, I'll chain it casual. We'll take risks. Oh, shit. That messes the whole turn up. That messes the whole turn up. Show me a Charlotte. Yeah, okay. 2 cards means that we probably have ice here. Yeah, Blink's clumsy. I do think you need to embrace the Blink. I think we might not have had the money to support it, but I think the Audrey might not actually have been worth it. It's okay to bring back with Praxis. There's not that many cards of trash in this matchup. The Charlotte trigger wasn't that good. It's not bad. You get 3 credits no matter what, so we denied if we ran out of credit in a card. We're still gonna have to do it anyways, so we might just botchless run this. We'll see where the second ice goes. Yeah, that makes sense. At this point, we've drawn 10 cards, so there's probably at least an agenda in HQ. I imagine this is 1 in 6, maybe 1 in 5. KPI, second ice. Cool, respect. Just gain 2. What was the second part of KPI? Oh, Advanced Charlotte. Oh, that's a waste. We're going to run that, I think. So botchless run, that means we beat some things, but not everything. We don't beat Logjam. We mostly beat Maskarovka. I mean, I'll bite. White space we lose to. That'd be pretty hype. Kara's a Bioac. Mestney, that's fine. Oh, no, that's not great. That's actually kind of bad. No, we threatened Gourmand, that's fine. So that forces us to Gourmand this unless Zelty cracks it. Yeah, Zelty cracks it. Okay, so we'll just drop. Cool. We could have installed the Banhar there. It might have been right, but we had no money, so we'd have to crack the Fermenter. We can't install it. The botchless message chest was kind of okay. Zelty might actually want to purge here. I don't think we'd be super upset if it happened. I really don't like that this deck is only on 1 Lagu. That's the one that I really appreciate. I just like drawing through the deck. But yeah, without real breakers, it's hard. Like double iced every server is really difficult, so we need to use the cruise well. Hedge fund, spin docking the remote server is fine. He'll have to overinstall it if he wants to push or build another server. Upgrade? I don't know. Isaac? I don't know what the upgrade would be. Maybe I'm a virus. Yeah, it's a virus. Cool. I'm okay if he reses a virus just to deny this. It's worse during a run. All you? Yeah, that's fine. So this was an install and 3 credits. It might have came off the Spin Doctor, but like, was that better than taking a turn off? It's hard to tell. I think with the Spin Doctor it probably came off. But yeah, we would have cracked the Fermenter that turn, so that's okay. Keeps us a bit busy. Ooh, Praxis though. Praxis is kind of perfect. We'd have to do credit Praxis, and then we can install Friend of a Friend, we can install Banhar. It probably feels better than we think it does, but if we run the Praxis, credit Praxis, we install Banhar from hand, we install Friend of a Friend, we remove the tag. I mean, we'll get it while we can get it. Oh, it fires Bling twice though. So I guess we do the Banhar first. No, we do the Praxis first. No, we pay for the Praxis. We do the Banhar first. It doesn't matter. Ah! Do we do it again? No, we lost to Praxis. Maybe we shouldn't have blinked. Because this one we can't really play for any value. Sorry, Praxis. It's like it still gets cards on the table and cards from the bin, so it was okay. We started on 1 credit and we went up to 5 with a Banhar. Like that should be worth something. Losing the second Praxis sucks. Yeah, the blink tricks are really, really cool. The problem is if we had a cheaper thing from the bin, like say that we had a Hannah or a Lagu, then we actually could have been blinked first and then use that information. What are we advancing? All over the place. Another upgrade? I'm assuming it's a virus. Banhar, we could go R&D. I'd rather go HQ here, but we have to break this one to get the transfer, so I don't think we do. I think we just threaten it. Draw. Double cruise good. Draw. Don't need that. Draw. No reason to install that soon. I think we just keep drawing. So we could do like Friend of a Friend, install crew, take tag, clue tag, something like that. The Spin Doctor, if we're not contesting, it allows him to like carve his hand. But as soon as we run that, we lose 3 credits. And on top of that, we reset our botchless so we can jam on the next turn. I feel like this is going to be another very slow, methodical game. Yeah. Buckle up. Happy Canada Day, everyone. Like, what does LT need to push? A second ice at a minimum, but then we beat that. Ice on archives, okay. We've played 2 practices so far, but yeah, this is gonna go slow. So we can just go find more botuli. Fermented botulus. Our MU is full, which is unfortunate. So I guess we'll put this on R&D. I don't know what this is. I don't think we're going to pop our fermenter anytime soon, but we do need to flush this out sooner than later, because then if we need to rely on the botulus, that's not great. So I don't know what this could be. Maybe it's a shoot? A Charlotte? Not a Charlotte. The one that shoots you. So double crew is good. Buffer drive is fine. We want to get that down before we lose it. This deck is definitely unmeasured, so we want to make sure we have enough money. We draw once. Fine. I think we'll just do friend of a friend to crew and to clear tag. Like, oh, it fires Bling too. We shouldn't have drawn first. Because this hits Bling. Ah, damn it, Bling. And now we have to remove tag. That was for us. Just duck the Messney. I don't think we can really comfortably duck the Messney. And then like he has a window, because as soon as this has tokens on it. But I guess here we remove the tag and lose the second transfer. I don't know. The transfers seem reasonable. Bling misfires mostly seem to be a timing issue. We could have timed it there, but the problem is if we drew the transfer on click 2 or click 3, we still can't play it. I don't know what that is. Oh, fuck. Okay, we should deal with the spin doctor. All right, slash and burn. So just 2 points. That's fine. So now we have to deal with the spin doctor. Yeah, bummer. Maybe set up with free install going to turn. Yeah, the problem is when you run into events, right? Like the transfer. But I agree. It does require a bit more forethought than I think I have on that turn, at least. All right, we can Audrey the steel skin with buffer drive. That's fine. So I guess we'll just chase this down. I didn't realize we'd be doing that. So we're on 2 pointers. We should run HQ. Oh, in theory, you can have a virus here. Didn't. So I don't know what this upgrade is. It makes sense to protect the spin doctor like that. So we're going to shuffle back the slash, and I don't know what else. This is like the hardest thing to play around, especially if you're not expecting it. Because if you trash the spin doctor and they don't slash and burn, you don't know that they could have slashed and burned. And if they slash and burn, you know you messed up. So it's the KPI. Cool. I think we can just do buffer drive. We can fire the steel skin. Okay, badge is whatever. Our money's all fermenter. We'll bottom that. So what are we drawing into here? I feel like we're not super potent. We can Audrey the strike fund. I think we just keep drawing and discard some stuff. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing here. We just can't get Audrey counters when people button down like this. I guess we just have to like tank the R&D run with Banhart with this hand. Maybe we install the badge first because we have the Gourmand. I'm assuming it's a virus on R&D. Rego? Okay, we'll trash that. We don't want him to have 9 more credits. Audrey strike off turn? I don't think we want to. I think we want to Banhart. Yeah, totally. So it was a virus. Okay, 2 virus out. That's fine. So we'll just play the badge and we'll run this. Ideally, we keep the Gourmand. We also could just crude and blow this up. It's a bit expensive. Strike fund. Beans. So we can pay 3 here if we wanted to. This gives us a solidarity badge. We could Gourmand if we wanted to. Looking at our MU. I don't think this is the card we want to Gourmand. But yeah, we need to see more cards. We'll do it. Now we have Audrey. With Audrey, we could run R&D, assumedly. We've opened up our MU, which is good. He could purge one more time really slowly. That might be fine. We want to find our Devil Charm and open up R&D, I guess. That's why it's a good thing to keep Gourmand around, though. It's because if you run R&D with Gourmand, we can ensure we trash something, as opposed to hope we can trash something. And there we had a trashable, so it might have been right to not do that. Because now we're actually with the Audrey counter, we're threatening transfer. So we probably shouldn't. Ooh, Lagu's good, though. Yeah, we'll install Lagu. We only have 1 more Praxis. Yep. I mean, could be Charlotte. Crewing Messney seems useful. Yeah, but the botchless on it feels a bit like not great. So what in our hand do we need to keep? We just need to deal with what we're assuming to be a Charlotte. We won't trash it. We will lose 3 credits, which is fine. Then we only have to break 1 subroutine. Oh, we made the subroutines net damage. So actually, I want to ban her something else. Need to retarget that. Because this has 1, so we'll lose 3 on encounter, and then we can let the 3 subroutine fire. So we'll put ban her on R&D. Price? Yeah, we could actually deduct it. That might be fine. Yeah, price deduct is reasonable. Trash 1 card to the bottom. So Crew, Audrey, Manuel, Praxis. So we're installing one of these cards. So Praxis goes to the bottom. Card to install, I think would be the Crew for free. We'll bling a price. Now we'll run server 1. We could play this price too. But if we hit our Ashen, it's a bit ugly. Oh, we need to have 2 credits for this though. Oh, wait. We messed up. We can always like surprise by Audreying the strike fund though. So that's fine. Price again? Yeah, maybe we do. I just think if we hit the Ashen, we're in a bit of a bad spot. I guess what are we getting here? Like our little gremlin? We have 1 more gremlin. Yeah, okay. Botulus, okay. Gourmand, sure. Friend of a friend, Gachapon. So we can't install this, right? It's -2. Oh, it's price, right. So we can install the friend of a friend. That's good. Yeah, I think so. This is going to be an Ashen. That's fine. We have buffer, yeah, but I want to avoid using buffer like that if we can. So we'll break the end of the run. We're assuming this is what's it called? The one that keeps us busy. So still creating the Charlotte, which like we didn't have the credits to threaten it. In theory, you have to watch out for Audrey to strike fund. So power to him for that. Devil Charm is still somewhere in the deck. Ashen's in the deck. Trash and Fire. We didn't need to. Sorry, if you mean strike fund. I feel like we're just going to eventually die to buffer. To measured, excuse me. Spin Doctor. Hannah's on the bottom. We have the Ashen in hand. This is grindy. We're not getting any forward tempo. I think even if we land the transfer, it's not super impactful. I wonder if we get Audrey the Ashen. Hey, why does Audrey have a counter? Wait, why does Audrey have the counter? When did we get this Audrey counter? From trashing the regolith, I guess? I forgot we had that. Time to blow up some server ice to gain tempo. I know. We'll see if he pushes here. We have to contest the Spin Doctor. Okay, he's just advancing, so he's not pushing. We're happy with that. Banhar, we'll put it on R&D. So we'll run the Spin Doctor, then we'll blow the server up. We're going to need at least 2 credits. We can get to that instantly. Yeah, it was a rego. Going for the transfer is fine. We don't have a good install from our hand. I feel like our utility installs like Hannah. We don't have that many of them. And start the game tempo chart here. Let's see what shuffles back in. Mavirus, yeah, respect. This Fermenter's been here since like turn 1. 19 credits. I think we can just run R&D and see what happens. Problems, we're going to have to take a bunch of tags. We can clear one of them with Friend of a Friend. I know that we can't threaten Crew, but we can with Strike Fund. So we're hoping that he messes up. We could install Banhar if we wanted to. I think I missed the raindrops a lot. Like getting a cool run event off Bling is kind of sick. This has to be advanceable, so we know it's not a BWAC. It's probably a Mesney. Maybe a tree line. So this blows up really expensively. We have to take 3 tags. I don't think we can afford that. I think we just take the Banhar damage here. Nice. Good to know where that is. BOAC. Okay. Gourmand would have been good. Man, I feel like we don't have anything going on here. I think I just played the matches where my version's better. I think this is worse on average. Beans. Man, if we had 2 Devil Charms here, it would be in a lot of control. Leech would be a lot of control too, but like slots are such a hard issue. I don't think the transfer is going to do enough for the game. This price hits no Gourmands. I don't even know what this hits. Iru and Manuel are here. One Praxis that could lose that. It could hit the last transfer. We could lose that. No, that transfer's out of the game. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, 1 damage is definitely nothing. I just don't want to get the access unless we're like Audreying. So running HQ is probably where the game is. We could get the botchless on here, but then I think we get a purge. I think we just click for credits. Like, I don't know what to do. Our manuals are 1 multi-access and we don't have access to it. So we know our Ashen is 8 cards down. I just feel like we're playing the Corpse game here. The Corp is not playing our game. Would we be happy to flow tag with Amanuensis though? Like, I'm not even sure we would. I think on 15 credits, LT would be happy to trash our cruise. Yeah. Zelti's gameplay is not very proactive. It's like very defensive, which is making these games long. Like, I don't think we're in a good spot. Maybe Zelti could push out here, but Zelti like just plays full iron servers. Solidarity bad? Right, like that. It's all credit. Like, we're not making a play. So, I mean, that gives us time to just like do nothing as well. If this is the BOAC, I think we're happy. But like, I don't have anything to do. Ripping the 1 Praxis would be kind of hype. I don't want to play the price anymore. That's good. Now we're scary. So there's 2 more Charlottes in the list. So we have to consider running the bin or running server 1 at some point. I don't think you can fast advance out of everything. Like credit. I guess we could power draw here. Yeah, whatever. This Banhart will probably 6 cards down is our thing. We could have sent the Strike Fund off that turn for Audrey. Same with the Steel Skin. We'll see if LT just purges. It honestly might not be wrong considering the speed that he's playing at. But hey, he drew. Yerp. Nice. And then eventually we'll just end up in the measured response grinder, which like I do think kind of incentivizes this sort of play. You know how you can put the known cards at the top of the deck sideways, like from Q-Loop? Can you put the buffer drive cards at the bottom of the deck sideways? I don't see why not, Lenza, but I haven't seen anyone do that. But I don't see why not. That'd be a really clean way to figure out when you're hitting your pitch stack. Same with what's it called? Class Act. I don't see why not. This is a Regolith is my read. Banner, Fermenter. Okay, so I think we just run it. This has to be an advanceable card. We can feed all the strike funds in the world. I think we'll just take the Fermenter. I'm going to ask for action, but we'll take the Fermenter and just run it. Yeah, it's a good idea. Power drives on the last clock of the turn. It's a 0th click for the next turn. This is Banhard. We also have Audrey. We know this is not the big old one. It's a logjam. We're going to just Devil Charm the logjam, I think. I think we're just going to camp the remote server, unfortunately. This makes it harder to deal with the BOX. Otherwise, we could take tag, take tag. I'll just charm this. Man, I like charm. We can't Audrey. It had too many subs. It's worth considering, though. So we'll botchless this. It's a Charlotte. Okay, so we get Solidarity Badge. We get Audrey. Here we could consider running HQ. Because we want to use the Audrey. There's definitely points at hand. We're not going to end up on threat 4. We also could Praxis. Wait, Praxis on this turn is probably pretty good. So if we Praxis, we can bring back Crew. We install nothing from our hand and we're happy. You get nothing. Game over. That's not good. So what about if we Praxis? We're not a threat, so we'll try and hold that for a bit. I think running HQ makes sense. We have like all this stuff to use. This is a BOAC. How bad is it? I don't think it's that bad. Either pay 14 or lose your 2 points. This is a Winchester, right? Hammer sucks if it's a hammer, actually. That would be bad. I have no contingency plan for the hammer. At least that costs money. It's a Winchester. Okay, so 3 subs. So we can cook a whole Audrey through this. Or we can do a bit of tracing work. We can also just break the first and walk away. I think the access on HQ is relatively valuable. But if that's the case, this will guaranteed end the run. Every advanced ice ends the run besides Colossus, which I'm not expecting there. So we probably can just spend 2 cards, no big deal, and then force the trace 3. And if he boosts 1 credit on it, I think we're happy, but I don't think we can go through this. We can double crew it. It's not the worst, actually. Not the worst. Take a tag 2. We have friend of a friend last click. Yeah, let's just destroy it. I'm just getting impatient. Shadowlander does not end the run. Oh, yeah, that's true. I just don't think you advance Shadowlander. Maybe you do because you're BTL. But yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that one doesn't. Let me into your servers. It's a mess and he's sick. How spiteful are you? Is 1 credit too many? Or the poor... Oh, we're floating a tag here? I mean, I guess we're floating a tag here. My bad. I didn't do the math right. At least he's on 5 credits. Declines to use it. So true. So we'll do Strike Fund first. And we'll do Strike Fund second. Strike Fund. Gain 2. Strike Fund. Gain 2. Strike Fund. We'll do the second one, of course. We'll break. So we float a tag. Measured response. Yeah. Funny to see that here. You can pitch the Strike Fund to not float a tag. Don't we just have a clicks problem, though? I think it's just a clicks problem because we have 2 tags and 1 click. Yeah. Do we just transfer? We could just transfer. The tag appeared from somewhere. Yeah, that might have been me. Yeah, let's just do that. Our thing is 3 cards down, our Ashen. Yeah, this is going to be really passive play into double measured, which, like, I guess without Manuel, we can't really close the game out that quickly. And now we have to worry that if we run into, what's it called? Oh, never mind, Ashen. You should have pitched strikes if you were transferring. Yeah, because of the mess in chest, so you're right. But I think we didn't know that we were going to trash the measured. So we would have been on enough credits and tank this a bit better. Is Zelty going to deck out again? Are we going to play the Ashen? Probably are. Okay. That's a Charlotte. If I've ever seen one. Botchless will put Banhar on HQ. We'll remove a tag, I think. Okay, so we run the Spin Doctor. Then we run the Charlotte. Then we transfer. Then we clear tag. This is the 3rd Spin Doctor, so at this point, Zelty is in Flood City if he cannot manage his hand. And he might not be able to manage his hand. Oh, we could lose the Ashen to the Messney. There's some truth to that, but I think we'll be okay. It's unlikely. Yep, it's a Charlotte. Oh, no, we can't lose it. We're going to Audrey. Oh, sorry. So sorry. I knew he was going to use it. I have to hit the transfer. We're transferring? Yeah, very good catch. Steel Skin. Draw 2. Steel Skin. Break. Oops. Wait, what did we trash? Just the Steel Skin? And the Botchless. No, so this is not right. I fucked up. Close prompt? There. Not transferring? 100% transferring. I wish we had a click to Praxis here because it'd be pretty okay. This access is better than the transfer. We just don't want to hit a, what's it called? Pay 2 fewer? Yeah, nice try. That's good. That means we stay off threat for a bit. And we'll just remove the tag. He's on 6. He can advance his message chest foes. That's fine. We have to be ground out a bit more. On his turn, we can definitely do the Audrey. We didn't draw with Solidarity Badge. We didn't trash anything. Second ice, yeah. And that's the thing, the second ice means that we're not building the remote server. So like we end up in a very passive loop here. Right, like the second ice goes here, is that better? I don't know. With one Audrey counter, we can still get in here. We are entirely out of Gourmand, so I think here we probably end up going Archives. Imagine having win cons. I don't know who you're talking about. Power draw, 20 cards left. Okay, Botulus. I think we do Banhar on Archives here. And we just send the Ashen. We send the Praxis. We get back Gourmand. We get back, honestly, what do we get back? I think Crew, right? And we just crew down the Mesti again. Yeah, I'm fine with this. There's no more friends in our stack. This is where like you fight so hard. It's turn 14. We're on 2 points each. And then like they play the Ashen and you fall apart a bit. Wait. Uh-oh. I can't. The Seb deck is the same thing to Lou last meta. You play one conduit to fake that problem. Praxis program is in threat. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's okay. We're going to Ashen. I think you're right. We're not going to get the Praxis. Holy shit. I think we're pretty okay with this res. Because now we can just pivot HQ. That is not what I expected to be on Archives. It's hilarious. This is fine. Okay, our practices are dead. Oh, wait, no, Banhar is here. We have to go through. So we could lose the Ashen here. To protect the Ashen, I think we actually Audrey away the Ashen. I think we do this. And then we just let this fire. That's really funny. That is so funny. I didn't realize that was a line that you should actually could be considering. We just bottom it. So we know it's 3 cards down. We'll be next card because we'll draw in a second. Yeah, right? So this can't draw it. What? I'm going to refuse to draw because this could hit it. Because it was, yeah, strike fund into strike fund. Very funny. And we drew a Hannah. Oh, wait, if we fire Bling, we get the Ashen on the top of the deck. Do we want to Ashen on this turn? I think we might. So we actually might go for the Blinged Ashen. That's sick. So we'll do Resource. So it's probably the Manuel. I think that's the most important card in the matchup because Iro is kind of cooked here. We'll get the Ashen on top. We'll install the Hannah. Can we greed this crew before we have to reset? Can we greed this crew? Yeah, the Hannah was sick. If we knew our, like, oh my god, if we could pitch stack. I want to play with my deck face up once we get to the bottom. That would be so much. I think it would be pretty reasonable training. So now we can run HQ C2. Pop the Hannah, pop Ashen. So we run this. This can't be rezzed. Oh, we need 2 cards to get to the Mesti. So we actually can't get to the Mesti unless we crew it. Because the Mesti is strength 4. We're 1 card short. Beans. So what can we run here? Nothing, right? I guess we could crew to take a tag and then get through the tree line or the Mesti. That's probably worth it, but I think that's probably worth it. I think we crew the Mesti. And then Audrey our strike fund. And then C2. It resets our Audrey. We might be able to trash things. But we see 2 cards. That seems pretty good. And we're not like really worried about measured. I think I'm going to try it. Strange line. We can just rip the Ashen and run HQ. Yeah, but I want to use the strike fund. I think I'm okay getting the crew back in the bin and then using the crew. Oh, we actually don't use the crew. I don't know. This is aggressive too. We could have just thrown it to Audrey, of course, but. Okay, scary. We probably hit another agenda here. We'll see what he adds back. If he grabs a measured, we can trash it, which would be kind of sick for Audrey. Again, there has to be a lot of points in hand. We've only seen 4 points. We've gone through 24 cards. Now you need clear 2 tags. That's no problem. We have Hannah. Barely an inconvenience. Charlotte, we'll trash that. Oh, hold on. Actually, do we trash Charlotte? Zelty grabbed Charlotte. So I don't think we clear the tags. I don't know how we can get up to 5 credits. So if we trash this, we go on to 5. We do Hannah. We clear a tag. We Ashen. Yeah, we're perfect. Yeah, I do think we trash this. And we just float a tag. Badge Audrey. So we'll Hannah to remove a tag. We'll Ashen because we need to. We'll draw a Strike Fund. We didn't. Shit on me. Oh, we don't just transfer. I think we just click for 2 credits. God, this deck is kind of sick. It's not perfect. I do think I need to meld Sokkas and Terrans. Transfers and very rude. Yeah, 100%. Super, super hyper rude. And trashing here is so hard. It's LT's entire turn. We have to watch out now. Measured's around. He didn't grab a second Measured, so he either has them or obviously money's not approachable. What did we lose? That we should check. We lost a crew. That sucks. A friend, a gourmand, a strike fund, a crew. We lost 2 crews? We lost every single crew in the transfer? Christ. That's bad. Where we put Banhar? I think on HQ. We'll remove a tag here. So we can do the transfer. He probably can't res this unless it's a Maskarovka. If he res a Maskarovka, that's good, I guess. Then we get through the Audrey. We throw out Banhar privilege access, I think. We install the Iru. Yeah, I think we can do this. Yeah, shit. That was the bad one. So this at least doesn't fire, so he's still bankrupt. And I think we just take the damage and walk away. Oh no, we can get a double access here. We can just take a tag. Yeah, we probably did take the double access. Bottom that, continue. Yeah, the tag just sees 2 cards. That's probably worth it. So you're just a duck. Yeah. Yeah, we could have. I don't think Iro's actually that good behind the logjam, but it was an option. Man, losing 2 crews really does stink. So, our whole hand? I guess so. We can't trash anything, which sucks. This might be an overextension. Bioac, green mail, okay. Draw. So he could like predictive end a line, I guess. Draw, fine. So we've seen so far only 8 points out of 24 cards out of an 18-point deck. I just don't know what he does here. Like, he's going to deck out again. It's going to be slow, though. He's going to just keep advancing his cards. Trashed Banhar? Yeah, sick. Do we have another Banhar somewhere? No, we lost both Banhars. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, maybe we should respect that a bit better. So the only way we get our Banhar back is Buffer Drive, which is kind of fine. We're out of Audrey. So we actually could probably messed up letting that Banhar go. I think we might have messed up. We might have to Buffer Drive back that Banhar. But the game's not going anywhere quickly. Like, he's far away from scoring down on the remote server. He's on green mails. His hand's a Bioac. Man, if we just had a little Fractor. I don't care. I think we just botchless the tree line and start going R&D. I think we have 2 more botchlists. We lost 1? No, we lost none. Putting 1x riding tide is cute. Yeah, it really is. It means that you don't stress like the small barriers. There's a lot of small barriers. Let's say you end up getting to a 49 card deck at a minimum, right? But I could see it. Trashing the crew. I'm okay with this. So all we need to find is a botcha. So we have 2 and 18. Botchas on tree line we can get in every turn. We get to see 2 cards if we float the tag. I don't want to Gachapon because it thins our deck a bit. And I think we're going to need a lot of our cards. I feel like I missed the Valentina too. Practice to get Banhar back. I just don't know how we deal with a logjam with 6-3 and the run counter 6 strength. The price, I'm like, I don't want to do this price because I think we need to have all our cards. Like, I think we're at the point where the game's not going fast, so it's not about tempo, it's about playing all of our value. And this is more of a tempo card than a value card, right? Because it functionally, you discard a lot of cards. If we need to, we need to, but we just can't beat this logjam. We need 2 Audrey counters and a lot of cards in hand, or 2 cards. Crew Charm, there's only 1 crew, it's RFG'd. We can't even do that. Yeah, I think losing the Banhar actually was like a bit disastrous. Order lol. I think you're gonna get locked out. I think so too. I think we are gonna get locked out. Now he's on 9 credits. I think we're gonna get locked out. Yeah, I think we overextended and lost our second. I think we just need to get our Banhar back with buffer drive, and then we're okay. I think we just go for the buffer drive now, because we need to get it before he jams next turn. So I think all we do is like buffer drive, draw, friend for friend, install clear tag. He could in theory like slash and burn above the law. As far as Bling. As far as Bling, we won't. I think we need our cards on our deck, because if we draw a botchless here, it's a disaster. Brennan, how's it going? How you doing, Brennan? Use Audrey to buffer something from hand? Oh, what do you mean? Before using it? Like discard something to bottom it? I don't think we need to. We could. Happy Canada. Yeah, to you too, Brennan. Hope it's not too hot. No, it's hot, but it's not as hot as it used to be. Hopefully you're doing well too. Yeah, we could have done the Heliopollux. The thing is, like, I don't think I mind. It doesn't draw us a card. It just puts a card on the bottom of the deck, which is like, okay. Yeah, click for 3. That's the issue now, is we're in measured response hell. So he's just setting up for a double measured. So we just need to get like a fermenter and click for credits. So now we can threaten 1 server a turn. We in theory could take 3 damage and run archives for the praxis. That's probably the play, honestly. Do we just practice here for 3 damage? We praxis, we install nothing from hand. We bring back a crew. We bring back no program. I just need to find a botchless. He's definitely flooded. We'll just find a botchless. Sick. So we can botchless run HQ next turn. I think we hold this. We have 1 extra MU, so I don't think there's much we do here. I think we just click for 3 credits. Next turn we can botchless transfer. We'll get all our accesses. If this botchless gets destroyed, we'll do the praxis. But I think we, again, literally do nothing. I think the price is probably not it. We have to be a bit careful firing Lagu, because we have 1 more botchless, which is super valuable. But like, yeah, this is turn 21. I think Zelty is like struggling to be proactive to close the game out. This meta would be much healthier without Banhar. Yeah, I think Banhar is very likely to catch a ban. It's a powerful card. It's a shame because Phoenix is probably meant to be doing something, and then Phoenix is like totally not going to show up anywhere. But I could see a Banhar-like card being reprinted in the future. But yeah, Banhar is very, very meta warping. Built to last forever. I mean, 13 more cards. And it seems like unless we score out the last off the books and the above the law and the green mail, we'll have to score Basalt if we can't do that. I think you need a remote server, Zelty. You gotta push in a remote server at some point. You can't just keep putting ice on HQ. I guess if you know that's where all the agendas are, like, I can't stop you, but like, I don't know how you win. You can't deck out twice. The more time we have to not die to measured, the better. We know 1 measured's in the bin. Luckily we steal Basalt. It doesn't have text. The one thing that we actually get goofed by is like a fly swatter on the remote. Hit him with the surprise spree. Fly swatter into Messney is gonna be hard. Zelda, you gotta win. You can't just keep doing this. They technically didn't deck out the first game. Oh yeah, you're right. They technically didn't deck out. Yeah, you're right. 12 more turns. Ice HQ concede. I mean, I don't think it's gonna come to that. I think with the slash and burns, he can maybe get out to points, but he has a slash and burn every 2-pointer. The thing is, without spin doctors, he can't slash and burn anymore unless he wins, because we run archives. Another hopeful waiting for big deal. I mean, it could be, but I don't think he's on big deal. I guess you're right. He could big deal Basalt. That's actually like really good, and then we lose in 1 turn. Maybe when he's on 18, we'll start doing something. Or I guess it's 16 or 17 because you can BTL first. Iru's a way to win. Yeah, Iru's not bad. It's just logjam's a bit difficult. But we could always like privilege for Iru and grab Iru. We lost our Iru. Oh no, Iru's still in the deck. We didn't RFG Iru, did we? I wish I could make this bigger. No, Iru is still in the deck. Yeah, Iru is not an awful shot. They're just sitting there messily. I mean, the more he draws, he just clicked for draw, the better it is for us. But yeah, we do have some problems. Oh my god. No. I'm assuming that could be a Holloman. That could be an issue for us. But it is expensive. I think it's more likely a Mavirus, and that is actually a really cool line. Because if it's a Mavirus, we need to run here before we can do with the message chest. So that actually is respect. I like that. Because this deck is on at least 2 Mavirus. So we probably need to shut that down. The issue is we can't. The issue is we literally can't. Right? Because we have to run through all of this. Even 2 Slash and Bird can't score Basalt to get out of this mess? No, it can't. But if you can score at the Basalt, you're in a good spot. The problem is as soon as you Slash and Burn, like we run Archives. Like this Mavirus is really good because it can do Ice Jam, and then we run, we get purged. The problem is that'll be credits, and then maybe we can swing R&D. We know there's a Biowack around. That's gonna be not great for us. How many crews we have? 1 crew, because we removed 2 crews from the game, like a champion. 10 cards left in R&D. Thinking, like, what are we doing? Maybe if we've got Eero and Botulus on the lag jam. Yeah, it might be, but it loses to this Mavirus. I do think Eero and just banharding the logjam is probably our play. The problem is like if Eero's on our bottom 13 cards, we're in a bad spot. Basalt with 2 counter stays, Slash and Burn. Sort of. You have to do it like really weirdly because you can only do 1 per turn. If he pitches to Biowack, you're fine. I think you res. Oh no, he doesn't res to Biowack. Yeah. We're regretting learning how to play Netrunner. Oh boy. Yeah. We might just praxis here and flinch. If we praxis, we can grab crew, which doesn't help. Nothing really helps. Watch us logjam. There's a Mavirus on the table. It doesn't really do anything. We could draw once for Eero. Imagine that would have been sick. I guess we could have Steel Skin for Audrey. Eero. Maybe he'll purge this instead. Are we keeping any of these cards? No. I went to Simulation with the big difference that I had to score Basalt. I was against Hosh. I won after playing 5 measured responses. Yikes. Yeah, that Mavirus is going to get us. He actually can maybe win in 2 turns, if he's 3 turns, if he's really aggressive with the Basalts. But yeah, we have to just force the Mavirus out. I'm not going to mill this. Isn't Eero on the bottom from a buffer a while ago? Oh, Load, you might be right. I'm very bad at remembering it. There's way too much going on for me. I'm going to take your word for it that it is. Okay, green mail. So that doesn't change that much. It means he can win off of the last off the books, last off the law, above the law. 9 cards left. God, this is awful. This is just so we don't have breakers. I guess we do set up for this eventually. The single crew doesn't do enough. It doesn't interact with any ice we're expecting. Maybe an Afshar. Maybe, but we know this is not an Afshar. So like that doesn't do anything. Man, I want a cookbook. We have to consider running this down, but we just can't break Maskarovka. We're drawing for Eero. So price will hit most of our deck. It seems like Eero might be our actual last card. It might be our actual last card. So what we can do is we can Banhar run this. If he purges, no, he needs another ice, then he pushes. I thought there was an Ashen. We already played it. We played our 1 Ashen. I do think we did goof it a bit. We floated a tag where we shouldn't have. I really hope the Eero is coming up soon. The worry is it's on the bottom. And if it's on the bottom, that means we only have 1 good run on Logjam. Audrey the Steelskins on the price? We definitely could Audrey the Steelskins. The price helps us, but if it misses our Eero, like we're not really doing much with it. Price for Eero is like our play. The thing is, like, we think, is Eero removed from the game or in the bin, right? I think it's on the bottom of the deck. It's definitely in the game still. Yeah, because it's not here, right? KPI. Oh, that's cool. You can make a good aggressive play with KPI. If it was buffered, Ashen wouldn't have shuffled it. Oh yeah, you're right. Ashen would have shuffled it. No, Ashen doesn't shuffle. Ashen just puts a card on the top. So it's still where it is. Because buffer drive doesn't shuffle. It just adds a card to the top of the stack. So the order of the deck is we're just getting to 20 credits. Okay. I guess big deal we lose. Big deal into something else. Time to ice archives. I know. And I think we're going to lose the big deal. Let's price for Eru. Nothing. Full whiff. Oh, it's bad. No shot there's influence for big deal. I mean, we've seen very little. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You could be on 1, but I think you're right. There's probably not. Should have popped the Gachapon first. Yeah, I forgot we had that. Yeah, this is now totally useful. Ear was in hand if you played Ashen, then got buffered to the bottom. I think you're right. I think it's probably on the bottom. I mean, a click now could be a click later. I swear to God, if we get that ice in archives. I think you've seen 15 influence. I don't think we have. We've seen Charlotte at 6, 7, 8, 9. Mavirus is 10, 11. I think we've only seen 11. That means you can't big deal though. I don't know what's happening. Does he have all his points in hand? They could be in archives too. I'm just sending it. I've got him impatient enough. It was the last card. Really need the Audrey the steel skin for the clickless straw? Yeah. Yeah, we do. Sick. Okay, we're out. Good game. Good game. Oh, how do you get out of that? How do you get out of that? The Mavirus on HQ is not easy for me. Where was that above the law? Yeah, I know. Like slash and burn the above the law for the Banhar gets us. That is the one way we lose. I use above the law. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, that means we should have got our other Banhar back because then we're fully locked out at that point. But yeah, absolute waiting room there. I think that's the thing you have to do. But the problem is if you slash and burn the logjam, then we can't get through the logjam. Then you have to get another ice. Then we have to run that and you have to like, I honestly think you might deck out. Maybe not. It depends where the last off the books is. Oh, cool. Yeah, so he can return stuff back with logjam with with Descent instead of what's it called? Spin Doctor. So I guess you put those back on the deck and then just try and grind it out. I don't know. I feel like you need to be a bit more proactive. Like this is very, very defensive in response. And like you're hoping that if you draw in the right order, you can combo out the game to close it. And you don't often do it. Or like there's actually remote servers we can't run. If you put the virus in the remote server on top of 2 ice, like we actually can't even get in there. But the last, nice. Nice. It's the last card in the deck. If you virus the botchless on the remote, can't you install a second botchless and still get through? Well, I mean, we're assuming that there'll be a second ice, right? Because we Banharf through the first ice, and then we get purged. Then if we install the second botchless and run back, we can't get through the first ice, right? Because our Audrey will be purged. So it's not just like straight jam. You have to put it end the run ice and then put behind it. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the game. Botchless and archives is the play. Even if he purges, it's not that big of a deal. Did we have a botchless in our hand? Yeah, I guess we did. It means that we have like cracked the fermenter. I think you're right. That botchless on logjam was actually a lot better because that means that we always have a way to get through here. So if he ever slash and burns, we'll need 3 counters, which we might not have. But yeah, you're right. I think pre-installing the botchless on logjam was totally fine because having 2 more cards doesn't really matter. Yeah, you even had 2. Yeah, I agree. We have an MU issue, but I think we just get crack the fermenter and go from there. Good game, Zelty. Zelty, you probably can listen to my replay analysis of like talking through the game. I think you have a penchant of like, and maybe because it's, I think you don't draw well enough and you're really respecting Seb, which is good, but you probably don't want to be grinding out to these late games. Like you want to be a bit more proactive where you like put ice on this remote server and push into that remote server. Because like this is so contingent on you drawing the above the law or anything like that. It's Yeah, that's tricky. It's not a spot you want to be in. If I just drop a Fractor, the game is all cooked. And unfortunately, I'm not on a Fractor, but like a single copy of Rising Tide, this whole thing falls apart. Yeah. I don't know. Like, you have good play lines into me. Like, White Space beats this, Mavirus beats this, but I think dedicating this much ice to centrals is not like a very common play pattern. And I think out of our 2 games, we found ourselves into that same spot where like you're backing yourself up into a corner where you need to be like making plays and I have to respond to them. Like the fact that we're clicking for 3 credits and passing and clicking for 4 credits, like that's obviously a bit of an ugly loop. Serve the super long game and the infinite scaling ice. No, it's okay. The ice wasn't that bad. The ice is actually relatively well positioned into us. Like 5 strength and 4 strength stuff is pretty good into Audrey. I don't think we played it perfectly. I think we made some mistakes. I definitely shouldn't have floated the tag when you trashed the Banhar. That was actually really bad for me. I definitely should not have done that. I think I did like 1 too many aggressive transfers that didn't really move the needle too much. Weird game, but yeah, it's like 24 turns is my guess. More? Like you don't want to end up there. Yeah, 26 turns. Yikes. Cool. That's Bling Seb. Kind of sick. I feel like, again, we need to marry the first and the second a bit better together. I think the first one had way more ways to fire Bling aggressively. I like the no free lunches. You can see in my planning, I'm messing up with only 1 Hannah and no free lunches. We're ending our turn with tags and we probably shouldn't be. I appreciate the Valentina. I love the 3 Lagu. It's just my favorite card. It feels like it makes the deck so much smaller, as much as this is a 49 card deck. And the transfers, like we're playing against opponents who are respecting the transfers, which is good. They should be doing it. It's not that they're not impactful, but I feel like I'm okay playing 2 transfers and having that as a threat. Because I don't honestly know if the transfer was that good in any of those games. Maybe not. I think the last dice on HQ and R&D should have been on the remote server. Yeah. Yeah, probably. It's hard for me to get to HQ. With just 2 ice, it's still hard for me to get to HQ. I can do like botchless run HQ, but then a virus gets me. Or like, yeah, that one's not good. Hammer is pretty bad. I don't think you're on hammer. But that's really, really cool. I think we played into some matchups where we would happily have more Devil Charms, which is kind of fun. I like the raindrops a lot too. And then in Tron's version, what has changed? The badge was nice. The badge did feel really good. I do think you want to be constantly trashing stuff, which is why like Gourmand recursion is really important. We were playing against players who are icing up archives, which is good. That stops us from doing a thing. I think the Gachapons, I don't know if I love them. It's nice that it thins the deck and obviously it fires the bling, but we don't have that many good targets on this. I guess it's just mostly programs, right? And it feels like we only have, like this deck has a fair bit fewer ways to fire Seb. Like we were taking tags with Seb and not actually using our ability that often compared to the other one. But this one's 45 cards and that comes at a cost for sure. As much as an upside. Very, very cool. Very cool archetype. I wonder if the Bling version turns out to be either more consistent or more fun or more hard to predict from your opponent compared to the more conventional, like, I guess some people have been playing Hermes, some people are playing Keiko, and then some people are playing Amanuensis. All right. My head hurts. Thanks so much for hanging out, everyone. Happy Canada Day to those. We'll be back on Thursday with a stream. The deck list of the week is some ESSA Sabotage. I feel like I haven't played ESSA on this channel in about a year, so maybe that's good to be back. Thank you to all the names here and more that help support the Métropole Grid on Patreon. You can find a link in the description. Any amount of support is incredibly appreciated. If you want to just take a second to leave a like on the video, that also helps a heck of a lot. What's going on? We'll be back on Thursday again. If you haven't grabbed your tickets for Continentals, the early bird tickets are over. That doesn't mean that if you miss them, you shouldn't grab your ticket to the last minute because it really helps organizing. We've sold over 64 tickets, I believe, the last time I checked. So we're creeping up to that 100. I'm expecting about 80 players. So if you want to join what we think is going to be the biggest event, it is going to be the biggest event in North America this year. We'd love to have you on a nice hot weekend here in Montreal in August. I think that's mostly it. If you want to check out, there's a lot of VODs, so we'll have all the links in the description. The Philippines Megacity was streamed. I don't think there's any audio commentary, but it's always a fun watch. EMEA Top Cut was streamed on Sunday. You can grab that as well. I'm not sure if Milwaukee was filmed or streamed. I don't think it was, but it's been very busy in terms of Netrunner organized play season, and there's probably some upcoming Megacities this weekend as well. I think that's mostly it. Thanks so much for hanging out. Always looking forward to these. We'll be back on Thursday night. Tomorrow's a pretty busy day. Thursday, I don't know what's going on, but hopefully we'll see you there. Thanks for watching. Ciao.